viral song came from. Like, that was the previous administration. Like, he was saying, been telling anybody, like, oh, y'all want to play with us? We'd get on that with y'all. He was playing it cool with Putin at first a little bit, and then Putin even was like, man, fuck all that friendly shit. We ain't even cool no more. And that's where the pictures came out when Putin was side-eyeing him and shit. Like, yeah, so he been showing signs of being a neocon just because he had to come in like, okay, one, he was being majestic for the first year and a half. Y'all forgot about the rest.
So is Trump being played or what?
Or is Trump playing?
Oh, that's the question.
What first year and a half? You know he's only been in office for like 4 months now.
No, his first term.
Somebody's first term.
Okay.
First term.
Like, he been showing signs that he's a neocon. Like, he just didn't have the proper environment. Like, now he has a proper environment. When he was in office last time, they was just finishing up some little bullshit assignment that they had over there. That's why Biden left all the weapons and shit. Like, it wasn't nothing left. Like, they been saying get all the soldiers out of there a long time ago. So it was no wars. It was no real conflict going on around the world as it is now. So now that it is, he's saying, oh, okay, we're going to go over there and stick our nose in anything and everything and conquer from it. So we've been in Venezuela, we've been over there in Gaza, whether it's acting like we aid in and then at the same time, if you ask people that's over there, they doing a whole different thing than they showing us. They killing them, hurting, and holding people in jail and all type of shit in their country. So, yeah, this has been going on.
Hey, Ice, who's playing? You saying Trump's the news? Who's holding America hostage? I wonder who's holding America hostage. Ice, what do you think? Who's playing them?
Israel, man. That's period. Israel been holding America hostage. They paying their bills, and don't nobody want to fuck with them because they got the most money. I mean, as simple as that. And the only people want to fuck with is the people that have the religious ties that says the enemy and the foe that they have to get past. So they don't give a fuck about politics. They're never gonna do a deal with them, a treaty, or none of that shit. It's not happening. You're gonna have to kill all the people and then get somebody in there that's an agent to make it look like they're doing a deal, but in reality, the people wouldn't even agree with it. So, yeah, that's what we seeing.
So there's a, and I feel what you're saying. I can see that to a certain extent. Oliver, you still there?
Yes, sir.
I have a question about Bolsheviks versus Zionists.
Whoa, here we go.
I have a question about that. Like when you hear people say that, Russia, we understand the difference between the Bolsheviks and the Zionists. So on the surface, we might say Russia. We're really just talking about Bolsheviks, aka Russian Jews, still Jews, and still Khazarian, but they're Russian Jews, versus the ones that are Zionists. What's happening right now, and what was happening during Bush Jr., seems to be more Zionist. The shit that's happening now seems to be like as if he's bringing in, I'm sorry, my bad, I want to say it the other way around. It seemed like some of that was happening before Bush Jr. was Bolshevik, whereas now it seems like it's all the way Zionist. And I know you're very well versed in the difference between the two. Like, if that's what that's looking like to me. It looks like the sides are being chosen between those two people who are battling between each other on who's going to control the world. And they just happen to have some useful enemy judges whose daughter is married to one of the leading Zionists on the planet.
Did you see the link that I posted just now?
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, you just posted it. You just posted it.
So, okay.
I got a video. This is from BB himself, y'all.
Fighting today. I was going back at these folks. They fought either the Jewish people and the Jewish faith. And so they wanted to extinguish us. Microsoft was basically it. We were fighting our battle. But we were also fighting the battle of civilization. Because our civilization is based on each of their Christian tradition. And if the Maccabees had failed, there would be no Judaism. There would be no Judeo-Christian civilization. There would be no Maccabees. There would be no United States. There wouldn't be the civilization of freedom. The respect for our common traditions, our common values. All of that would not happen if it weren't for those five brave brothers. They actually made the whole difference. So that spirit animates these brave soldiers that are here today, and their comrades are fighting in Gaza or in Lebanon or in Iran, wherever is necessary to not only preserve the Jewish nation and the Jewish state, but preserve civilization against the barbarians. The barbarians are out there. They did a horrible thing to us on October 7th. They'll never do it again. But they're doing it against Jews in Sydney, the Jews elsewhere in America and elsewhere. This is our common battle against the barbarians. We have won it here, we're winning it here, we'll win it everywhere. חג שמח, חג חנוכה שמח לכולכם. תודה רבה לכם. תודה רבה.
Oh, hell no.
That was the thing he said at the end.
I don't know like that.
Can I talk right now? Wait a minute. What was that he said at the end? Because on the screen they're saying that we brought you into this world and we can take you out. The fuck?
It also sounded like he was talking to Australia because he mentioned Sydney. So I'm curious as to where he was at when he was speaking about that. And if you remember, Michelle, I sent you something about the Jews in Australia as well. But to the point of the different factions that are fighting for control, are you able to expound on that?
Yeah, it's the Marxists and the Zionists. The same way World War I started, World War II started, it's the same way this situation is being played out. The fractions of Jews against each other, not all against each other, but there are certain Marxists who just so happen to be Jews who don't align with what Zionists want to do. I mean, that was the whole point of chapter 2 in Mein Kampf. Hitler was writing about a specific group of Jews. He wasn't writing about the Zionist Jews in Germany. He was writing about the Marxists in Europe, and Russia, and Germany, and England, all over. I mean, when you look at the Rothschilds, right? Who do you think they support? Support both sides. So you're using both sides to play the whole fucking plan. The Bolsheviks established communism in China. They established communism in North Korea. They established communism in Vietnam. All after they established communism in Russia. Lenin, Stalin. I mean, you could run down a whole list of these guys. Israel, Epstein. We could run down a whole list of these people that are actual Marxists that travel throughout the planet and establish a communist type order in these countries. And it causes chaos throughout the planet. And then you have Zionists go into other parts of the planet establishing order, like here in America, or in Canada, or in England. It's a hand-in-hand effect. While one hand does this thing, the other hand is doing something else. So everyone's focused on Zionists and blaming Zionists and the Jews, Zionists this, the Jews, Zionists that. Guy ain't looking at these fucking Marxist Jews that are actually implementing the most fucking nefarious shit on this fucking planet right now.
Hey, bro, you on point. And one thing need to be pointed out, how the Bolsheviks, how they married into the royal family.
Bingo.
You are so correct.
So you into royal family. Which one? They married into a lot of them. Maoism is no different than communism. Understand?
I recently found out that there are Chinese Rothschilds.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that they literally found to marry themselves into every culture on the planet.
Hey, wait till people find out there are Chinese Jews. Wait till people find out there are Chinese Jews.
Yeah, I seen that as well. That's
Like, I don't know if people talk about what people say this shit. Like, y'all either not students to history or people just blabbing just to fucking talk. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about sometimes.
the tall whites that they talk about in Japan, the ones that they claim come from the mountains of Japan, and they claim that those are the original people of Japan. These are tall whites with fucking beards, not the beards like the Asian style beards, but like the beards the way we would think of it from other parts of Europe. And they were in Japan, in the ancient parts of Japan. Like these fools moving on the entire fucking planet.
Now, check this out.
Celebrating themselves.
Guys, check this out.
Cultures that exist.
Check this out. So you listen to the video, Flawless is Played, right? Let's get to that real quick. Now check this out. Milton, my bad, Milton Dog put something in the chat, right? Saying that the Jews are barbarians, right? See, he's telling us a story about Maccabees, right? Well, Maccabees, they caused a revolt against the Roman Empire back in that time, right? I believe it was the Roman Empire that the Maccabees rose up against the Roman Empire, I believe it was. The Roman Empire considered them to be barbarians by their actions and the way they were acting. Right? That was back then.
That's a fact.
How many centuries are we going back right now? Now, come back to our present time right now. When you have a group like the Rothschilds or the Sassoons, some of the most powerful families in the world, right, that control a central system, a central banking system, for example, right, where their finances, they are the financiers, they control it all on a global stage, many different banks. The Rothschilds and the Sassoons, for example, at the end of the day, they don't care if you are a Jewish man, woman, or child. They have agendas that need to be rolled out, implemented into society so they can control. It's about control. That's all it is. So they'll use the left side, they'll use the right side. Why? Because it helps them establish order. Now you put the left against the right, and no one's paying attention to these people. No one's watching the head in hand. That's why it was easy for them to do what they did in Europe during World War I, during World War II.
I've always wanted to ask you,
Go ahead.
did you consider Napoleon, did you think Napoleon was wrong in what he was trying to do?
No different than what Hitler was doing.
Okay.
No, of course not. He was, okay, if you actually study Napoleon and the issue of the wars back then, Napoleon took France and made them, I believe they were the first known actual country or nation that became a republic.
Correct.
If that makes sense, okay?
Correct.
So what he did, he broke France's stronghold off of the Rothschilds. He broke the chains off of the Rothschilds. That's why he fucked up at the end of the day. The same way Hitler fucked up at the end of the day. Right? They played themselves by accepting one side, okay, and going to war against the other side. Now
I know that it was being funded by those.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, for example, when you look at World War I, World War II, we all know this. Both sides of the war were funded by people here in America. For example, right? Prescott Bush funded the Nazis, I believe it was, and then you had Rockefeller funding the Russians, and it's all political theory, right? But that's just how it works. They're funding both sides, and everyone's being fucking played. Now, you have a situation here. I know for a fact people are not paying attention. This motherfucker is smart. He is literally playing everyone in their faces the same way he did in his first administration, but he's doing it even more now. For example, he just revealed, right? Trump just revealed who actually were the strategists behind telling him the situation in Iran, right? He said it was Jared Kushner, Steve Kokoff, right? He was calling out their names, and everyone was like, "Wait a minute, it wasn't your military strategist?"
I've never heard him say Jared Kushner's name until recently.
No, he literally revealed who's behind this, right? And then all of a sudden, he says, "You know what? Fuck all of y'all. What y'all are telling me. Listen to me right now. Fuck what you all are telling me. I'm gonna bring in a woman that knows what's going on and knows how to handle the situation without you telling me what to do with the strategy that I'm going to use through the military." Hence why we're now talking about Condoleezza Rice.
And you're saying that she was in the administration of neocons, but you're saying that she herself is not.
Of course not. Look who's.
And that's why he's bringing her in.
Exactly. Because the neocons, if you actually pay attention, all the neocons are against Donald Trump. I don't give a fuck what. I hear y'all say, I can prove that hands down, top to bottom. Here's my point. Go look up who she studied under when she was at the University of Denver. Joseph Corbell was his name. Y'all go research that man and understand the reason why she became the strategist and she is known to be today. Okay? Joseph Corbell. Okay,
I need to see what he believed in.
yeah, well, I mean, go look at what he believed in, where he came from, and how he ended up in America teaching as a professor at the University of Denver, and understanding why, because of his studies and his teachings, the CIA, the Pentagon, and the American fucking military establishment looked at the University of Denver and said, "Oh, that's a prime school for strategists. That's a prime school for analysts."
So listen, low key, he might be bringing a black woman to save the Republic.
If you want to look at her like that, she's
a prodigy according to everybody who she's ever studied under. They all refer to her.
Right. They can all say that about her. That's cool. They just want to clap their hand. No. Go look at Joseph Corbell. Pay attention to the studies, the information he put out. It's going to take y'all some time. If y'all want to do it on your own time. I'm not going to break that shit down for y'all right now. But that's the reason why they pinpointed her. And they went to her like, hold on, wait a minute, what's happening with her? Because she literally was a direct understudy of Joseph Corbell.
Because he taught her how to play both sides
Bingo.
of the fucking chessboard.
Bingo.
Why? That's why I said
that he came from that chessboard in Europe.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna look it up for a little bit. Give me like 24 hours. And next time I see you on stage, we have to bring this back.
Yeah, so now understanding this, right? Understanding how both sides of the fence play, you have to tap into either someone that comes from that, or you just have to be from that yourself. So they tapped in, for example, they tapped in Condoleezza Rice, right? Why? Because she came from she was an understudy of a man who taught Americans both sides of the fence. Meaning this, he taught Americans the side of Nazism, and he taught Americans the side of communism. So basically what he was doing was basically teaching the science of Marxism, okay, on one side, and the science of Zionism on the other side. Nazi Zionism is one and the same, just like Judean Bolshevism is Jewish communism. It's Marxism, one and the same.
Do you ever listen to G. Edward Griffin? No?
Of course, that's my guy.
Oh, okay. Because a lot of what you're saying reminds me of G. Edward Griffin. What he was.
Yeah, G. Edward Griffin, you could go back to the 50s and 60s when he was.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on.
The Tiger in the Cave.
So I don't know if you remember, but years ago, and even up to last year, we was in a room together, and I played a video multiple times regarding Griffin and his breakdown back in the 60s, Marxism's been running rapid in the communities of and how a specific group of individuals here in America, a very small portion, folks. I mean, it's a point percentage. I know where I'm going with this. He literally exposed how these group of people use Marxism in America, okay, to literally fraction Americans off into two different societies. You know what these societies became and what they're known as right now? One side is called black supremacy, and the other side is called white supremacy.
He's the one who actually broke down the corruption of the black community and broke down how they infiltrated the black community with that ideology that led to like the Panthers and stuff like that.
Right, he literally exposed it. Now, you think about it, he's exposing something that occurred in the early 1900s. We're in 2026. We're talking about something that's been going on in America and our society and the communities over in America for over 100 years. Then you start looking at why civil rights came about, the women's rights, and all these different rights. You start looking at how a lot of that money that got funneled into these programs came from people like Rockefellers or the Rothschilds, and it's why you see Martin Luther King Jr. in photos with Evelyn de Rothschild and Jacob Rothschild and all these other big players that people are scared to speak of. People talk about Trump, talk about Bush, we could talk about Obama, that's cool, but you ain't talking about nothing really at the end of the day. At the end of the day. So when you start looking at the ideologies that they use on societies, not only here in America, but worldwide, then you start understanding there's a hidden hand that's playing both sides of the chess. Everyone's a fucking pawn on their chessboard. That's it. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to know what would be her first move? What is her first move in this situation? What do y'all think she's going to do first? I have an idea what I think she's going to do first, but I want y'all to answer first.
My thing with this is that, and I've been saying this since last year, they're going to completely remove that entire regime. That's what they want. They want to, with Trump, if you ask me what they're attempting to do with this administration, or what they're getting flat out ready to do, is remove the Shiite Muslims and government, and they want to bring back the king's son. Okay? The same king, the same Shah that was there that exposed both fucking sides when he was talking about the Marxists and when he was talking about the Zionists. Americans seem to fucking forget in our modern day, maybe because many just don't know this, but in all of that region, Israel wasn't our number one ally. Iran was our number one ally. Okay? Iran was the top dog. They were the ones that were closest to Americans. And I mean, they were damn near the shop was implementing, LA, New York City, Miami type lifestyle out there back in the fucking 70s. You can look this shit up. But like I say, the one thing that never changed there was their intelligence apparatus, right? Which the CIA lost control of, right? The CIA and the American government helped them to create their intelligence apparatus there in Iran. The Americans helped them with their actual nuclear program. They helped them with their oil refineries, just like they did with Venezuela and most parts of the fucking world.
You talk about being played, right? So you honestly want to sit here and tell everybody America got love, got love for Iran? Ever had love for Iran?
See, y'all gotta stop taking my words out of context.
I'm not saying y'all. Why you talking about y'all? I'm talking to you with a specific question, bro. It's not a y'all question, bro.
No, it's a y'all thing. Go ahead.
No, it's not a y'all thing, bro. I'm talking to you. I'm asking you.
I never used the word love. Go ahead.
You saying that America loved Iran from way back. Ain't that what you said?
First of all, listen to what I'm telling you. Yes, Iran was America's closest ally in that region.
You're moving my question into something different.
No.
That's very strategic on your part. I'm not asking you that.
Comment, you move my
No, I'm asking you how did I move your comment when I'm asking you a question and you're taking it over here saying else?
Oh, you gonna play chess. Go ahead.
Oh, you thought we was playing checkers? Come on, man.
I know because you have very hard selective areas, but go ahead.
That ain't checkers. I'm asking you a simple question because you over here talking as all of this is playing out. You saying we talking about who's playing who on this global scene here? You bringing up some.
I never even got to that point.
Bro, I'm in the middle of what I'm trying to say, man. And so we can have a conversation. That's all. So my question is to you. You think there's love?
Well, hold up. When he's talking and you interrupted him?
Why you got a problem with me
No,
having a
you
question with this
interrupted
other
him, but
person?
you gonna tell him not to interrupt you.
Why you have a problem with that?
No, I got a problem with what you doing and how you talking to him. Let him finish saying what he's saying.
I'm talking to him. You got a problem with it?
Selective hearing, like
That ain't selected here. I ain't even got the question out. Why you bringing all this emotion to an intelligent conversation?
look, that's not intelligent when you interrupt somebody. Go ahead, Roland. Finish what you're saying.
You disrupting some real conversation. That's all.
Well, stay on. You be a question. No, okay.
I got him. I said nothing. Go ahead, Roland.
Nah, you know what? I mean, whatever. It's cool. I kind of get where you're going at with it, but I just don't like people misconstruing my words. I didn't ever say that America showing them love and had the most love for them. No, they were America's #1 fucking ally. History teaches you that. Before Israel was their #1 ally. All right? That's a fucking known fact. And if anything, Saudi Arabia became America's #1 ally after Iran because of the deal that they struck between Bush and the kingdom there then, right?
The protection.
Open. And it came with oil and protection, and thus came the creation and birth the fucking petrodollar as we know it today. So that's why our gas prices are going up right now. It's not because of the conflict and, the situation with Iran, and Iran controls all this oil. No, it's because of that little strait right there that they're trying to block off, prevent so much natural gas and oil going out that region. It's fucking up Saudi Arabia's money, Qatar's money, United Arab Emirates money. It's fucking up our money here. The dollar worldwide. It's fucking up China. It's fucking up a lot of people. But then again, you have to think about it. Why did Jimmy Carter and his administration actually allow the Ayatollah and his people to go into that country and overthrow the Shah and remove the king, right? That led
I thought
to...
Jimmy Carter didn't have no choice over that. I thought that was a Reagan plan.
What? Bro, Reagan became, that's what led to Reagan becoming president, bro.
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought Reagan did it like on some backhanded shit where they held the hostages until Reagan was sworn in, and then they let the hostages go.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. Listen, Jimmy Carter allowed that shit to happen. He was acting president. He was the president at the time. He could have solved all of that, right? They made attempts to go in with certain helicopters, and then look, at the end of the day, they played themselves. But when you look throughout history up to this point right now, and even the former president Muhammad, I can't pronounce the man's last name, the short dude that was beefing with is that his last name? That's how you say it?
That was him, yeah,
Okay.
He's a 12er I was speaking about a couple days ago.
He recently came out and said some real astonishing information. I was like, I kind of like, oh shit, okay, well that makes sense. That actually shows who's control of that area and the intelligence apparatus, and it's not the CIA. So this man came out and said, the intelligence apparatus, the director, the head of their intelligence sectors turned out to be a Mossad agent.
Did you just say he got to be a Mossad agent?
No, he revealed that the head of the intelligence apparatus in Iran and other individuals were in fact Mossad agents.
Wow.
So
There's a lot of Jews in Iran, though.
exactly. No, you're right. They
population has been there.
What prolific is saying is the overthrow of the Shah was a Mossad mission.
it was a mission. Thank you for catching that, Crisis. What happened, Flawless?
Ain't nobody answer my question though. I said, what is Congress's first thing she gonna do on Monday? I don't know. I guess I'm looking for the money.
What is part of the
shit, be like, fuck it.
Wait, what about her? Is she like part of the Trump administration or something?
He got, oh yeah, Condoleezza Rice, he got her coming in to help him with the war.
Yeah, he tapped the Condoleezza Rice for us. She like, well, I'm telling you.
Oh, he must be desperate at this point. Shit.
Well, I mean, it's not about being desperate. It's like I said.
Condoleezza, I thought, what he at? He probably sitting on the beach somewhere reading the book.
You know, that man is genius for tapping her, and y'all don't get it for talking.
He's a genius.
Did y'all hear what I said 4 minutes ago?
He's actually a genius for that.
Well, he prices. This man literally stood on national television and talked about who was giving him advice and strategy and dealing with this situation. The nigga didn't call out no politician. He didn't call out no fucking military expert. He didn't call out not one military general, anyone from the Pentagon, not even the Secretary of War. The motherfucker called out Jared Kushner, his fucking son-in-law, and some motherfucking people that shouldn't even have been fucking named, right? Then the whole situation fucking gets blown out of proportion. I'm glad it did. Because people were like, oh shit, wait a minute. The motherfuckers I told him to do, handle the situation with Iran was just fucking people in the private sector. So I was like, damn, okay, he literally just called out Jared Kushner's name. I like that, good. And then a fucking week later, he's tapping in Condoleezza Rice to come in and handle the whole situation. You know what I mean? Which is
Why did he do that, Paul? Why did he do that?
Because he knows, for one, Condoleezza Rice, the woman that she is, right? Condoleezza Rice, the woman that she is, her stance in the situation, right? Once again, who she is, he knows Israel can't fucking bully her. Yeah. See, I don't know where y'all get y'all information from. I just love to read. That's all I do.
Wait. So he's getting bullied, so he has to bring her in because she knows that I read.
If you want to look at it like that, that's all you look at it like that.
I mean, they all trying to blame Israel, saying Israel is the one that brought him into it. When I think Mario and Donald Trump that his advisors around and told him to do it, gave him the strikes, and then when you see the movie,
when y'all come on stage, hold on. Let me say this and I'm gonna mic up. When I hear shit like this, y'all simply don't understand who the fuck is and who Little Satan is. That's all I do.
They say that about America and Israel.
Israel,
Israel is big Satan, America is little Satan.
No.
That's crazy. America
is big Satan.
Okay, yeah.
Little Satan. The reason why Israel exists today, the reason why little Satan exists today is because of big Satan.
Okay. I just learned this a minute ago, and
check this out, Flossie. You ready for this? We literally all experienced it and seen it for ourselves, the conversation between Netanyahu and Obama. Netanyahu was sitting down right in front of him and looked at him and said, between big Satan and little Satan. He was letting Obama know, reminding him, yo, you're big Satan and I'm little Satan. But we still work together. We're still on the same team.
You were correct about something, what you said earlier, that United States gave Iran, it was under Eisenhower in 1956, 57. They gave Iran their first nuclear reactor.
Yep.
Now what they'll try to say is, well, when we did that, it was for, peaceful energy means and exploration, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, but now all of a sudden they're the biggest, you helped these people out, gave them the nuclear energy, helped them out, but now they're like, well, we can't let them get a weapon, and we have to kill all their leaders and brag about it, and then I'm confused, make them be mad.
They leave out fat pieces of history, such as when you had your Shah there, etc., and the rise of the Ayatollah, he sparked the Islam.
say Elder George L. Bush and Elder Grandee L. Diablo. He called George W. Bush the big Satan, grand Satan. Ayatollah, before that, said that he was the shaitan. But y'all are convinced that you are in cahoots with the devil, doing the work of the devil, carrying out the acts and the conversation of the devil. And now you want angel blessing when things get a little tight here, and you say in front of how the tables turn. My man, Bob Marley said, a slavery driver, don't you know the tables are turning? And catch a fire, so your devil will get burned. And they're on fire today, not just in Iran, but in other parts of the land. And they have done so much dirt that they don't have clean enough hands, they don't even have moral stability. See, when they had control of certain parts of the East, and the son of the Ayatollah is in power virtually. They're afraid now to kill off somebody and bomb unfairly. They're cautious, so they'll put that we have to come in as even Barack Hussein Obama said, clean up their mess, or as Condoleezza said, good clean up of mess, because she's a crazy person. And but Secretary of State, what did they were bragging on Marco Rubio? Can he just handle the job of Secretary of State? You put the sister on point guard because he don't have the skills. And now Vladimir is already now, according to what some are saying, that Donald John Trump has lifted some of the tariffs from Russian oil especially. And we've been pumping some Russian oil through here, BP and otherwise. Citgo oil is Venezuelan oil. But on the string, they come in and they will move with Putin. And he's given up some geographics, some navigation on where to bomb next, according to some. So, as I have revealed to you many times, I think it's hard for you to process the thought. All of you packages together, at different points of the road, you'll see the manifestation of it. And all we have to do is get on our family value system and our own politics. It won't matter what Netanyahu is doing, what the Ayatollah is doing, or what anyone else is doing. They'll be paying attention to our politics. We're on our land. I think many of you just can't process that thought. We're on our land. And we have a lot more say-so than what we are exercising at this hour. But that's increasing. They want to talk to the righteous. The step towards Condoleezza Rice could potentially be a step in the right direction. But sure that they have little social political skills in the beginning. They had no skills. And they were just doing emotional. And riding on the emotions of Netanyahu and Trump, who had no social political skills at all whatsoever. And a guy like me, I'm saying, that would look at this and say, well, it's just another B-movie act. They came out stronger when it was the guy, Charlie Kirk, was that Charlie Kirk and his wife. They did more posturing than Yahweh Trump put together over that situation than they have. They've gone in and killed a leader. And that's a clear violation of international law. But everybody's driving by the essentials of what is at stake here. That now most Americans can't drive because they say, we don't offer you the protection coming out of Tel Aviv, whatever's left of Tel Aviv. It's telling you that we cannot protect you. Well, goddamn it, they couldn't protect you in the beginning. But they were riding on a hope, romancing a stone, and I think last night put it best, just loving on next to nothing, but you're like a bee around him. If you're out in there and reach for straws, knowing goddamn well the straw's not going to save you, but he'll put hope. There's a glimmer of hope in the straw to save his rotten life. And we'll put you and I on the front line to risk our lives for nothingness. Well, I'm thankful I had a minister like Muhammad Ali. I'm not going to fight your war. I'm not going to do your dirt. I'm not going to do your bidding. I'm not going to put on no exhibitions for you and your crew. And
of the Arab Spring, which started under Junior, okay, after the whole 9/11 crisis situation, which gave him and a lot of American people went for it as well. They rallied behind this guy because of the tragedy on 9/11, and there was a pretext. The 9/11 was used as a pretext to invade the Near East, the Middle East, as they call it. And under him, we seen the fall of Afghanistan. They bumped the hell out of that. We obviously know what he did in Iraq, and false pretenses, sold the false war to the American people. Obama came in, for all of the change and hope. He was just another puppet, as far as I'm concerned, of the American imperialist machine, because he did the same thing. He got rid of Mubarak in Egypt. He got rid of Gaddafi in Libya. I remember it vividly. Colin Powell under Bush, when he stood on TV, I believe they were in the Pentagon with those blueprints, lying about we believe the nuclear weapons are here. And what did he do? He came out years later and said that it was the most embarrassing day of my life when I got on TV and laughed at American people. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever, brother. And Obama, he comes on TV, and I remember vividly, Gaddafi has lost the legitimacy with his people, and he must go. I'm like, wow, we could just say it about a whole other leader, a whole other country, huh? Yeah, okay, buddy. So he gets rid of Gaddafi, he gets rid of Mubarak. Okay, boom. He gets some up out of there. He did what I'm saying. So Afghanistan's down. They switched the leadership there. They switched the leadership in Egypt. They switched the leadership in Iraq. They switched the leadership in Libya. Iran has always been on that list. It's always been on that list. They're bombing those guys, the Houthis, and I hope I'm saying it right, in Yemen. Okay, pushing back on those dudes. Okay, which they're doing the best they can. If you agree with them or not, they're doing the best they can, but they're getting pushed back. Iran has always been on the list. It took a special type of president to really size them up and decide strategically how they were going to move on them. Okay, Obama had hands full with Mubarak in Egypt and Libya, so he couldn't really size them up the way he wanted to. That's in my opinion, that's why he did that deal that he did with them. Okay, he left it to another president. That's when Trump comes in. So now you see it. To me, it's the last wing of that. They are concerned about Saudi Arabia because I don't have it in my opinion. They just puppet the British. Well, I'm concerned. People don't want to hear it, but that's just my opinion. Okay, all right, I could be wrong. But as far as I'm concerned, they just puppet the British. And so it's the last wing, and you see it unfolding right in front of us. The American imperialism, they're going in. They want to, listen, when a country tries to naturalize its resources, take control of its own resources, we know what happens. It happens in Iraq, it happens in Afghanistan, it happens in Libya, it happens in all these countries. They come after you, the American imperialists, okay, or some wing of the European Western imperialist machine comes after you and, oh, well, you're killing your own people. We got to get rid of you. This is what we're seeing right now. Okay, we got to get rid of them because they're a threat to the region. They're going to do this, they're going to do that, but yet somebody's bashing eyes about other so-called threats to the region. Okay, I mean, I see, what is his name? Pete Hexas, our lad here. He was saying, well, look at how they're attacking all of these different other people now. That is Iran. They're flailing. Look at them. They're desperate. They're flailing. Somebody made an interesting point that I think. Well, look at the amount of people that Israel has attacked, like Lebanon and Syria, this one and that one. Are they flailing? Because they're attacking every goddamn body. Are they flailing? Like, dude, you sound stupid, my man. You dude, okay? I guarantee you have self-esteem issues. Okay? Just look at the way you talk. Okay? You're a big man. Okay? I got bombs. Yeah, dude. I'm the man. I got bombs. And I can bomb. And we didn't start this war, but we damn sure ended it. Shut up, man. Okay? So high school and childish. Okay? Can we get some grown people in the room?
That's an excellent recommendation, sir. Because clearly, Trump is like a kid in a candy store full of bombs, and he just said, push any button. Let's see if that one works. Let's push this button, see if it works. And then never doing an evaluation of what could be the repercussions or what could be the reaction of others, or how much by putting these bombs and dropping them on over 110 years. And then, oh no, we weren't even as citizens. Just lies and lies and lies that they come to the people with public deception on their mind, purposefully deceiving the people is an act of treason by any estimation. It just, people that drank so much Kool-Aid they can't see this guy as a bigot, a hater, and a murderer. And then to say target the leader, go after the leader, and kill the leader. Doesn't make Barack Hussein Obama any less of a murderer when he goes after the villains produced out of G.W. Bush and the person of Saddam Hussein and the person of Muammar Gaddafi and Osama bin Laden. So why are they just always on a bombing campaign to kill the Muslims? And here's Vladimir. They didn't say, well, let's go bomb Vladimir and straighten him out. What they said was a risky problem, and bomb Netanyahu, where he's been slaughtering the Palestinians, and they examined none of those facts and said, let's go get those Muslims, let's go get this. That's how I told it, just say vilify first. And then when they drop their bomb, the people are right there with saying, yeah, you should have hit that Ayatollah way back. But see, the principle of what you violated, this was a man who again sparked the Islamic revolution. And he has hell to pay. He is on fire. Allah's prepared the island, promised him damnation. He will catch a fire. He will burn in this world. He'll burn in the next life. And the only prayer he ever made is, oh God, oh Allah, oh Yahweh, I don't need. Oh my almighty God, is there any way you can turn down the flame on this hellfire that I'm catching up in here? Saying my.
Alright, so look, I put something in the chat. It's Colonel Douglas McGregor. If y'all get a chance, check out what he's talking about. He talks about this conflict on his channel. He's a retired colonel. And he talks about what's happening right now. And he talks about it in extreme. I think the probably the shortest video he has is like about, in terms of the full-length video, it's like about 28 minutes or 26 minutes, something like that. Most of them are like about an hour and a half. And he breaks it down to our involvement on how he set up the first show and allowed his son, the first show, to become a power, all the way to the part where they talk about the Ayatollahs. Kind of touches on what you speak about politics, about the Ayatollah and the relationship with Bolshevism and Zionism. Because apparently, somewhere in all of it, our grand also something, but we don't really know because we don't understand that part of the history. But there's a reason why Iran was a part of the access power of World War II. There's a reason for that. He touches a little bit on that if you go far enough back into history. But I think that we might be overshooting the mark when we don't look at those type of parts.
Another angle to look at it from, if you take the view that America, which is a child of Great Britain, and Great Britain, which is just an extension of the ancient Holy Roman Empire, if you take the view that America is just a grandchild or great-grandchild going to see it within that lineage, then you would understand that who was it that with Byzantium, which is the Eastern Roman Empire, after the Western Roman Empire failed, the Eastern Roman Empire, who was it that they were in a long, protracted war of attrition with for Lord knows how long?
He speaks about that as well. It's called America. He speaks about that as well.
Yeah, it was Sassanid Persia. Okay, it was the Persian, it was the Sassanid Persian Empire. Okay, that they were in a long, protracted war with. Okay, which created a vacuum because both of them had depleted their resources, which created a vacuum for is always on this Iran thing. You know what I'm saying? Iran. You know what I'm saying? It's just an extension of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire stretched to the west with America. And they're going to get their old rival still. Like Jeff has used America as a proxy for that. Now the Pope can come out and say whatever the hell he wants to about we don't need war and yada yada yada. Dude, not your little in-house problems you have with all those children. Okay, doesn't make you comments on the war. You need to fix that shit. Okay, because that's a big problem with you dudes.
And the thing is, personally speaking, Colonel the Greatest, he speaks about history. He's very specific about the history. The one thing that he doesn't say is he doesn't say definitively who Eastern Europeans, he calls them Eastern Europeans. The reality is that the area that he's referencing, when you look at some of the older videos, is who the area he's referencing is actually Western Asia, or the area that we would consider to be the stands, essentially. And the stands, and the way that we look at it from a modern point, are those places that we in modern day consider to be a part of Russia. But the stands is where these families, these people move. The stands, and including the society as well. It's a lot at play, and for whatever reason, we got this small group of people who have convinced the entire world to believe that they are the chosen, and that we don't need shit, and that everything that needs to happen in order for them to take their rightful place, even though they have no ties to the land. Whether you want to believe the land is here in America or you are in the Middle East, it doesn't really matter. They claim their claims are land claims to the land, whether it's in America or in the Middle East. They claim to be God's chosen. Every claim that the land that God's chosen are supposed to have in the Middle East or in America, they claim to be God's chosen. So if you don't believe that they're God's chosen, you understand where their clan, and that's what it's called, a clan. If you understand where their clan comes from, then it'll allow you to see the board a lot clearer. They've always been known for war and the simulation. Whatever they conquer, they assimilate and they take that history and make it their own. And once they make it their own, you can't tell them nothing different. And that's exactly what they fucking been doing for almost about 1,000 years. That's what the fuck they've been doing. We're arguing over the scraps of the fucking floor of the table because we seem to believe, even though we don't want to admit it, because we argue amongst each other, without admitting the obvious that they're the ones that are lying. And if we know that they're the ones that are lying, then why the fuck are we arguing amongst each other? There's nothing for us to argue about.
Kool-Aid process, they drink the opposition's Kool-Aid.
Big bro, once I know that if you own the restaurant and me and you come into the restaurant and I find out that you sold that restaurant from somebody else that was a part of me and you's family, big bro, then that means that everything that comes out their mouth is a goddamn lie, and me and you don't need to argue about who was in that restaurant first. But we're still at that part, allowing them to maneuver around the world and do, bro, there's a part in there in one of his videos where he talks about General Wesley Clark, who used to be the head commander over NATO. And General Wesley Clark talking about, he came across the whole thing, and I'm sure all of us have heard this before, about them wanting to conquer 5 countries in 5 countries in 7 years, right?
He was a strong commander for us before he's in the point.
I understand that, but and this is going Little Bush. This is going Little Bush, and then he leaves for a little bit, comes back, and the dude is like, they added some place. Every country he spoke on in that interview is exactly what the fuck we did, including ding 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 ding. Oddly enough, Somalia. That was like a curveball from left field when they threw Somalia in there, and then when you look up Somaliland and Israel's involvement in Somaliland, what the fuck does Israel need to have any interest for Somaliland? But when you look at what Wesley Clark was saying, it was a part of their original agenda.
I had dinner this evening with a brother from Somalia, and they are just underrated people, and they have some resources on the land, but so much has been done amongst them.
It's not just that, big brothers. Israel literally went to the AU, the African Union, and pushed to have membership in the AU. What the fuck business does Israel have being a member of the AU? That in itself makes no fucking sense. That the state of Israel wants to be a part of the African Union. Like, everything that Wesley Clark was speaking on is literally unfolding in front of our eyes.
Yo, bro, it makes sense. Israel, if you look at the map, it's actually a part of Africa.
But what I'm getting at is the Greater Israel Project. You already know this story.
Israel is not a part of Africa. I don't know why people keep saying that.
It actually was a part of. It was actually a part of the ancient map of Africa.
You know, what's funny about that is even Netanyahu has revealed maps of Israel that show Israel being part of Africa, and he did some mockery to the world, especially here in the West.
That's why I'm saying to you, Prolific, I know you know, because you and I both have fought tooth and nail in these different rooms with these wild ass Zionists who claim that the Greater Israel Project doesn't exist, but yet these motherfuckers are out here talking about Greater Israel. Like, this shit is bananas, but yet we fight amongst each other, tethered, indigenous, blah blah blah, and in reality, these motherfuckers are over here creating Pax Judaica. Pax Judaica means that Pax Americana has to fall. And if you know you live in Pax Americana, you should not want Pax Americana to fall. Point blank, period.
It feels great. It feels great to hear. My bad, hold on, I'm layering out. It just feels great to hear someone else talk about the situation amongst, Pax Judea and Pax Americana. How people talk about that, bro. It just feels great to hear other people say that.
Yeah, we don't have no problem with at least a lot of us. We don't have no problem with those foreign Africans or Caribbean Africans, Caribbean folks that come here to America. We just ask that you get on code, okay? You know what I'm saying? That's all we ask. Get on code. Okay?
What I'm trying to explain.
I just want to lay a claim.
My bad, bro. My bad.
No, it's all right. It's okay. Because I ain't got nothing against no foreign Africans or any of that, okay? I'm just saying, when you come over, get on code. That's all we ask. Like, we don't want you coming over talking shit and saying crazy shit like you did some of these Somalians say, because they were going to tell you where to get the fuck off at. Okay? So these ain't them trying to cheat Negroes, thinking we still over cubs and get bust upside the head. Hey, listen, I respect my people, but I ain't gonna do that shit. Okay? Like, get on code and we ain't got no problem.
And done with it. You know I fuck with you, done with it. I fuck with you heavy. You be dropping some that bomb. At the end of the day, all I'm saying, fuck all of the bullshit. There's an Arab proverb that says, it's me versus my brother. Me and my brother versus our cousin. But me, my brother, and my cousin versus the world. We need to understand that goal. So all this other extra shit that y'all talking about, we don't got no time for that. These motherfuckers is rolling this shit out here real. These front of us. We have no time to fight amongst each other. Fuck all of that. It might be me versus you. It might be you versus our cousin. But we are at a point right now where we need to understand that it's me, you, and our cousin versus the world. Because they're rolling this shit out in front of us in real time. And we're busy fighting each other.
I think I'm seeing a lot less than our side. We all agree that the devil is tricked us through public deception. I think the overwhelming majority of the righteous people believe that.
I'm not busy fighting anybody, okay? You cool with me, I'm cool with you.
I'm not talking about you specifically.
Hey, I know. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, I don't put that no hand that's sitting there olive fresh to me, genuinely. I just don't do it. Okay, you cool with me? I give everybody the basic modicum of human decency and respect. Till you show me otherwise, okay? The basic modicum of humanity, decency, and respect. I think you deserve that much, and I expect the same. But
absolutely, bro.
We've noticed. All I'm saying is what I've noticed. Okay, of recent. Okay, I'm hoping it'll go away. Is that some? I'm not saying all, so you can't. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying some. Some of the immigrants that come over here, they got this thing, man, where they be talking out the side of their mouth about what somebody would call a foundation of Black America. Now, I don't use that term personally. I'm African American is on the record book, okay? Like, don't get it changed and then come holler at me. I don't want to get on with this internet shit. Like, you on the internet screaming at FBA. When you gonna fill out a job application, FBA ain't on that goddamn application, fam. Okay? Yeah, so for all you talk about, well, African American is Jesse Jackson. No, rest in peace to Brother Jesse. You know, he wasn't perfect, but he was a person that cared. He fought. He has his flaws. Everybody does. Okay, you stay long enough, you find something wrong with everything. Okay, but that's on the record books. But these immigrants, they come over here, some of them, they talking out the side of their neck. Okay, listen, I ain't trying to be cool with motherfuckers that don't want to be cool with me, bro.
I want to tell you something, when it comes to motherfuckers who don't understand what I just explained to you, watch some motherfuckers in the smoke and get them the fuck out the way, because these are the same people who are impeding our ability to actually get to the business. Those motherfuckers is not gonna be here at the end of this shit, bro. They're not, because they're not like-minded. They are like, you know what I'm saying? Like, get them the fuck out the way. We don't need to focus on the squeaky wheels. Fuck the squeaky wheels. Get with the airlines. And that's across the board. That's across the motherfucking board. This shit is rolling out in front of our face. In front of our face. And we busy fighting amongst each other. Shit don't make no sense. Shit don't make no sense. That's all I'm saying.
Africans on the continent, they have to wake up and realize the Chinese ain't the answer. Okay, they got, you know, that book. You can check that book out. You know, I like books. Okay, all right, things like that. Like if I can't get to the place, you know, right now in my life, I read a quality book on it until I can find my way to get there and experience it for myself. Because those are the tools to go there and experience it. Read a high quality book on it as well. You pair the two together. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You think about it, you let it marinate, and then you know you see where it falls at. But they have that. Right. They have that book out there called Africa, China's Second Continent. Now listen, check this out. I'm not here to shit on the Chinese. I don't know the Chinese like that. But the idea that they're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, but just be careful is all I'm saying. You might be replacing one colonizer for another, okay? Because them Chinese are all up in Africa. They all up in South Africa. Excuse me, they try to make Mandarin the national language. They know that the land is in the hands of the people, and in order
the Chinese is doing some fuck shit, bro. I'm telling you something.
Listen, let me say this now, lad. In Africa, they know in order to get right to the land, you got to marry into them families, okay? So they coming up with the blazing. They coming up with the blazing or whatever, right? You know, black and Asian, the blazing, and then marrying into these families. They're trying to learn the language and all that shit. So just be careful. That's all I'm saying.
This is what we've been telling them all week with Melissa. Like, they do not want these other countries to run America. Trust me.
I was thinking about this today, Don, and I was thinking about actually earlier
of your culture. You won't even have anything left. You're gonna be speaking Chinese. They already doing it. They teaching them kung fu and shit, teaching them Chinese culture and say your culture is failed and we need to eradicate. This is the problem to wash away this thing.
You have a smartphone in your hand. You have a smartphone in your hand. When you get a chance, look up the name of the dollar or the dollar in Ghana and look up the name of the dollar in Cameroon. Look up the name of the dollar in Cameroon. What is it called? What is a dollar in Cameroon?
What is it called, brother? Crisis?
It's called a franc CFA. A FIFA is a smaller derivative of the franc.
Right.
Franc meaning France.
Yeah.
Now, bro, they're colonized. So when the example you gave, brother Nina, I don't wanna discount the example you gave. Because you gave a good example. There's 3 superpowers. Which one would you partner with? I get that. But they're not interested, the people, they're not interested in partnering with the government of China, the government of America, or the government of Russia. They're interested in partnering with the people of America, meaning our cousins over here. Understanding the fact that what we have not done as a global community is understand the game of global economics. Once we start to understand the game of global economics, now your little mom and pop shop over here that is providing top-notch products can now figure out how to sell it overseas for you to get more money. Because you're investing in the infrastructure there for you to be able to sell your products even more in a new market that is the most emerging market on the planet. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Every European country is trying to do something that is super diabolical. Because in a lot of African countries, especially in West Africa, they don't have a situation where the land goes back to the state after a certain amount of years. As long as anybody in my family is alive, we can claim the land that was left to us by my great-grandmother, which went to my grandmother, which went to my mother, which now goes to me and my 2 brothers. We can claim it. Nobody can take it from us. It's ours. And we can do whatever the fuck we want to do with that. Now, at the same time, though, global economics, right? Well, we've talked in this room ad nauseum about how much y'all contribute to the U.S. economy as consumers. But guess what we've never talked about? The global economy. And the reason why we've never talked about the global economy is because in this country, they try to marginalize you to the U.S. economy. Keep propping them up. But if you want to free yourself, it would behoove you to get involved in the global economy. Now, you can get involved in the global economy in China. You can get involved in the global economy in India. And I'm only mentioning these countries because currently they're the manufacturing hubs. But they weren't always the manufacturing hubs. They were not always the manufacturing hubs. But the reason why they became the manufacturing hubs is because people, Europeans, decided to invest and create the manufacturing there. Niggas in China wasn't just automatically making fucking iPhones since the Shang Dynasty. Motherfuckers had to actually go there and invest to create that infrastructure. And when they created that infrastructure and saw they weren't getting the same regulations, et cetera, and they were able to make it for cheaper over there, that's what the fuck they did. This is something that even Pedro, and I wish he was in the room now, Pedro has said this before. Why are we not looking to do the same thing that they've been doing? And even go further because you're here. So if you're investing in creating the infrastructure to be able to create the manufacturing product that you wanted to produce, obviously this is going to require you to be an entrepreneur. And based off of what the conversations I've heard in this room, everybody seems to understand that if we become entrepreneurs, we tend to take our destiny into our own hands a little bit more. Then why wouldn't you want to cut your supply chain? Why wouldn't you want to cut the cost of your supply chain? Why wouldn't you want to put that initial investment in to make it so that your supply chain is way cheaper so that now you can compete on the global scale easier as opposed to not doing it? That's all I'm saying, bro. We can sit here and pussyfoot around this shit. Or we can man the fuck up and actually do what needs to be done. This is a sliver. They're busy fighting amongst each other. So while they're busy fighting amongst each other, how about we get our shit together and figure out how the fuck we gonna work together to see what's gonna happen on the aftermath of what's going on. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree personally. I just want to ask Nathan, because Nathan said, you got three options, and we should choose, I should say, not us, but they, meaning the African, should choose the United States, and he gave us a few reasons why he thinks they should choose the United States.
No, that's already said. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I said that's the reason why I mentioned Black Americans, because it's not the United States. It's about it's businesses.
Yeah.
When it comes to global economics, it doesn't have to be done through a country.
I just want to ask him a question. My question to you is, how do you feel? Because listen, again, I'm being cautious here because I'm saying they should evaluate with clarity their relationship with the Chinese, and don't just automatically, somebody comes with a bag full of money, you get all buck-eyed and dewy-eyed, and you know what I'm saying? Like evaluate, analyze, you know what I'm saying? Think things over, figure out what's the best situation to put yourself in when dealing with these people, okay? You should do that. But my question is, because even with that said, right, all of that what I just said, even with that said, excuse me, I don't recall China ever assassinate any of Africa's leaders simply because they want to control their own destiny and control their own resources. The United States, just as one example, the United States literally teamed up with Belgium to overthrow Patrice Lumumba in the Congo. They literally did that. Just because that man wanted to control his own resources, control his own destiny, and allow people to control their own destiny and control their resources. So the United States have a long history of doing these types of things, not just in Africa, but around the world. But specifically, we're focusing in on Africa. So my question to you is, given that America has a history of doing that, and it was always for nefarious means, okay, to keep control of whatever resources like rubber, coming out of the Congo, that was one, rubber, okay, keep control of the resources that are coming from these lands, these resource-rich lands, and not allowing the people to get wealthy on their own resources. How then do you say America, because history is undefeated and it's the greatest teacher to teach us how to proceed forward, how then do you say America is the best option for these people, given America's track record?
Well, here's the thing, right? What the Chinese people are doing. You can do business. That's great. That's wonderful. Do business with everybody, right? But to open up your household and to bring them in, wait a second. That's the problem. With these type of deals, these contract deals and deals that are doing right, they're selling their people out. That's the point. When they make a contract with China and say, hey, okay, I'm gonna give you my natural resources, right? Natural resources. Then you're going to build and construct infrastructure. Well, what happened is this. They make the deal, they sell their gold diamonds to China for an extremely discounted rate. Then guess what else they do? The Chinese then bring in their people, not the African people, to train them so they can build the infrastructure and learn valuable skills. Because keep in mind, the gold should learn how to fish, not just fish thrown on your plate. And so when the Chinese people come up in there, they build the infrastructure. The African people don't learn any type of new skills to build this sophisticated infrastructure and high-rise buildings and bridges, high-speed trains. Then on top of that, since they're already there, man, this is the I've seen this video so long, it had to be about 8 years ago. In South Africa, somewhere in Africa, they brought the exact same thing happen. This little Chinese guy came from China, opened up a chicken farm. Now keep in mind, he had better resources to make advanced chickens, right? So his chickens was more bigger than everybody else chicken in town. Guess who the people was buying the chickens from? The little Chinese man from China. And now he's dominating that market now. So that's what they're doing. They're actually more sophisticated way of taking you over without even firing a shot. So I give it to them on that. And they do the same thing here in Mexico. They are dominating. They will come in not only to make a bad deal with you. There's a place in Africa, they had a big giant mall, a compound. It was for Chinese people only. There's African people making videos saying, what the fuck? I can't even go up in here and shop. It's for Chinese people only. The Chinese people beating them over the head. I mean, I'm just saying, man, look, and see, here's the thing about killing, right? They don't have to kill you, but if they take over slowly, a death by 1,000 cuts, I mean, you might as well be dead, because they're going to own you.
Let me say one thing, real quick, Francis, and just let me say one thing to him. I agree with you, okay, like the way you're out, and if all of that is true, which I'm not challenging your wisdom, if all of that is true and the way you laying it out, I agree with you. It's not a good situation. That's why I said they need to be careful, okay, and make sure they're not exchanging one colonizer from the next, for the next, I should say. Now, my question is this, though.
That's a good question, right?
Yeah, because here's the thing, though. Just real quick, here's the thing, brothers. Because what you did was, for me, you gave me why China isn't a good fit, okay? Which I'm receptive to that, and based on the way you laid it out, you're damn sure you good deal at all, okay? And yeah, you definitely need to, figure that shit out. But now you need to, pardon me, you need to convince me that America is the better deal. Because you said America. Okay, you showed me why China isn't, but you still haven't shown me why America is. Based on American history, they never gave the listen. They've been raping that continent, dude, for Lord knows how long, and the people, and they keep them in a perpetual state of needing charity, even though they're the ones sitting on all the resources, at least the areas that America is in, because you got multiple European powers there. We're just talking about America, okay? They keep them in a state of perpetual poverty where they need charity. Meanwhile, that particular country has all of the resources. So you have to explain to me now how America is the right choice.
All right, so here's the thing, right? I just had to found this out because many people talked about Libya, and I just had to look this stuff up, and I'm shocked. In the 1820s, we know Black Americans moved there. They helped build government school churches. Fast forward, leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois organized Pan-African congresses that connected to African leaders fighting colonialism. The third one, education universities in Africa. Black Americans have established schools and universities. Example, Cutting University, founded by African American missionaries. Teachers from Tuskegee Institute helped train experts and educators across Africa for agriculture, medicine, engineering, teacher training. Civil rights inspirations, African leaders like inspired by Martin, that's Nelson Mandela, South Ghana, Nigeria, economic investment, culture influence, African startups, real estate, built. I mean, so I can go on and on anti-corruption. So we have did many great things to help Africa. Donate money. Michael Jackson, Leona, what's that Richard guy that made that big song? I mean, it's a multitude of things that we have been looking out for our cousins and cousins across the pond, right? Now, you don't get these type of things from these other two. They don't have like this real, yes, America has done these things, but America also has 44 million black Americans. Russia don't. China don't. That's the difference. You know, the Chinese in Sierra Leone, they're buying up the beachfront real estate, putting a port right there. They don't care. Ah man, they're not doing it just to do it, just to like be your friend or be. They're expanding their empire. You see, and saying, hey, they just don't. The people just don't know it yet. But they're gonna. It's gonna be real. We know. Let me say this last part. We know, and you should look up what the Chinese people, the government, have done to the Muslim population. Now you're saying it's Muslims there, but you should look into it and see these type of encampments where they snatch them and deprogram that out of them. So it's not like it's going to be some type of kumbaya. And let me just say this: when you see somebody building up the biggest army in the world, right? If you don't have any type of protection to protect yourself against that big ass army, and you welcome them in your house, they're going to grind to find out.
Well, I think that those are the two most intelligent exchange. Who just spoke before you? Was that Nathan and Dunn?
Yeah, that was done with it, yeah.
No, this is the most intelligent exchange. I've been up and down, clubhouse all over. The last few statements that you all made was, so you're in the right frame of mind. Let me just put a footnote in. Now look at your Liberia, because that's one of the largest producers or the largest resource of rubber on the planet, Liberia. And we got a lot of interaction with Liberia, a lot of reasons to interact with Liberia, but the people will come on, they'll vilify the whole continent, they'll say they're somebody Superman and can't even, man, get off the runway or whatever. But I'm saying that this is the right exchange, brother. I really have to tip my hat and goofy off to your brothers and know that you're in position to get your own politics. When you claim the right claim on this land and connect with the right plan on the motherland, such as Ibrahim Jordan, making sense to most common sense people. You see those red berets, bro? I hope y'all see the red berets. I see red berets from Ibrahim Jordan and Burkina Faso. And also in South Africa. Well, brothers, listen here. Please listen carefully. I'm a black beret and a black belt. There's some other black stuff that you might not know about. But back then, I'm trying to connect those red berets to the black berets. So we will have our own business and some protection on our business, our own vested interest. Out there, world gotta respect you when you do it right, brother and sister. I'm talking about doing it right. I haven't heard that interchange anywhere. I've been up and down these channels, man, listening, talking shit, but I'm being very serious at the same time. You got to have a plan in your hand, black man, and you defeat the purpose of our coming to the mic and away enough Negro stuff, enough drinking the Kool-Aid, enough praising Whitey on the moon, enough hugging his testicles, but we have our own resources. Those are our resources. What the Chinaman is making his STC products and the uranium is coming mostly out of the motherland, off of your land, brother. You got to claim something. Claim the victory. Claim your land, brother. And you have a plan in your hand. Trust me. I will not steer you wrong in this hour. We have an office in Burkina Faso. We have offices in Zimbabwe, which is called Azania. in Tulsa, when he massacred, and in Azania in South Africa. Or in fact, I like to call it Zimbabwe. I like to look more at Robert Mugabe, who says to get off my land and leave my reparations in the dust drawer as you exit. Understand that it's a narrative. As in Ibrahim, he ain't warring on nobody. He just saying, look, I've managed to build my own city on my own. I want you in my way, just move out the way. He told Vladimir and Trump and symbolically Tony Blair, if anybody's got a problem in the Great Britain, and the French, and the Belgium, and the others, and the Asian, and the China, we don't need your assistance to build this shit. And that's when I tell them on DC land, I said, man, I share my own product. I don't need a company from Kansas or West Virginia or Pennsylvania to set a building, but I share my own building with my own steel, with your own asphalt, your own concrete bar. That you're living up out of your own concrete plant. You don't need no help to build no building or build no roads or build no houses, man. Come on. We right here with it. Just use your research. Stop depending on white on the move. Stop buying this BS and buy into your own family value system. That's the best investment you could make on planet Earth. Is things that Don is talking about, the things that our nation is explaining right there, and the things I'm putting accentuation marks on and footnotes on, brother. Set up something for yourself. Get away from this guy. He's no good, man. He's really just literally of no good to you and me, and no earthly good to himself. He can't even find himself out. He can't give you no advice. Get it from Ibrahim Traore. Get it from Hakeem Jeffrey. Nothing wrong with Hakeem Jeffrey. Democrat, independent. Hakeem Jeffrey you gotta seek out brothers that know how to do that law, man. I'm telling you. Al Green know how to do that law. That judge from Houston, the judge from Mississippi, been tell them people you need to sit down and counsel with as you build your business. And see if them were white in the moon. You don't see white in the moon have no foot hanging out of Judge Al Green's hand box. I would have marched out and did it. Some of them come other me, but I ain't gonna brag. I'm just saying, don't let them hang their foot in your behind. And don't let them superimpose their mind over your mind and your own family value system. And you are in a win situation. You can't lose with a win in hand. Oh, my.
So, brothers, all I'm saying is this. Samuel K. Doe. If you look up Samuel Day Coe, there's two versions of his story. There's the whitewashed version of his story where he was some Hannibal Lecter type individual, which he was not. And then there's the story that was told by his people where they were saying that he was actually fighting against colonizing powers. Samuel K. Doe. That individual, I'll never forget this for as long as I live. Because when I first came to, when my family first came to this country, they came to this country as diplomats. What's that? I didn't hear what you just said, sister. What would you say? Okay. Samuel K. Doe. He used to be the president or prime minister, whatever that title is, for Liberia. He was overthrown in 1990. I remember seeing as a kid a video of when they took him out of power. They did him like the movie New Jack City. Do y'all remember the part of New Jack City where they stripped him down, they beat him up, and had him with the shotgun before they killed him? Like, they literally did that to this man. Cut his ears off and poured beer over the top of his head because he was going against what the European powers, the ones who controlled the money, wanted him to do. At the end of the day, there is no freedom without bloodshed. The reason why I keep mentioning the whole president versus the world is because I'm like, the three of us need to understand that we can't be scared against whatever the fuck it is that we're going up against. But right now, we're in a very good position because they're fighting amongst each other. They think they got this shit sold up. Let them fight. Let them fight. This is an opportunity for us to actually get on the same page. And once we can get on the same page, then we'll be able to position ourselves for the aftermath. We don't need to be a part of this fight that's happening in front of us. By all means, if you have the means to keep yourself out of this fight, please do so. Stay out of it. Let these motherfuckers fight the way they're fighting. That's why I was asking Prolific before he got cut off. I was asking him to go more in depth about the difference between the Bolsheviks and the Zionists, because they're fighting right now. They're fighting to see the order of the world that they want. We just need to be patient. But in the midst of that patience, in the middle of the storm, we can also be looking towards alliances with each other that we didn't previously believe were possible.
Yeah, when you say each other, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about me, my brother, and my cousin. That means you, Sweet. That means me. That means Flawless. That means what's the other dude? The one who from Africa who's really loud, Bossa Boy. That means all of us. All of it. And I'm saying those names because I'm representing different aspects of the diaspora.
Now,
That's what I'm representing.
all of those people are in North America, right?
No, they're not all in North America.
Everybody, Bossa Boy's not, right?
Yeah, I'm not.
Where's Bossa Boy at?
I don't know where he's at, but I know he's not American. And when I'm
Yeah, he's Hungarian.
Yeah, when I'm mentioning him, I'm not mentioning where he currently resides. I'm talking about the nation he comes from. That's what I'm referring to.
Got it. So we gotta unite, is what I hear you saying.
We need to understand that in this moment, Sweet, that voices like yourself, who speak a lot of logic and sense, we all need to get on that same page.
I get it. And there's certain individuals that don't want us to unite, obviously. And they don't want certain voices of reason to be in the conversation. Whatever's behind that, whatever thought is up underneath that, whatever's driving that. But
just so you know, I am for cutting off the head of anybody who is not.
Okay, I know that. Great, I know. Yeah, we're gonna cut the head off. Okay, let me get back to what I was saying. So what I'm saying is that, right, so the conversation around thinking, reasoning, uniting, where I was going in this country, it's made up of a whole lot of different people from a whole lot of different places. And my whole assertion is if we let people divide us, which is in alignment with what you're saying, just from a different angle, same thing, building, not fighting, not contentious. But if we continue to let people divide us, because certain people can't get along, so therefore you and I can't get along, you know what I mean, Christ? Or they want to stop me and you from uniting with some other folks, but them other folks can't get along. But now you can't ever talk to them? I go back to Muhammad Ali. Right? Everybody likes to talk Muhammad Ali.
Hey, they don't hear Kanye never said shit to me.
Hey, so now, so I can't be cool with a Vietnamese person because America's.
Why not?
No, because I'm not asking you that. I'm just throwing some thoughts just to drive some points home that we know the answer to. But I mean, everybody's heart would dictate to them what the answer is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Okay, I see what you're doing. All right,
yeah.
No, I got it. In that case, the floor is there. It's yours. Let me
just keeping some ideas in the atmosphere.
No, I just want you to. I want to keep the continuity in what you're saying. So I'm going to go on.
Well, it's all good. I mean, it's not a situation of Only I love dialoguing, but I just like building too. On that same unity of what you're talking about.
I just like where you're going versus what I'm here.
I got you. That's all good. It's all good. I mean, you know what I'm saying? My point is, I don't need the mic for 5 minutes. That's not what I'm saying. So I'm saying you can leave it open. It can just, like we do if we was in a barbershop or in real life. You feel me? I don't need you to shut up for 10 minutes while I'm talking at the barbershop. We can just keep the dialogue because we have how we build. And that's all I'm saying, bro. Yeah, it's all good. But I'm just saying that. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. I thought you was finished. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all good. I mean, it's never going to be a finished point when I talk. If we're going to always be able to keep talking, that's how I get there.
Yeah, finish your point, though, brother. Finish your point.
To your point as well, China, and wherever.
Yeah.
To your point, to my point is that point. If we like to make it simple, ABC. But in America, it's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, a little bit of A mixed in with F, and a little bit of F and G mixed in with
It still becomes algebra for no reason.
That's all good, you know what I'm saying? But so it's the reality is just like if it's cool people and it's an arm's length agreement, who am I to tell you can't partner with that dude in Boston? I don't know Boston's scenario well enough to tell you can't unite with whatever helps you over there. You feel me? Like, that's kind of presumptuous on my part to be like, hey man, them cats, you working out an arm's length agreement, China or whoever, somebody from Somalia, somebody from Mexico, and that makes sense to you, and you're trying to come up. You don't have everything they got right now. So you work out some kind of agreement. How am I to judge that from over here?
Especially if you a general in Cali. You a general in Cali, and I'm a general in Florida.
Yeah.
Our alliances may not be the same.
Right, I'm gonna tell them in Missouri who they could line up with.
Right.
You know how to go about in Missouri?
Right. I see where you're going. I see where you're going.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I mean, and that's
It's
like
got Tecumseh. If you know who that is, Tecumseh was they
native.
Yeah, the folklore of him is a little bit distorted, but essentially he learned from quote unquote the white man the fact that the colonies rallied together to fight against the British. And he wanted to do something similar amongst the tribes. Putting aside their major differences for the greater good of them and their self-preservation. And
I look at, when you look at Iran, and you study it deep enough, you see Russia's influence over there. We not. You see what I'm saying? If you study deep enough, you see the consistency of the British over there. And, so at whatever stage, so in a different jockeying, America's jockeying, Russia's jockeying, Israel is jockeying. France was in the mix a lot. England was in the mix a lot. Kind of not so much in a certain way, although they really still have certain alliances, But you don't see France and Spain too much over in North America like it was at one point, if you know what I mean. So you have to see who becomes dominant. But meanwhile, there's a whole lot of other folks on the planet, and I'm just saying they get caught in 3 or 4 different angles only, when there's a whole lot of folks that's up against the same problem, up against the same interest that's very well versed in divide and conquer. Very well versed. And so therein lies, that's why I go back to, I was talking about the hand behind the hand. Who's the puppeteer that's really got the puppets moving? That's very fruitful. I think that's what I like what Sheikh was saying about that conversation in the room in general.
Who's the strongest hand, Steve? Who's the strongest
on the planet? Obviously, like what you're talking about. I mean, there's a lot in there. And so,
when I'm asking you that, I'm saying, who has maybe it's not who's the current strongest hand, who has the ability to be the strongest hand on this planet?
Oh man, I mean, it's, on the unity tip, I put it in the chat with the original man, who's kind of man. What I'm saying is, we've got a lot of dividedness amongst us.
We studied the same lessons, by the way.
I know. We've been categorized. I think Africa's the divided in these 54 countries now with these different lines. And we talk like that. But at the core, those lines didn't exist at one point. They weren't you know what I'm saying? Like it's creating an artificial barrier. Even Dominican Republic, Haiti, there was a time there was no line like that right there.
It was all one out.
You know what I'm saying?
Nobody's stopping them from removing those lines either.
Well, so to say nobody's stopping it is to deny how entrenched that line is. To say nobody, no
It's to the point where they recognize that river that actually that they create as a quote unquote landmark to divide the country, that river, they literally came to believe that the people to the east of that river are different than the people to the west of that river.
Like at one point they didn't cross that river with no problem, it wasn't no thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Gotcha. So here it is, countries over there make all kind of mistakes, still practice the same colonized mindset. They got kind of stuff. If I'm giving them a warning, if I'm giving them a warning for out of protection, not for my benefit, I'm not even asking for anything, but for a pure warning, because we've been living with them, we know how they operate, how colonizers operate, right? So if we give them a warning, say, hey, wait a second, be careful not to happen again from the not because I hate the Chinese, right? Because I don't hate them, because I appreciate Bruce Lee. Guess where you come from? China. Come from Trumpet Master. We all know about that. Black Americans care about we don't hate the Chinese. But
let me get this. Like you saying, I'm letting you get it, then
No,
comes in and get it, and I can't even get back to it.
No, sweet, it's all you after. Real quick, so y'all gotta land his plane first. He didn't land it. Land your plane.
Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to remember, because I want to respect the questions, but the questions can't take me off in different directions. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to say, the point about, I'm almost forced to deal with what Nathan just brought in, but I'm trying to not. That's a bigger point I want to get to.
Yeah, don't do it yet, though. Don't do it yet. I promise you. Don't do it yet.
It's again, the bigger point is, like I was saying earlier, elaborating just a little bit on it, about letting others divide. So in the immediate conversation, it's just honing in on Russia, U.S., and China is where there was conversation, when I was listening. And then Africa. And this is my point, that Africans are not going through what they're going through. They're not seeing it. It's a bit presumptuous, again, to be like, well, let me give you this advice. Well, they might say, well, if you bring me some billions, then okay, cool. But giving me advice while I'm in the trenches with what's going on, and then to judge me and say, you should have did it like this. Well, you don't have the highways built. Yours is built already. So to say we can't do this or we shouldn't, so if you want to come in the hand on the plow, I'm sure they would welcome it. But to just sit on the outside of it and critique it, and I think you miss a bit of the reality of what it's like to be in that situation. To me, it's kind of analogous to, I'm a judge, whatever community or something, but I'm on the outside. But when you get in the trenches, now get in the trenches with them and then tell them how to do it. And show them better yet. That's what I was thinking. Go ahead.
Real quick, Jerry, is what he just said just now, is that what you want to speak towards? Because that's exactly what I want to speak towards. If you want to speak towards what he just said just now, I'm gonna defer to you. But if not, if you don't mind, I would like to respond to him. Okay. All right. So I hear what you're saying, Sweet, and I'm only going to use the example that I know, which is myself. Once I started to do the research on what's happening in Africa, my oldest brother, one of his best friends is a gentleman by the name of MJ, who is the head of the African entrepreneurs for hair products, not black entrepreneurs for clothing lines. No, we're talking about people who own construction companies, people who are able to actually do shit that will be boots on the ground, to have skin in the game, to create the infrastructure that will shorten the supply chain. Because the ability to shorten the supply chain is what will then turn Africa into India and China. India and China is only India and China because these Europeans invest them to create the manufacturing infrastructure so that they can produce those goods at a cheaper rate because they were paying them way less.
So what, on that note, wasn't India benefited by England's involvement in what I
Absolutely.
let me just brush it out. Just let me highlight a little bit more. I studied too in Gandhi and a lot of stuff. The British, and you can't talk about Gandhi and not talk about the British.
No.
No. So anyways, but just for those that may or may not know, but the point is, and related back to Africa, like you're doing, you're connecting this whole conversation back at the core to Africa of our conversation.
We build it.
If there's not a certain amount of infrastructure, you can't even play the game of life. So that's why I think it's a bit disingenuous, at best, to say, well, let them fish for themselves. We got to teach them how to just go, bro. You're not going to teach them how to build their infrastructure.
Hold on. When you say fish for themselves, who are you talking about?
Well, I was what Nathan was mentioning earlier in the conversation.
Okay, so
It was kind of like, get rid of China. It was this idea, get rid of China, and hey, man, just do your own thing, man. You can build your own things from the grassroots. And then tell that to India back in the day with England. You wouldn't even have it. You see what I'm trying to say?
I understand.
Let me make it clear for the rest of the room, though. You need a certain amount of infrastructure just to play the game Monopoly. You can't even start the game until they give you some money to start the game. So now, you can't play that board game, just buy houses and roll the dice and even in the world. If you're so far left in the dust, for a lot of reasons, we're not going to talk about the reasons why. If you're so far behind, then your first thing that needs to happen is somebody, USA, China, somebody gotta help you build some infrastructure, home resources. You can do some arms length agreements. You don't have to just be totally rake the coals. It can be a win-win scenario, just like it was in Iran, just like it was all over the planet, at least. There had to be some agreements to get to where you can still, you in a conversation. China is doing it now. Go ahead.
So now, brother, for everybody in the audience who heard what the speech said, what he just said is literally a macrocosm of the micro of what y'all been listening to say here before. At the end of the day, and sweet, you may like this, you may not like this, what I'm about to say. I personally believe that a lot of the entrepreneurs who are in the Western Hemisphere should consolidate. And what I mean by that is we should take the same cue that came from, if you're familiar with the East, what is it called? The East India Trading Company?
Yeah.
Okay. I know we need to take a page out of their book, but here's the reason why. Because again, even though America currently doesn't have the same colonizing structure that Africa has, that's the reason why Africa is like, okay, we got the resources, but remember I mentioned earlier about the money. What is the money called? If you can tell who controls the country what the money is called. I mean, if the money is Francais, you know it's franc. Right? You know that's the derivative of France and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Now, but it doesn't change what the people on the ground want to do. So if we want to do this on a ground level, then we would need to actually have people over here. And when I say here, I just mean the Western Hemisphere. I don't mean America specifically. I mean the Western Hemisphere. We would need to have people over here who see a value in shortening that
because I agree with you. So let me build on something I saw when I was in Japan. And I lived there for almost a couple of years. And when I stopped in China,
We're gonna talk about that later too.
hold on. I'm gonna relate it because I'm gonna say Asia right now and just put China's in that boat, obviously. But as African Americans and our people in this Western Hemisphere, what I know is when I was in Japan, I learned more about Africa than I ever learned in LA growing up in my life about Africa. And thank you for saying boom, because that lets me know that I struck a nerve, because it struck a nerve in me when I was in Japan learning about Africa. You know why that's important to say? Because the relationship with Japan and Africa will forever be different than the relationship between America and Africa. Now listen to what I'm saying. Now, as an African American with an American passport, that you know what I learned in Japan? It doesn't have the white supremacist climate atmosphere in its culture. And any African American has ever been in Japan for any length of time, they will bear me witness. If you've never been, you don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. You feel more at home in a lot of ways in Japan, safer than you've ever felt in New York or LA or Chicago if you just touch ground in Japan. And the love and the respect for Africa that they have, and the love and respect they have for African Americans, Muhammad Ali and Shirley Miller. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. And that's a microcosm of what I've heard about other people from other countries that said the same thing. African Americans.
And that's what I'm trying to express to everyone.
Right, but let me elaborate this triangle, this trilateral agreement. African Americans, some other place, and then Africa. Because when you still have that American passport, it can't wait. Anybody that's ever left this country, now what Trump is doing right now, hey, it's going to be interesting to see when we move around the planet as of the last couple of weeks. But that American passport, that's another conversation. But the point I'm saying is, like we talked about earlier, Iran ain't really tripping off of black folks, so-called Negroes. Right. They kind of like, every African American we know ain't the same. But I'm just saying, even when I was in Japan, the brothers that was in the military, that was very much like the United States military, was totally different energy than how the Americans was over there just posturing and whatnot and dealing with the Japanese women versus a brother like Mr. just come through here and, being good people. They study Martin Luther King. No, I'm just saying, I don't even want to put that in my thoughts at all because it's not a part of my thinking. There's a lot that comes with that thought passport, because I'm not talking about that. But I understand your point. But I want to just stay laser focused on this point about the good of African Americans that we know, the brothers, the sisters. Those people, bro, if those people were connected more with the rest of the planet, it would change the planet. That's what I know. And the relationships would be different, like you're saying, to your point now. Just back from African American, just go straight to Africa. Ghana, Liberia, wherever you go. Okay, South Africa, Cameroon, a lot of places you can go, right? It's a big country. Nigeria, Melissa, case in point. I mean, you can just do that. People do it all the time. You know what I'm saying? Cote d'Ivory. You know what I'm saying? My Sheikh will tell you to go to Burkina Faso, pick up a rifle, and go to, I don't know what he's going to say, but you know what I'm saying? But you can go wherever you want, right? But my point, I'm saying, other countries don't have the relationship with African America does. And I'm telling you, there's some strategic, beautiful angles in that. It don't mean you're no longer American and you're anti-American. You can handle your business. I promise you. Coming from a certain angle. Because of the respect that Japan has already caked in with America, for example. It's caked in because of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And Japan deals with America a certain kind of way, guaranteed. But that clout as an American, and you're dealing with Japan, and then now you show up as an American, but you partnered also with Japan or whoever, and now you're over there in Africa, and you're gonna see how the whole thing is played out. You ain't just coming over running stuff. You want to see how it's going. But you can carve in and groove in some conversation, business, whatever, and you still got home back in LA or Chicago or wherever you're from. Right. But it comes at it from a different angle because you with Honda or you see what I'm saying? You with a different, it's just, what I'm saying is it's bigger than just A and B. What I'm trying to say, you can build relationships and then, and have your own weight of who you are. You never compromise that.
Ultimately speaking, sweet. Yeah. And I'm sorry because I'm not near my phone. And I feel like we've been dominating all of this, and I don't know with other people, but I'm gonna just say this one thing. Ultimately, what you're saying, Sweet, is exactly the point I've been trying to drive home for the last 2 years on this app. Like, I've already seen where this is going. I've seen it all. I've seen it. Now, the funny thing is the way you talk sounds a lot more like what everybody abroad is talking about. You understand what I'm saying, you?
I think so. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Everybody abroad is saying what you're saying in terms of how we need to understand it. And on top of that, which is something that is not in social media apparently, because if it was, y'all wouldn't be having these type of arguments to try out. The rest of the world who looks melanated like everyone, they're actually looking to the cousins here for the first move.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Why are they looking at them for the first move?
I know why.
Because you and I both know why, but maybe not the public, maybe not the rest of the world.
Right, I got you. Go ahead.
And they're looking at them for the first move because we understand who you are. And the thing is while y'all are busy arguing about why the fuck is this person not doing what they're doing in their president? No. We're looking at y'all like, alright, y'all got the blueprint from the brothers and sisters who came here, who were a part of y'all, by the way, just so y'all know, I know it's weird on this app, y'all like to divorce yourselves from Haitians. No, Haitians are y'all. They were just the first to show that we could throw the shackles off of our necks. They were just the first. That's all it is. So stop hating on Haitians. I'm not even Haitian, but stop that shit. It's weird. It's weird when we hear that shit. It's weird. Stop hating on Haitians. At the end of the day, we're looking at it like, oh, okay, it can be done, but we know who needs to lead the charge. I have a friend of mine who's from Palestine. He asked me, when are we gonna be tired of even the Americans? And I get it. What he means by that is he really means Black Americans. Me and him have had that conversation before. When are Black Americans gonna be tired? Because they feel like when Black Americans are tired, the hinges on the doors get blown off, and nothing can be hidden anymore.
Yeah, let me just elaborate real briefly on why they know, why people know. Hold on. Why they think African Americans? It's kind of like when y'all will finally wake up, the whole planet will be better from the outside America's thought, because they know the power America has. And they also know of the Malcolms.
No, don't say it. Hold on. Say the people.
Let me just finish this thought. And it's very clear. There was a time when Martin Luther King was doing his thing, it was vogue to say African Americans. That's what I'm talking about. I can't. I'm not going to find the words that everybody on the stage and the audience is going to all agree with. Okay, but try to extract.
I understand.
Yeah, try to extract the point I'm making, and then don't keep going in the word. And I try to stay away from. No, I get it. Not you, but I'm saying to the room. They see a people that are still here with the same government that they deal with outside this country. They see, man, so they can't help but be like, y'all are the chosen ones. They can't help but have a subliminal thought in their head, like a thought in their, a reverence, like a thought in their head, like, even if you ain't got it all going on, you're still over there, and politics, they see different people here and there, and their mindset is like, even when you go overseas, they're like, there's a certain reference. Like, y'all are different. But it's almost like y'all don't even know what to do though. Apparently, not all of them feel that way. But
they feel like y'all don't know y'all power.
They're kind of like, well, listen, like if I get a chance to be over there, oh my God, what
I promise you, it's because they feel like you don't understand your power.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah. So it's interesting. They have a different purpose because they on the outside, but they recognize America's power. But it's like you're inside America, and you're not really exercising the power that you could. And they probably perplexes their mind, like why not? They can't understand how did you get to like either you don't care, you don't know, something's missing.
What's that shit for Boys in the Hood? If you don't know, you don't show. You don't care about what's happening in the hood.
But what's obvious is you ain't doing it. That's what's obvious.
Exactly.
Whether you know or don't know, but their mindset is there's something that's lacking or missing amongst the masses. I'm sure they can pick onesies, twosies, and a percentage that they see it that don't suffer from that. But they can't help but say, wow, like here we are on the outside seeing it one way. You're on the inside seeing it one way. We fighting each other like we see in the clubhouse a lot. And it's like, who's winning? And except for the ones that really don't care about neither one.
Now, speak real quick, because you're from the West Coast. And something is, even though I grew up as a 5% lady, my mother is Catholic. I didn't grow up Catholic.
It's like mine.
The thing is, I didn't grow up Catholic. Like, I got introduced to the 5% when I was in the 7th grade. So I grew up in the Nation of Gods and Nerds. You know what I mean?
On the East Coast, right?
On the East Coast.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've been to the soul crews, all of that shit, everything. I like that. But what I realized over the years, I realized I'm just be honest. I realized the flaws and I realized the benefits. Me realizing the flaws is I attribute that to human. We're all human beings. I attribute the flaws to humans. I attribute everything else to God. You know what I mean? Whatever I do or say that people are able to resonate with, that is good, that's God. That's not me. I'm human. You know what I mean?
So you probably recognize where the masses are, right? Like you have your own personal thoughts.
Exactly.
You have your own ideas about what you're going to do no matter what you know what you're going to do.
Exactly.
And you have enough sense to realize that the masses may or may not do what you do, and you see a bigger picture.
Exactly.
So you have a certain kind of compassion for those that may not move the way you move, even though you might recognize that they don't understand what you understand.
That's what would bring me into conflict with certain individuals who felt like I was not being 100% on
down with the cause.
Right. But I'm like, per se, exactly. But so yeah, from that standpoint. So I'm looking at it from that lens. I'm like, we need to.
And you can't help but speak up because you have to create some elbow room for that thought because it's a heck of a thing. And you analyze it because if you don't create conversation around those lines, it just becomes business as usual.
Well, sweet. My thing is this: I'm an Aries. If I feel like what you're saying is not right and exact, I'm gonna have a question. If your answer to my question is to silence me, then I'm gonna feel some type of way. I'm gonna feel like you don't want me to ask adversarial questions.
Right. And denying the God that you even expressing. And like we talked earlier about
what I mean by that.
Way earlier in the room today, we talked about you're born, you're here to do something, to be a child. And
I wasn't in the room for that. You
were not or you were?
No, my PTR might have been here, but I was probably.
No problem. That's why I'm speed to where not going through the whole hour of that.
Okay.
That whole bill was hours, I'm sure, but the point of it was, like you just said, if your voice is not heard, it could be a child and you're here,
Right.
and it's a seed that can't grow. It'll just die eventually because it can't express. It's in a little box, and it's like an oak tree or something.
The problem that I ran into is when I would come across people who were 120, and I'm sure you're familiar with that phrase. When I would come across people,
not exactly. Tell you the truth.
Well, 120 is from the Nation of Gods and Earths. That means that you study all of the supreme mathematics and all of the lessons, and on top of that, you study the actual facts and solar facts and some of the actual. Again, at the end of the day, this is everything that you've learned as well.
I got you.
It's just coming from the lens of where's the 13 things, aka Father Allah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So back to the same root.
Exactly. So ultimately speaking, where I would run into problems is because of my questions. The questions, when I would ask the question, the answer didn't line up with the way that people live their lives. And
well, see, to me, that was a foundational teaching. That 120 you talk about, that was laying a foundation in everybody.
That's the 1 to 40, by the way.
Okay, right. But then you can move out with that. Once you get that foundation, now what? You see what I'm saying? Now you got to go do some stuff. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just pass the test and you answer the question.
It goes further though. I couldn't reconcile a person dealing poison to the people, but turning around and saying that they're a poor righteous seizure.
I get it. Well, there's an obligation. Once you know something, you're obligated.
Again, that's why I found myself at because I wasn't willing to diminish my voice and speak on what I saw functioning.
But like grass that somebody tries to put cement over, does not that grass find a way to still express and come through the crack somewhere? You can't keep it down forever. It's the point.
It does, but sweet, what I also learned is I learned that even though certain people were my teachers, I had to understand that they were human, they're men.
Of course.
You know what I mean? And because of that, they're not infallible.
Of course.
And because they're not infallible, I'm not gonna disrespect them, like, bro, let me tell you, I got in a lot of trouble, bro. A lot of trouble. Because I used to
we talked before on these clubhouse streets. We've had this conversation.
Yeah. But the thing I had to learn how to just be like, you know what? Some arguments weren't even worth me having.
I get it. But see, also understand something. Also, there are certain people that sit in the audience or watching. If you're talking to someone one-on-one somewhere, there's a way that you deal with that. You know what I'm saying? That's what you always say. My clubhouse is a different kind of thing because there's a lot of folks that will never come off the mic. They sit in the audience and there'll be hundreds or thousands or whatever.
I'm new to the clubhouse streets.
They gain from the conversation beyond a shadow of a doubt. No different than we gained when we were 5 or 10 or 15 years old watching other folks talk. You see what I'm saying? And because they may not get into those, I couldn't.
The nuances.
Yeah, the conversation my dad would have with different people, I didn't know him, the people that he knew, but I was benefiting from certain conversations. Guaranteed.
But I'm also going to give you the African part. The African part is the reason why you will literally never hear me argue with Big Bro. Y'all call him ambassador, but I'm talking about the brother Shay. You know, I'll never argue with him. Just like my big sister Prophecy, I'll never argue with her on a stage because just how I was raised. I don't always agree with them, but when it comes to those two, I and double. There's been plenty of times when the infraction was made on the stage, and I felt, because I'm an Aries, I feel like you're supposed to get down when you're mad. That means that if I'm mad on the stage, I need to get down on the stage, but I still don't do it just because of the way I was raised. That's just me.
I understand. Let me ask you this. Are there some people that will hear Shake and they'll be like, damn, I can't wait to hear him talk again? Did you think there's some people like that?
Absolutely.
Now, hold on. Are there some other people that will hear Shake and say, damn, this nigga talking again. I can't wait for this nigga to shut up. Do you think that exists? This is my point. So understand what I'm about to say. So therefore, I recognize different voices have to be heard. Because there's some people that ain't gonna all relate to A or B. There's a C and a D and a E.
Hold on, Michelle, real quick. Let us just close this out real quick. Let us just close it.
Because y'all going on about it. So
Absolutely. We're gonna close it out and get it back to you.
I'll play a video so we can get back on subject.
Absolutely.
I'm not crying on stage.
It's not really crying, but I got you.
He crying about earlier, that's all he had.
No. I don't even know what he referring to. He's just giving me a general.
Can you please just?
Well, you talking to me, you said, Michelle?
No, bro, hear what I'm saying to you.
I'm trying to hear what Michelle said. She's a moderator. I'm cool with it.
I'm about to play this video, that's what Michelle said.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Alright, y'all can play the video. Sweet, I made you up.
Cool, sounds good.
Yeah,
Given by myself and the First Lady, Prime Minister and the First Lady of Israel, and it's a key. We call it a key to the White House, and it's a key to our country and to our hearts. And you've been an amazing leader for a long period of time. And this is in many respects the big day, because this is something that's very special. We just left UAE and Bahrain. We're going to meet outside in the ceremony. And it's just a very important event, and it's an honor to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have said, this is true, that you have the key to the hearts of the people of Israel, because all the great things you've done for the Jewish city and the Jewish people. So thank you very much.
I want to know when this happened and why ain't nobody said nothing. Is this real or is it fake? Did Trump give Bibi the key to the goddamn White House?
I think there is something to say about the relationship to Jews and Israel. It's a, yeah.
I didn't need to meet up. He literally gave this man the keys to the White House. Y'all don't have no problem with that? Y'all cool? Y'all okay? With Bibi having the keys to the White House, he got the keys to America.
Yeah, we're talking about
If I comment, you cut off.
My main question is, you have a German president, and the German president has history with Israel in the 40s, and it was a horrific relationship. How is a German and an Israelite in bed together? It's a question that you be asking each other, because they're at opposite sides. Historically, they're at opposite sides. The United States is mostly German, whether you know it or not, it's German. Can you use your mic for a second? Because I'm not going to be on. Yes, sir, thank you. Can you mute your mic? Shoot. The president is German. His wife doesn't speak English. And he's in bed with Israel. America took Israel out of Europe and placed them in another place, which is Palestine today, because they had nowhere else to go. that's the history of the the American relationship. Well, America is German mostly now. And Israel, that's the relationship. And so with that relationship, we have to really think about what this new relationship is about. Because it's a German president, a German country, which is America, giving refuge and defending an Israelite country. I mean, I'm not taking sides. I'm just analyzing these two powers and how they relate to each other. How does Germans now defend Israel in all of what it's doing right now? In the wake of what America considers morality and democracy? Makes sense. And so if it doesn't make sense, we have to look at the bigger picture.
Nobody, huh?
Yeah, that was 3 weeks ago when that happened. So I don't even think people even care. I don't think anybody even noticed. What were we talking about 3 weeks ago when you got that goddamn kid? Epstein files?
Just like Monica Lewinsky back in the days. Destruction. That's what it's all about. Iranian, they will fight to the death. Because otherwise we're all gonna die. If you want to bully Iran because it's a weak country, just like America always just bully weak nation and never attack China or the Soviet Union or whatever the Russia today you want to call it. It's just America. When they build new weapon, they're gonna test it on innocent people like Iran, Iraq. But when they find somebody with a nuclear weapon like them, like the way they did with the Japanese back in 1940, now the North Korean, they have the nuclear weapon. The Chinese, they have nuclear weapon. But the Iranian, they don't have. So America writes to show the world that if you dare to challenge the United States, this is what's going to happen to you. But they only do that to the weak nation, guys. This is the problem in the world. Because for me, like me myself, I cannot even wait to see the nuclear war happen in this world. Because this is the last thing that I want to see before my lifetime is expired. The United States always complain, always claim that they are the superpower in this world. But they never attack somebody that has equal power like them. Only attack weak nations like Iran, Iraq, Yemen, whatever. And then those people will never respond with equal power. And then they come here into the social media and say, oh, we destroyed them, we destroyed the Navy, we destroyed this, we destroyed that. This will never work. I cannot wait for the nuclear war to happen because I dare the United States of America to attack China today.
Oh my God.
Attack the Soviet Union today. Wait a minute, man. And then you people, you are sitting here in your living room just enjoying whatever you're eating and you think United States is a powerful country in the world. No, it's not. United States is only attacking weak nations. They cannot respond back accordingly. Go attack China today, the People Liberation Army. You will see what's going to happen in this country. All of you will be mowed down. Like the China said, if you want nuclear war, you will get nuclear war. If you want to be annihilated, you will be annihilated equally. That's why the United States will never dare to attack the People Liberation Army, the PLA. And they will never attack the Soviet Union either. They only go for the soft target. People who can never defend themselves, and then they come here and try to tell us, oh, we are powerful people. No, fuck this shit. It's not true.
Go attack China today, and then see what's going to happen to you.
What's the
You know
PLA?
what I'm saying?
No, what's the PLA? What's the PLA? What is the PLA? I'm asking you. No.
The PLA is the People Liberation Army.
Where is that?
Oh, so you don't even know where that is. You see? You see? Many of you are going to die innocent, and you don't know exactly what's going to come to attack you. You cannot even know what is the PLA is.
The question means I don't know.
You don't even fucking know what the PLA is.
The question means I don't know.
Exactly. That means you're dumb people and you don't know. Until you did.
The fact that
And then when you did, it's too late. You will never even know what's going to hit you.
China is nowhere. It don't even.
You think you fight with Iran and then you defeat Iran. You think that's a war.
Nowhere.
Attack Soviet Union. Attack Russia. Let me just say simple. Attack Russia and then see what's going to happen.
You go attack Russia.
You fucking stupid ass motherfucker. You ain't shit. Shut the fuck up. You attack weak nations and then you say you.
I would have been put in the audience already. I would have been put in the audience already. Oh,
Yeah, well, bottom line.
Hold on. So, because there was a lot said. I just want to say this real quickly. Y'all know me. When I grew up, we weren't the last on totem pole, but I was growing up. And the fact that China has showed up, which is at the bottom, and India in these years has showed up, which is at the bottom, and Africa is now showing up. Means that there's a new regime happening on the planet goddamn Earth. That means the old regime, which means Europeans controlling the Earth, is going away, and we are resuming that China, India, Africa, and those countries are reestablishing their ties, their bonds, their love for each other. That's what's happening right now. And the old regime, which is what America is living under, the old regime is on its way out. How do we not understand that shit? And the idea that China, who was under our foot 20 years ago, and India, who was under our foot 15 years ago, who are surpassing that shit, means that Africa can do the goddamn same thing. It has nothing to do with how another country prostrates itself. It has more to do with how a country comes together and builds upon their own goddamn power despite the prostration of another power that has more weaknesses. China is doing that. India is doing that. It's exercising its power. Burkina Faso is doing that shit. South Africa is doing that shit. East Africa is doing that shit. We are now in a different position than we have been in the last 300 years. And that is, we are recognizing our own goddamn power, and we don't need permission from anybody, and we don't need to recognize the fake powers of other goddamn people. That's what's happening right now. How are we having conversations about, well, they're still powerful? How are we still having those conversations? Because we know they're not. We know they're not. We know we recognize today our own power, and if we are still compromising our power, we're taking back that fucking power. That's 2026. We're not living in 1810 in goddamn war. We're not living in the age of ignorance. We're not living in the age when we are allowing people to call us fucking ignorant and less than goddamn people. We're not living in that time anymore. We're living in the age of awareness. And we know the weaknesses in the world. And the weaknesses in the world is not China, India, or goddamn Africa. And we're living in that truth. Americans who are still regurgitating that dumb shit need to be hung, in my opinion. They need to be fucking hung. Like Rwanda. I don't disagree with what Rwanda did, because after that Rwanda situation, Rwanda has surged exponentially. Because you have to get rid of the goddamn dead weight. And I'm not trying to emphasize harm to anybody. I'm just saying that in order to progress, you have to understand the weakest links in your party. And the weakest links in your goddamn party are people who still think that the West has power and the Eastern Hemisphere doesn't. And the Eastern Hemisphere is Africa, Asia, and China. The fuck? Put myself back on punishment because I just got punched. You okay? I put myself back on punishment for another 2 days.
Why would you put yourself on punishment?
Y'all ain't ready to do too much. I don't understand how we don't assert. In 2020, I can understand it in 1959, the 1900s, all that 1900s. 2026, we're almost near 100 years to the civil rights movement. And we haven't progressed our thought process. We haven't seen reality, life the way we should. We don't realize that we are superior. We don't realize that we've been hoodwinked. You know, that whole concept. We don't realize that we are being fed. We don't realize we're being fed false information from the American side. And we don't realize that there is a rising evolution from the Eastern Hemisphere that is a regurgitation of the post calamity of the Roman Empire, that we are post chattel slavery, we are post the Roman Empire, we are post things where the Eastern Hemisphere has to get back to business and ignore all of the tropes, all of the ideas of ignorance, all the ideas of lesser humans. The whole idea of nigger with a hard ER meaning a thing to us. The nigger with a hard ER meant we were lesser than, we were stupid, we were all these negative things, and we have surpassed all those tropes. To be offended by the word nigger and to be offended or weakened or the word that's inferiorized, that's the best word I can say, by these tropes from the Western Hemisphere that keeps black people down and not understanding and recognizing the strength that they have. Burkina Faso broke through that shit. And we're recognizing in real time that Burkina Faso broke through all that dumb shit. South Africa, with the leadership of, what's the name? The leader of the EFF, and the president of South Africa, his name's getting older, we don't talk about, who are breaking through, and Zimbabwe, who are breaking through these things, and Ethiopia, who is breaking through these things by the great Ethiopian Dam. Africa is doing some great fucking things right now. Great fucking things, and this is defiance of what the Western world has told us we are. And we're still just playing games with the old ass tropes of you ain't good enough type shit. At what point did we champion what the Eastern Hemisphere is doing? China started the shit. India showed up. Africa showed up. Where do we change our perspective about who we are in this whole strategy? I sound like Trump right now, but hold on. He's a punish myself.
was there on God. It's Friday. Man, I just watched this video. They talking about Israel fires white phosphorus.
What the fuck is that?
Deadly weapon that burns flesh on top of the fucking Iran.
So they got liquid AIDS over there? That's what they say?
This was 3 days ago. So let me go look at something. I'm about to figure that out. That's crazy. It's like a chemical warfare. That's what they do. They just shot up chemical. How they be doing chemtrails on us.
Shit, I took them down from more now. About to roll more drugs.
Is it toxic waxy, yellow, white, solid that ignites spontaneously?
Fanny, about to put it in the microwave.
Upon contact with oxygen, burning fiercely at high temperatures and producing dense white smoke. It is used for military smoke screen and munitions, and industrial for phosphoric acid is not sold as a powder. So this shit, it burns through metal and flesh. Hold up now.
What's this shit, like a new form of napalm or something?
It burns through what? Metal and flesh. I need to know, is that true? I see a couple of them that Israel used white phosphorus. France is reporting that. Wow. Yeah, man, and human rights activists coming at him about that shit. That's crazy. White phosphorus. Yeah. Yo, that shit. He just literally burned these people alive.
I need me some.
He said, Miriam, be heartless, Miriam.
I need me some of that.
You need what?
Some of that white powder shit. That white fire.
No, you don't. That shit is burning through metal and flesh. What you gonna
I need some of that white fire. Put that shit on a nigga ass. You know he ain't gonna be in rush hour 3.
You ain't rushing nowhere. At this point, you dead. And thing is, they drop it from the sky. Like the chemtrail shit.
I thought I seen that shit. That shit came down like some. That shit looked like a bomb though.
Well, they said they bombed it. They bombed it with this white phosphorus.
That shit like it came out the clouds or something. Shit I seen.
Did you see that he got Condoleezza Rice on the job now?
Oh, we talking about the scandal one?
Trump done hired her to help him complete the war.
I call her the scandal woman.
She's a scandal.
You know, she the one who they made the scandal series about.
Oh, for real?
Y'all didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that. That's what's up. Okay, I like her.
That's why I be calling her the scandal woman.
Yeah, that was a good show.
How the black woman behind the scenes really the one making the shit happen for these crackers. And now look at this. Now look at it. So I say now look who he calling in. She ain't got nothing to do with nobody administration for years. He calling her in for her advice.
And what happened to Rubio?
I don't know.
Rubio. I thought he was supposed to be doing it.
The hell is Rubio?
Marco Rubio.
Oh, that's his last name? these people don't have a contingency plan to already have their doubles to take the fall. Be killed, executed, put in jail, whatever. See what I'm saying? How the fuck would we know that the person that's taking the fall, the person that's in jail, going to prison, or being executed and all of this shit isn't a clone? See what I'm saying? And the people who have been doing this shit is still out here doing this shit. But to the public, these people have been executed. We faced it. See what I'm saying? We seen it with our own eyes. They told us, they showed us that these people are dead. But in reality, they really not.
No, they're not dead. They keep recycling themselves. They keep soul shifting. Yeah.
So when I really thought about that,
One body to the next body. One body to the next body.
when I thought about that,
Like that, what's it, Child's Play, you know, that doll that was transferring his soul into the
they took my check. Yeah, that was a movie of possession.
That's what is happening because remember when what's one of the Migos dudes, the one that was killed in the bowling alley? What's his name? Takeoff.
I think I ain't dead.
Man, look, well,
That nigga was at the Super Bowl.
yeah, he's crazy. She said that his ass was telling her through mediumship that they was trying to take his essence like that movie from Trolls. So like they take your talent, they take your gift, they take your soul, they take your spirit,
Right.
and they put it in something else.
So
I think that's
Let's check this out. You know what? All right. So this is what I know about your creative talent and your actual gifts. I can't. Is it okay for me to speak?
Oh yeah, sure. I was just saying that was you. I was just saying, oh, that's share.
Oh, my bad. I was just trying to make sure I wasn't cutting nobody off. You know what I know about, and this is the way that I come in my natural life, and I think that people should understand it. The moment that your talents can be used to disenfranchise or to discredit or to delineate another group or a person, especially a person that is chosen, is the moment that you start to ruin your bloodline. When people, like from the conversation earlier, right? Like I literally was just talking to my auntie after I spoke to y'all. Just, you know, the auntie that I was speaking to is my mom's youngest sister. And when I was like 3, she was 16. So I think I was like her best friend for no reason, only because I was like her closest connection at her age, which was a big difference in age group, right? I felt like I was her relief to talk to. Me and her was just talking, and I just had to let her know, like, in my older sense, I remember who you are. Like, I know what you've been through. I didn't forget. And there's been times in my life when I've spoke her truth and didn't realize I was speaking her truth, causing her more pain when I was younger, right? Reliving her story because I was living it. And the craziest part about it is like, tonight, differently, I looked at myself as like, I didn't realize how much pain I was giving her by speaking my truth, and my truth was so much of her truth that it caused her problems because I was the younger one when she was, at that time, one of the people that came through the threshold first, you know? And that hurt me tonight, and it's bothering me right now, right? I just want to let y'all know, like, yo, people gonna always count y'all out. And there's gonna be lessons and things that you teach along the way and don't even realize it. There's gonna be people that gravitate to you and people that hate you and people that genuinely love you. And the confliction point is that the environment in which you're living in is a prime factor for you to not thrive. And I think that is so fucked up, because we don't deserve that. My auntie definitely didn't deserve it. Tonight I had to apologize for my childish ways because I still see her as a hero, as someone of growth and of power and resilience, And tonight when she called me, her voice sounded different, and I just felt like I needed her to know that. And I think they want to make us feel less than. And the social environments that they set for us makes us delineate, depreciate, and discredit our elders without even realizing it, or where you're not learning the lesson where you probably would have had more justification to be more powerful. Even if you learned that lesson lately, you still can be powerful. But I think that the powers that be that have, and I know this to be sure, through my bloodline, through alchemy, through Akamalayo, that they use our energies against each other's, and they're profiting in a multitude of ways. Us being mad at each other for simple or timid measures, like if I speak my truth on the stage, somebody's gonna be mad, right? And that's that they've made. We didn't normal that. Like there shouldn't be no reason for me not to want to hear any one of you guys' full perspective of your experience in this life that we share together. And they've made us so that we don't. So we keep the lines of depreciation going because it's an epigenetic trait through the bloodline too now. And that trait doesn't come because someone is being kind to you or nice or trying to understand your point of view in this world. It comes out of a point of privilege, out of a point of someone's about to get the upper hand on you because it's already been planned against you. It's because someone has been given an opportunity to sell you out. And we chose to take the fucking payout.
Sherry, I interrupted you on purpose, and I apologize for that because you lost me.
You're fine, Shia.
No, sweetie, you lost me in a lot of ways because I was there with you for a second, but I think that the way you're describing what you're describing is a little high level, a little too high level for at least me to understand where your grounding is. And I'm just asking you to bring it back. I think you're being a little bit too polite.
I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back to you. You see how, you said that I had you and then I lost you?
Yeah, you lost
the moment that you think that you were lost.
No, well, let me tell you how.
No. I know what you're gonna say because I said it earlier. I used to say it to my older sister because she, I thought, and when she was high level. Real talk. I'm not gonna lie. I love the way that you said high level. When you say high level, the moment you said it, it reminded me of my older sister, the actual person that helped assist my grandmother in taking care of me. Because there were things that she knew that I didn't know because I was from a different generation. She was older than me. We had met a couple of years apart, right? There were things that she knew or experienced that I had never been through. That I...
Sherry. Stop for a second. Don't assume what I'm asking you. I resonated with your relationship with your auntie. I'm older than you, and I'm sure I'm older than your auntie. So I'm not asking you from your parent perspective. You lost me because I couldn't understand how you related your auntie's acknowledging your auntie's experience with the rest of what you said. That's how you lost me.
I got good for you. When we want to understand so much, and the same auntie that I'm speaking of also taught me when I was younger, which I didn't understand at the time. Everything is not meant for us to understand at the time that we're getting the information or receiving the transmit, right? And that confused me too. And then I used to listen to this doctor called Dr. Neely, and he used to explain the psychosis of military ends, all types of things. So it definitely does tie into how we can be manipulated against each other.
May I mention something real quick? They're dropping phosphorus bombs now. There's a general, I'm sorry, not a general, there's a colonel by the name of Douglas McGregor who was saying that Iran was purposely holding back. They were using
crisis. There's
Well, that's what we're talking about at first. It's not really.
Sherry was talking.
Yeah, but it's not really a counseling session. We was talking about cloning and military war attacks. We were just talking about phosphorus being dropped on level.
And that's what I was talking about.
Let's stay on that then, because I'm really trying to get somebody.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Who was talking? I think it was Flawless. The amount of weapons or tools that they use to help us be distracted or be in a low frequency matter or have low shock or whatever it is that we want to call it.
Because about that shit, Sherry. What the fuck?
No, I was doing it. Chaya, listen. Hold on, Crisis. Let me just Chaya real quick. Let's just have genuine conversation because it was organic the way that it had, right? And the reason why I'm gonna bring it back, because y'all worried about the war that's over there, right? But the war is always on you in America, right? And whatever they're doing over there, you're gonna fucking wind up having the fucking brunt of whatever outcome it is.
Yeah.
Whatever fucking.
Well,
with all respect, Sherry, the room fell silent and they went to babbling about a whole bunch of shit that didn't really matter. And so I respect that you try to bring it back. But when you try to bring it back, where are we talking about this phosphorus shit is beyond me. But when you try to bring it back, I respect that you're talking about
if you're black as fuck and you know fucking better and you actually have studied, hold on, because we're not gonna play. If y'all want to get into my intellectual bag of digging down this shit, y'all still not gonna agree with me, right? Because you don't even know the fucking word that's formulated against you. They ain't doing no wars over here. Listen, they're clearing territory, right? They're clearing territory. Hold on, Prince, because I respected your thoughts earlier, right? Because a lot of people want to play me for fifth or want to act like you can't talk out of your fucking personal experience, right? Y'all want to talk about some shit that y'all don't have no fucking clue of, right? You don't know what it's like to be in fucking war. Real talk. A lot of Americans don't know what it's like to be in war at all. What are we talking about? You ain't never seen no bombs with the motherfucking Russian. Hold on, guys. Back down. Back down.
You got a fucking issue, and that came from earlier, and you still brought it back up in here. Because you want to be fucking hard. Don't nobody want to talk about your personal shit.
Bombs is the threat and bio warfare isn't.
Yeah, we was having a whole nother conversation, young lady. If you coming up here talking about one of the two things, the war, because America is on high alert right now. That is the title of the room. That's the title of the room. You got people from our drones coming to California. They dropping shit on top of people's head. You got fucking phosphorus. You got BB. Crisis. Did you know that BB got the key to the goddamn White House? Don't fucking remind me.
I wanted you to touch on the phosphorus. You have a video.
This is the thing though. I came in here and I told people about the
Hold on for a second. Because the idea that you guys were talking about another thing in this room, and the last statement was from me, and the
Well, you hear what came after you.
and then the conversation fell silent for a long time.
Yeah, but you didn't hear what came after you.
And then Flawless and Red had a 3-minute, 5-minute conversation about absolutely nothing. And then when that girl showed up and they had context, you want to condemn her because we had a conversation going on. Stop playing. We're not going to conversation.
You do it. It's chill. So look, I came in here, I told y'all about different things. This is the thing. Somebody just said BB has the key to the White House. So if people come and tell things, certain people, I don't know if it's just me, but every time I speak and say some new shit, it's like, oh, how the fuck, no, you don't even know what you're talking about. Like, that don't even make no sense. And then y'all end up talking about this shit. You know what I'm saying? So
Y'all just gonna be crying all night.
no, I'm not crying. I'm just saying, because you just said that. You just said that, did you know? And it's hard to bring shit out, like, because I want to say something else right now, but I just wanted to make that point. So when we have
Don't we act like we had a conversation in going on? We didn't. It was silent for 5 fucking goddamn minutes.
Okay.
And y'all,
I remember. Let me just say this.
No, wait a minute, Prince. Kanye, you weren't even here for the whole conversation of me and him break it down, play the fucking video about goddamn phosphorus being dropped on the motherfucker's head. You weren't here for that. We had a whole conversation about that. And he wasn't talking about how people were calling and all of it. Kaya, I'm talking, Kaya. I'm talking. Okay. It's fine. Just chill the fuck out. You must have stepped away from your phone. Me and Ray were having a conversation about cloning and the goddamn shit being dropped on motherfuckers' heads. And then she came up with her own separate conversation about talking to her aunt or something after she left the room earlier today. I heard everything she said. And it had nothing to do with people being cloned. It had nothing to do with goddamn chemical warfare. So I don't understand what is the problem. If you didn't hear the conversation me and Red was having, why are you? Why y'all?
I don't know if this is the right.
The room went silent for 5 whole minutes. And you said, what's going on with the room? And then you and Red decided to develop a fucking conversation on your own for a whole 3 minutes by yourself. And someone decided to disrupt the conversation to have something more interesting to talk about. And you want to condemn anybody else after you and Red had this discussion between you when the room was silent? You want to condemn anybody else who wants to stimulate this room? Are you kidding me? That's just disingenuous, because it's not necessarily about the topic of the goddamn room. It's about the flow of the conversation. And the conversation stopped for a whole fucking 5 minutes, and you and Red had this pseudo conversation that had nothing to do with nothing. And someone came up to re-engage the rest of us, and you have problems with that? No one was interested in what you and Red were saying. Everybody was still fucking silent. What's so wrong about someone coming into this conversation and stimulating the rest of us when we're silent? That's fucked up to me.
Okay, so just because, wait a minute, I just listened to you talk. Just because you weren't interested doesn't mean we weren't having a meaningful conversation. Just because it's something you didn't, okay, didn't I just sit here and let you talk? Well, damn, girl. I mean, are you okay? I literally just sat here and let you talk. And me and Red was having a conversation, and she came up on stage to talk about her own personal thing about what she got going on outside of the app with her auntie.
I just want to say one
Alright,
thing.
you know what? I like it. Go ahead and talk about what you want to talk about, Sean.
No, I'm gonna be flawless. I'm sorry.
No, you're not sorry. Don't do
all this. I digress.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, so look, let's move forward. I just want to say this. Y'all were talking earlier. I wanted to add the Jesuits. I kind of brought out the system or the nine Greek sorority, fraternity things that Negroes join. You know, which we not Greek, but those things actually, those organizations actually protect the rich, the families that we always talk about separating from, or wondering why we in subjection and we can't come out of it. It's like a hamster wheel, all the shit people say, but we like strive to go to their colleges and be a part of their organization set up. It's kind of like the bullying. But anyway, whatever, y'all will do whatever anyway. But this is the thing. Rothschild was brought up, and I wanted to say that when you look at the Hebrew, Rothschild basically means in Hebrew, the shield of Edom. Okay, shield of Edom. Now, when you talk about Edom, you talk about Esau. Okay, and we say as Israelites, we know that Esau became the white man. The white man is a new thing on the earth, pretty much. He wasn't always there. Esau was born a Shemite. He was a brother to us, to Jacob. You see what I'm saying? He came out a little different. He rushed out, came out early, fighting, whatever. But he wasn't white. You see what I'm saying? But his marriages, when you read Genesis 36, you see he married a Horim. A Horim is related to the Zuzim. The Zuzim is related to the Imim. The Imims are the terrorists. Okay, this was giants. Okay, the terrorists. And then the Zuzims, you could go to Deuteronomy 2 and see the Imims and the Zuzims. And the Horims, like I said, is in Genesis 36. You can look this up for yourself and see it's in history that they were cave dwellers, the Horims. Okay, cave dwellers. And that's who Esau married. And the red porridge, Edom means red in Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? Like the word for red is Edom. So his name became Edom. That's his nation, the Edomites. So the Rothschilds is that word, Rothschild, the name that they made up for themselves, is shield. And their shield has a red dragon on it. So all this shit goes back to the scriptures, whether you like it or not. You see what I'm saying? It's not me. I didn't make this up. Go look it up. Go study it. Go check it out.
Prince.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you said that the Rothschilds. So you said that the Rothschilds made up that word. Is that what I heard you say? Yes or no? Because I want to finish my point.
The name for themselves. They make different names for themselves. They were Edomites.
Yes or no? They made it up. Yes or no?
They were Edomites.
Answer the question. Did they make the name Rothschild up themselves?
Well,
yes or no? No, it's a no.
I don't have to answer.
No. Well, but you said they made it up. I'm just trying to reiterate, because the
answer is no.
They did make it up.
So they did not make it up.
It's historical. How would that?
When I say make it up, I don't mean like they just like they made aliens or some shit. But they chose that name for themselves. They chose it. They chose it for themselves.
Okay, bro,
Your etymology is correct.
Crisis, hold on. You said you might not have said they made it up. You then said they chose it for themselves, which for me is the same.
You know, this is the thing, though. Y'all
Hold on. Because the problem I'm having with your dialogue right now, and you don't know that I'm going to say this because you have no idea where I'm coming from. Zero
I
idea.
really almost don't care because everything else I see.
You should care because you're using etymology to make your point.
Because you're interested in a way that the narrative is still what Prince has said, and I'm not trying to distract from his narrative. I'm just trying to question his narrative. So when you say, and you don't know where I'm coming from because you have no idea, that they made it up, or to themselves, however you position that. My question in your context becomes, if someone is able to assume a name or create a name for themselves, how come Black people in America haven't done the same?
Listen. And every time I speak, people like to take away from what I'm saying. The first thing I did was say I wanted to add to what the brothers were talking about when they brought up Rothschild. I wanted to talk about the Jesuits also. I was the one who brought up systems. Somebody said, I think it was Leroy. This was way earlier in the day. Some of y'all wasn't even in the room, probably. Okay, but anyway, I'm going to read this right here. The Rothschild name originates from the 16th century Frankfurt, Germany, derived from the German phrase zum roten Schild, meaning at the red shield. So Edom, okay? Edom, red, same shit. When you look in the Hebrew, Rothschild, like I said, means shield of Edom.
How many other reds were there in that time period? They're not the only one. They're not the only one, bro. They're not the only one.
But I'm saying
your assumption of them being done using red as being Edom, that's an assumption. What we're saying is that it's not an obvious fact. It's you assuming it. It's you assuming. No, it's not about that at all. At the end of the day, there were other reds. They were not the only reds, bro. They were not the only reds.
I never said they were the only reds or none of that. I'm talking about Rothschild. I prove one thing and then
all it means is red shield. What red are they referring to? You haven't even been able to put that part together.
Oh, I'll even do it.
Alright. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris. Let's hear your dumb shit.
Well, first of all, it might be dumb to you, but it's talking about the Jewish people, the Jews, right? It's just all going back.
The who?
The Jews. You know what I said, man.
Who is
That's
that?
why people
The
get
content
Jews.
26.
What?
What she's saying is that word, anyway.
Man, I don't care about how fancy you guys want to talk. I said something basic that earlier you guys brought up Rothschild. So I was adding to it that it means red shield. Now these people pretty much run shit, right? They're one of the families that did a lot of next to impossible shit, right? And you can't push them out of their position, okay? So they themselves, their shield has a red dragon on it, okay? A lot of shit about them, it deals with Edom, it deals with, like they have a unicorn on their shield. That unicorn stands for something. That lion is standing for something.
I'm standing for something. Prince, you're dragging us down. You're not progressive in this black conversation. You're not progressive.
What does it say?
We are all woke now. Most of us are woke now. You are taking us backwards. No, you're taking us backwards in this conversation.
What do unicorn stand for?
These things are not relevant to us. These things are not relevant to us anymore. These symbols are a symbol of oppression and not progression. You are bringing us down. We don't get to.
Okay, anyway, Rothschild does not have a direct inherent meaning.
No, Chris, stop wasting it.
Hey, man,
Stop wasting it. Don't argue.
This is crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah, and you have to not, you gotta just prove something with documents or not just put your mouth.
Edom and Edomite, so Edom does mean red first. You know what I'm saying? But what is that? But I don't see how you link these people back
a red coat and all this type of stuff. These people were Romans. These people were Romans, yo. The Romans actually sucked up this nation of people. The Etruscans, that's Edomites. That's straight up Edomites.
Okay, I'm back. Michelle, look at your text. As you know, Clubhouse has to be banned. Clubhouse has to be banned right now. PTR the image I sent you in your text.
Yeah, the Etruscans.
That's the original crest of the Rothschild family.
And that's the Edomites.
I'm about to show you.
So, y'all arguing?
No, we heard you describe it, and when you described it, it's not this crest that I'm about to put up. And she's gonna put on her because they won't let me do it on mine. I'm in Clubhouse jail. So then I only put it on mine.
Not a Clubhouse jail.
I said they're not gonna put it on.
Which one you want me to do? The first one or the second one?
The one with the two felines on each.
Okay, the last one you see. Alright, you see it. It's not on my page. Just refresh your screen. It's on my Michelle Atkins page. Let me moderate.
So he mentioned the unicorn. He was right about the unicorn part, but that's not the only part of their flag. That's why I was saying when I say about the red, they were not only ones to use the unicorn, nor were they the only ones to use the red. When we give them that credit out of ignorance of the fact that we believe that they're the head of all of this shit, when in reality they're not the head of all this shit. The real question you should be asking is, who were the first ones to use that particular animal in their crest? I'm here. You said what?
Say that again.
I said the problem is that they were not the first ones to use the unicorn in their crest, nor were they the last ones to use the unicorn in their crest.
Let me tell you something.
Well, obviously they're down, so you trying to say that unicorns existed because they had them on the crest? Because this is
No, I'm not saying, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is two things. One, the Reds is not exclusively belonging to the Rothschilds. I know we like to blame the Rothschilds for everything. We think the Rothschilds, they rule the whole world. Like, the only reason why I gotta go to work is because of the Rothschilds. Like, pay taxes because of the Rothschilds. They weren't the first.
Well, one of them, that dude, what's his name, in America, that indoctrinated everybody, and he had the monopoly on everything, and he stopped medicine, like herbs. What's his name again? He dealt with petroleum, cut all that off. I was studying white. Yeah, him. That's another way to say Rothschild. But okay, so let me just read this and I'm out the way. So I looked it up because I know certain things, and I guess I'm not really teaching because you can't do that in this room too much unless you like it. So anyway, yes, the Edomites, also known as Idumeans in the classical period, were subdued and ultimately absorbed by Roman power. That's written in scriptures. Like Japhet, you got Tabal, you got Yavan, and you have Kitover, and you have Edomites, and they all became one nation until this very day. So to say that some says such, ain't such and such, these people look for certain traits and they remake themselves. And I think it's something like in 200 years, if they don't do certain things with the way they breed themselves, then their bloodline runs out. So they try to keep their bloodline a certain way. They make marriages for reasons. They've been doing this shit for a long time. It's all technical. I don't really give a fuck about it. I know who the Edomites are. I studied from a different like it's kind of like that woman was saying. I'm a lady, that Sherry. I don't know her too much. She said she respected. That's not why I'm saying what I'm saying. Okay, but she kind of have a point. Like people, I said the same thing. We really concerned about the details of the war and who knows this and that and all this type of stuff. And it's really not our war, our fight. We just supposed. This is my opinion. You don't have to do it. I'm just saying, like we supposed to be preparing for this shit, like to collapse. You know, you move the fuck out the way when something's about to collapse. You don't want to get hit, right? And then when it collapses and the smoke clear, you want to not be dusty. You want to be with your white garment, basically, or whatever. You want to be clean. You want to be like the shit ain't even happened, but you saw it, type shit. So that's how I study. That's what I look at. I don't care about all this other shit. It's supposed to go the fuck away. It's all wicked, evil. These people are drinking children's blood and all this type of shit, sacrificing on everybody. They made a system that enslaved every fucking body. So for us to try to study it to the T, and I ran across all the different rants and all that type of shit, you know, the USSR even, and I'm landing here for real, the USSR even was a nation that they collapsed. That was a nation. Now recently, in our time, this is a fucking period. Because the Pope wanted it gone and the United States wanted it gone. I landed.
Why did the USSR collapse? Who were the founders of the USSR?
When they went rogue.
Who were the founders of the USSR?
I don't know. Tell me who were the founders. You might.
The founders of the USSR are the Bolsheviks. So again,
oh yeah.
If you recall, Michelle, I told you before, if you really want to understand what's happening on this world, if you really want to understand what's happening on this planet, find out who the Gauls are. Gauls.
You know that I did that. We already did that like a month ago. We already.
No, but
they came from the Yemenite people. But let me just check this real quick. Wait a minute. Just before we move on from the Rothschilds and these crests and stuff, so the Rothschilds don't have nothing to do with Edomites. These are like different groups of people, okay? Like two separate groups. They have nothing to do with each other at all. And I took the information into consideration, and I'm looking at it, and I'm looking up the history of where these people come from, and they don't have anything to do with each other unless the Edomites migrated up into Germany someplace somehow. And if you can
hold on,
wait a minute, can I finish saying what I'm saying?
Go ahead. I didn't cut you all the way off. Go ahead, Donnie.
I'm trying to entertain your conversation, so I'm actually going and looking it up. So please give me let me talk. So unless you can find us the ancestry from where the Edomites originated from up into Frankfurt, Germany, when the Rothschilds, the family originated in, because you're saying they changed their name. It's like more of a disguise. And I can get with that, you know what I mean? And I understand that they are the House of the Red Shield, whatever. But that's not what that crest is. That crest don't have nothing to do with the Rothschilds.
Okay, but let me tell you.
It has something to do with the Edomites. And I found it quite interesting because when I
read that again?
It belongs to the Edomites. This
The
crest.
Okay.
Yes. And I found it quite interesting that what it means, especially when you have the lion and the unicorn on there. Do you know what that means?
I don't know. At this very moment.
Yeah, it's the unification of what King James and the first united and King James IV and the first united Scotland and England in 1603. That England is the lion and Scotland is the unicorn.
Okay, so how Edom had that much power. Now wait, let me say this. I asked, did Rome go into Germany? Which I already know certain things, so while you were talking, you said something, I looked it up.
Yes, they went into Germany.
Of course, so she said unless they went, so I was saying the Edomites got absorbed by the Romans. I read it to y'all just a while ago. They became one nation until this day. This is all the same, very same people now. It's like having Anglo-Saxon. They were first Anglo and Saxon. They had a war. They became Anglo-Saxon. Everybody today know them as the Anglo-Saxon. People don't really say the Anglo and the Saxon. See what I'm saying? One became a slave to the other or subjected. It wasn't chattel slavery. They married into each other. See what I'm saying? So it says, yes, the Romans heavily campaigned into Germania between 12 BC and AD 16, attempted to conquer the region and establish a providence while they occupied parts between the Rhine and the Elbe rivers. They never fully subdued the area, largely retreating into the Rhine frontier after the catastrophic defeat. See, so they kept warring with each other. And when they warred, when one lost, they just took the women, you know, the men that relieved, that survived, they were probably servants type shit. But they still survived and their blood went into the same people. They all became one people. That's what the scriptures say. So that's the only reason why I brought out all that stuff about Edom and Red and Rothschild and all this shit, because I don't even really, I need to start studying my own stuff again, but
I appreciate that you said that the Rothschilds are mentioned in the Bible. Can you, I have a pencil paper. In the scriptures, does it mention the word Rothschild? Because that's wild to me. I never saw it.
I never said that.
All right. Since you didn't say that, you can't equate the Rothschilds with goddamn scripture. That's my bigger point. An idea that we don't know nothing about the 1400s.
That's like saying they equate America to...
No, hold on. The 1600s or the 1700s means that you don't know how the imagery of chattel slavery, as it's portrayed to us, translates to the 14th, 15th, 16th, and the early 1700s. You know nothing about it. You don't talk about it. No one on this app talks about it because it's a blind spot for us, and that's the wrong blind spot for us to have, because that's where we show up. That is where we, despite what their names have been attributed to, because the name being attributed to is different from the fucking reality, and the fucking reality is 14, 15, 16, 1700s. We owned that shit all day. It's a co-opting story that happened in the late 1500s. Way after slavery was this way. It's a co-opting story, and we know very well what co-opting stories look like in a Black American context. We know what that looks like, and you expand that to almost a millennium of history. It's a co-opting story from that time for 1,000 fucking years. It's a co-opting story. It's not it's not a Moses became Rome have some kind of advantage over some shit because of their name.
I said Edom became Rome, and it's in the Bible that they got subdued.
You're following a narrative.
I just read this in their history. So incorrect. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That's newer than the history of written history. You're following a narrative that's newer than written history. You're following a narrative that the name has value, like the Rothschilds. That's crazy fuck to me. And you don't have even eyes to see or ears to hear, but that's in the context of what we know.
The press matches the Edomites, and the Rothschilds use the press. That's something fishy going on. You got to admit that. Unless you are a Rothschild, you try to hide the shit.
You didn't hear me, bro. You didn't hear me.
No, you don't make
I'm sure the rest of the room heard me. The rest of the room heard me, and I would want you to respond with what I said. Because I heard you, I said on silent, and I heard you spew that rhetoric. Listen to me for the 3 minutes, I had to respond. But because you didn't hear what I had to say for the 3 minutes in my response, doesn't mean the rest of the room didn't hear it. My response to you was, my response and question to you was, why do you think that word is so goddamn, the name and the heritage of that goddamn name spans a goddamn lifetime when it doesn't? You don't know the history of 1400s, 15, 16, 17, and early 1700s. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know, and you cannot recreate for us what the Dark Ages looked like in Europe to them. Not the recreation of it, how they tell it in America, but the actual day-by-day goddamn activities in the goddamn Dark Ages and what the Rock fucking Childs meant to them. They were building castles to defend themselves from each other's fucking calamity, each other's viciousness, and that's not no building. Oh, I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking at this. I can see what you're saying and what you're trying to say and how it lines up. But the problem with your claim is there's no genealogical record connecting to them, and even the Rothschild family tree is not documented in European Jewish records. Like their family tree isn't there. So, I mean, it's either a massive cover-up or it's just not there. And plus, Edomites stopped existing as a separate ethnic group, probably like 1,500 years ago, before the Rothschilds appeared in history.
Right. Exactly. So you see what you just said? Before the Rothschilds appeared in history, the Edomites disappeared. Wow. At that particular said they made the name up kind of like it comes from.
I wasn't wrong when you said they made the name up. I wasn't wrong when you said that.
Yeah. So it comes from the.
So I made a bigger point.
Okay, we heard you. I get it. Everybody laughed. I've been talking though.
Yeah, so the Rothschilds are Jews. You're right about that. It's kind of hard to connect them to Edomites just because Edom means red. Edom means red and Rothschild means red shield.
But listen, the children of Esau, they're still Edomites, but like they're Amalekites, the actual Jewish people that are still Edomites. They come from the Edomites, but Amalek was the grandson of Esau. So his nation spun out of that, and it made the Jewish people kind of like, or whatever, however you want to look at it. They all mixed up though, but Amalek is basically probably 70% or better of the Jewish people.
1,500 years later, they probably got one drop of Edomite in them. Like, for real.
Oh no, the Edomites ain't going nowhere. Them nations, they still here. He hid himself, the Bible thing. But the Most High said he made it bare.
This is like over 4,000 years of information. We weren't there. We don't know. I know,
but that's why they have scriptures.
Trying to put it together. Can we get back to the key and not?
Yeah, it don't matter. I would just bring it out the Rothschild thing. It's cool.
I mean, I get it, and that was very interesting, and that's something I'll look into. I'm gonna hold on to it, Prince. I appreciate it. Christ, is you still there? Are you sleeping too? Yeah, man, I'm not gonna be.
I'm here. I'll send it to you offline. It's not worth arguing over. Once you understand who the person who created the name is, and then you figure out who that person is, then you realize that there was many people who used the Reds as a part of their name.
So you basically, about the whole generation. It's just not one set group of people that use.
There's not one set group of people.
Yes,
And it's not,
I'll conclude that they're all Edomites then.
because it's not one family in particular. There's not one thing. The name, he adopted the names for a reason. And that's what it all comes down to. But I'm not gonna argue about that. It is what it is. People get it or they don't. But guess what? The beautiful thing is we all have these smartphones that make us dumb people. So we able to research on their own.
I believe in that. If they are who they are, and it is what it is. Yeah,
I came off my yes ma'am, thank you, Flawless. I came off my about 30 minutes ago and challenged, what's his name? Where's he at? Oh, Tank's on stage. Tank, hold that second. Prince, I challenged you by saying that you said the Rothschilds was a made-up name. When I said that, you detracted that and said, what's the made-up name? It came from some heritage or some shit. And then just 5 minutes ago, you said they made up that name. And that's frustrating for me because I challenged you on your initial statement, which was, and you reiterated just a couple minutes ago, that they made that name up. My question was, when you said that shit, if they put that name, that they now known for some shit, because it was made up during the dark ages and they had shit going on for themselves, and they weren't noble by no stretch of the fucking imagination until we showed up in Africa and made Spain and the rest of the Europeans something. Rothschilds was nothing before that, but they made up their name. How come? In 2026, African Americans can make up a name where their trajectory could be just as noble as the Rothschilds if a name can be made up. What's the question I asked? But y'all ignored me.
Okay, so
Charlie, that's a very good question. That's a very good question.
I'm gonna answer your question. So basically, first of all, Black organized, they didn't start any banking at this point to design some kind of name to a family that would be head of the banks by a crest. That's basically what I said when I mentioned that they made up the name. The name actually deals with, I said, Edom and the shield of Edom, right? So to us, basically, say 20 years ago, 30 years ago, most people hear the word Rothschild, they're not thinking about nothing to do with red or Edom or nothing. It's just a fucking name to us. But to them, they have a heritage. They're linking themselves back to things. They decided to choose that name for them because it meant red crest. Now, it was 5 brothers that branched off and did the banking with the Rothschilds. But before then, there was other people who used a similar crest or dealt with the word red. The fucking Edom means red. And the Edomites got absorbed by the Romans. The Romans and the Edomites,
You're not answering my question. You're just digging into deeper.
It doesn't even make sense.
The validation of how the Rothschilds are doing. I will tell you this. X is a thing. Black Panther is a thing. We have, and the black, red, and green,
the black man.
Hold on. The black, red, and green flag is a thing. We have symbols in our community and within the extension of our community that we can hang on to and we can be proud of, and we just don't. The fact that there are so many flags so many last names that are not William Smith, Johnson, and you know what I'm talking about. That have asserted ourselves as Black people in America, that we don't adhere ourselves to, and we don't make sure prosper is a bigger part of it. And I'm still talking. I'm still talking. And I'm still talking, Chris. The idea that you have so many European names and stuff that people who didn't necessarily have them, because not every Rothschild was responsible for the proliferation of Rothschild. It incorporated a whole bunch of different people. Can I finish? A whole bunch of different people who didn't have that fucking last name, who appreciated, respected, and trusted whatever the fucking Rothschilds were doing. We don't have that system going on. And if we did, then I don't know, Shaniqua. Shaniqua would be that would be the latest fucking Rothschild. The name Shaniqua. And Beyonce. Because Beyonce, she wasn't that bad bitch. She would just be another ghetto name. Just some shit that we do to denigrate ourselves despite our greatness. That's different from a derelict country, a derelict continent that's in the midst of the Black fucking plague, who only bathes once a fucking year, who can assert itself somehow in the midst of the slum and the piss and the shit, can assert itself to greatness, where we won't even let a Beyonce or a Shaniqua or a Tyniqua or Kendrick or the things that come out of our community thrive like they did the Rothschilds in a worse condition than we were in, speaks volumes. The idea that we're still hanging on these dumbass names that don't serve us good at all, never fucking has, but when a community that we don't when a community within our race, that we don't create a naming system, and we don't do a certain naming system unless it's Beyonce. Unless it's Beyonce, and we don't back her in any fucking way. Outside of social media, how then do we exemplify the Rothschild? Because the Rothschilds had a backing in a way that we have had the opportunity to do the same type of thing, but we don't do the same thing. And if we don't do the same type of thing, how do we exemplify?
And I'm out of the way, man. Y'all could have it.
All right, right.
So look. This is what I did. I looked up the word.
Trying to answer the question. You can't talk.
Wait. This might answer your question. This might answer your question.
For everybody to be on. You did not do this.
I'm getting out the way, though. I listen to you. Talking about Beyonce. Yeah, okay, look. So I looked up the word Rothschild, but I separated it. So this is the word. This is the word child. All right. Hold on. This is important. I want to get this information. You look it up. I thought she was done. Oh, okay, my bad.
Well, whoever ain't finished, somebody, it's Laura. Put her on me because she down there. Go ahead and finish, Frank.
Okay, look, it's quick. So the word child, okay, it means, you remember we dealt with the Edomites going into Germany? They did. Or the Romans, right? The Romans went into Germany, but the Edomites got absorbed. I read that the Edomites got absorbed by the Romans. Okay, so then it says that the Romans actually went into Germany.
Well, Prince, they gave you a bunch of fucking lies, Prince.
Hold on, okay, chill for a second. Chill for a second. I'm sleeping. Let me sleep. So child is a German word. This is the last part, not wrong, okay? And it means It's not primarily a Hebrew word, but rather a surname of German and Ashkenazi Jewish, Amalek. Okay? Or origin meaning red or red hair, derived from the German rot. While often used for people with red hair, it is frequently adopted as an artificial, ornamental surname among Ashkenazi Jews. Roth. Just like you looked up and you found that the Jews or the Rothschilds are Jews. Like some.
Where from? Where do you put that at? What do you
Well, that's what.
That's not what I'm saying over here, especially.
Chris, where?
Well, I didn't really want to talk about the red hair. I didn't want to say the red hair. That's what they have.
Chris.
He's not wrong about that.
Chris. Where do Germans come from?
Where what?
Where do Germans come from?
And when she says Germans, she's talking about the Gauls. G-A-U.
I'm asking about where. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I don't need no one to help me. I don't need anyone to help me. France, where do Germans come from? What is their origin? I'm with.
Where do Germans come from?
That's the question. Where do Germans come from?
I'm not German though, but I'm from
Tell me.
Yeah, we're talking about the Rothschilds, and the Rothschild is.
I got a deeper question for you. I have a deeper question for you. So go on mute. Where does Germans come from?
No. I mean, what are you asking me? Who are the original people of Germany?
Does anybody understand my question besides Prince? Where do Germans come from?
I understand your question 100%.
Prince, okay, I did ask the audience. Because Prince doesn't understand the question. What is the origins of Germans? What is the origins of Germans? Come on.
I mean, you talking about like Scandinavian people?
Yes. Let's define that. What does that mean? What does that mean? Help us understand that. Who are those people? Before you start some shit about Germans. They come from the coast. And on top of that,
I'm just about to say that from Germany.
Gog and Magog.
Yes.
The French.
Just come from a place. Stop, friends. Let me stop, because you talking about Rothschild and some shit like that. Germans come from a place because they didn't just pop out of the sky or from out of Africa dumb theory shit. They come from Scandinavia. They do.
I don't think you understand what you're knocking. Like, I don't get it. I don't get what you're doing.
Tell us the European fantasy. Go ahead, Prince. Tell us the European fantasy. The Rothschilds just made up a name and became this holy god. Go ahead, tell us. And then in Disney and all that other
You're
shit.
confused. You're very confused, and you're angry.
I asked you a question, Prince, and the room.
You can ask questions all day. Don't mean you know shit.
The room answered you, and you didn't answer it. But I asked you.
What was the answer?
The room answered it.
What was the answer? I didn't hear it.
But you hear it. Okay. You tell me where you come from.
Okay, y'all still
This is
coming?
crazy. I don't even know this person.
Tell him where the words come from.
I don't think I ever spoke to you before.
I don't care. You speaking to me now. You speaking now because I'm a beast. I'm a goddamn beast. not a goddamn thing.
But he's trying to say they migrated wrong. Who is that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You trying to say something?
Somebody is.
No, she's not saying anything. She just got horrible feedback. No, what he's trying to say is those people, the Edomites, migrated from wherever the fuck they was at up into the room. And that's where you're gonna let me finish, please, what he's saying? God. It's like, look, this is why I get, hey, Prince, I feel you right now, man. I'm with you. I get what you're saying. I just think it's like, I think it's kind of hard to tell, you know what I mean? And
I understand.
We're going to have some more evidence. We just need more evidence.
Now, for me, I read a lot of the scriptures. You see what I'm saying? So it's just good. We having a conversation too. Like, just chill for 1 second. So I was just saying that this is good, though, Flawless, because very fast, very quick, you still can at least see what I'm saying. And like I'm trying to say, a lot of my understanding come from religious documents, put it that way, right? And when you go into the scriptures and you match the scriptures to history, if you can read the scriptures, then you see that it matches to a lot of what they wrote down as their history. You see what I'm saying? It's just the style of writing is different. So it's not very easy for, and most people, a lot of people, if they're honest, they don't understand the Bible. People read the Bible and be like, I don't understand this. But, you know, a lot of Christians that I've talked to, they be like, yeah, I be trying to understand the Bible, but you know, I like the book of wisdom. I like this, I like that, but you know, I don't deal with everything in the Bible. So, you know, but I do understand a lot of it. And I'm not saying I'm like the super scholar or the best in it or none of that. But when it comes to certain things just stand out to me. And Edom, mixing Kittim, Edom, Tubal, Javan, all becoming one nation, which was Rome. And then when you go into their shit, you see the Etruscans, that was Edomites. They were taken over by Japhites, or Japhet, which was Javan. And they became one nation. All these people became one nation. They wanted what Egypt had. This is the thing. And they removed certain books. When you read the book of Jasher, you see that the Japhets or Yaphites, they wanted what the Hamites had the whole time. But they weren't strong enough. Okay? These people, they didn't have the proper land. They had the cold lands. They were given the cold lands. Ham had the hot lands. Okay? So, Eliphaz, he became the first seafaring merchant. He made trade on the Mediterranean. He was the grandson of Esau, the head of the Edomites. Okay? He became a king over Japhet or Japhet for 50 years. And that type of stuff continued. He went to war when you read the stories, but they removed those books. Most people don't deal with none of that. But when you go and you look into history, you see some of this stuff. You see what I'm saying? It matches. So it's like, okay, well, I already believe the scriptures, but then I'm looking at history, and history is linking up with the scriptures. Okay, cool.
The problem that you're having is your inner world.
Wait, somebody else was saying something.
I'm gonna go on mute after this. The problem that you're having is that you're in a world full of people who are woke.
No, that's cool. I like it. That's why I come to know.
You can't like it because we're burying you every time you fucking talk. We're burying you.
This is crazy, man. Whatever. All talking in this room for years. So, you know.
I do like this question, man. Is the Edomite problem or is the nigga the problem? Like what is the problem?
Now, that's a good answer right there. That's a great question. That's the best one all night. My brother.
Who is the proprietor of the nigga? Who is the creator of the nigga? Who is the making of the nigga? Like, let's really talk about it. Like, honestly. Like, the nigga is the only word that you can interchangeably use that word as far as saying, oh, that's a term of endearment or it's a term of disrespect. Or you can change the spelling. You know what I mean? So just like
that's racist.
The word nigga is a manipulative word. So I'm more concerned about who is the nigga? Who created nigga? Who has the copyright of the nigga? If we all have to have the same story, who's the author?
Well, we know the white man can't be. He can't be the author or the creator of the nigga. And I consider the Edomites to be the white man. Okay? Now, this is all my opinion from my study, my reading. So, I think that our problem is we wanted to be like the other nations. We like the other nations, gods, philosophies, ideas, and we left from however our forefathers was. And that's why we forgot our heritage. That's why we don't know, and we search it. You see what I'm saying? This is, to me, that's super common sense. Like, whatever we had, and all of us ain't the same people anyway. Like, you and I don't have to have the same blood. Just kind of sound alike, might look alike. You could dance, I could dance. You could box, you could run, whatever. And, you know, that when it comes to melanated people, we don't have to be, 9 out of 10, we are related. But we in America. If your ancestors been here, my ancestors been here, so we probably are the same people. But even when they were taking people from Africa, I'm sure they made mistakes and got some other people too. You know what I mean?
The nigga. So, do you believe that the nigga is the Frankenstein?
Wait, I don't understand what you mean, a Frankenstein.
Mentally. Mentally, physically, the nigga. I'm talking about the nigga. Let's not like the nigga.
Okay. Yeah. Not the NIGGA, but the nigga. The problem. I get what you're saying, bro, but I think we passed that. Even the nigga wanna get past that. Nigga tired of going to jail, prison, dying. You know, like now the YN, the young nigga, they don't have no guidance. It's a different thing. A lot of them fucked up. But from what I see, a lot of brothers that's close to getting gray hair or, you know, wearing a full beard, niggas is working 9 to 5. They truck drivers, they all type of shit. We not doing as bad as people like to say. And they don't ever compare our poverty to white poverty. But white poverty is serious. They hide shit. They say we got black on black crime. But they don't talk about white on white. You gonna kill, you gonna harm, you gonna, I guess, rape, you gonna do all this type of shit to the people you live next to. So all of that is just to keep us down. That's to keep us docile. To keep, like when they let us watch George Floyd have a knee on his neck for 9 minutes, you know, on international TV. Listen, every nation would want us. They don't want us to go no fucking way. Even if we wasn't from here already. Because we are the salt of the earth. We make flavor to every fucking thing. These people market us, man. We don't own ourselves. Every fucking thing we create, it could be a way to talk, just to speak.
Stop the bullshit. We can't fly to the Rothschilds. Stop the bullshit. Stop the bullshit.
Stop it. I almost told you shut up. Listen, I don't want to be rude to you.
They didn't say some dumb shit about
but you do things, dumb shit, though. You just come out and talk.
And why they get a fucking flight. You don't get that privilege. You don't get to shout like that with me.
I've been talking like this for many years before I woke up to be an Israelite.
Right? You don't
arguing the shit. He's tripping, man.
You have the Shaniquas, the same goddamn credit, the same goddamn clout. You don't do that shit. You give extra credit to the goddamn Rothschilds because they have a fucking name. Even though you said the name was made the fuck up. Shaniqua.
Ugly as fuck. They look fragile. They got some fucked up blood. They're rich as fuck, but I don't look at it. I don't like it.
Ask the room. How many people in this room have walked away from the name Shaniqua? As opposed to how many Europeans and Canadians walked away from
I know it's his name Shakita.
give them
Our cousin named Shakita.
Rothschild did what we want for Shaniqua. That's a different
So
story.
Shaniqua, I never met a Shaniqua. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It's not
But
because
Shakita,
it's because of the power that is behind me. It was the power that was behind me. And we don't put behind our names any goddamn power. That's a different problem. That's a different problem. Not the fact that Rothschild by itself today hasn't got that power by itself. Because it never got there did. We gave it as Africans, not African Americans, because we were there then. But as Africans, we gave it power like the rest of the Europeans gave it power. As African Americans and Africans in the diaspora, we don't get Shaniqua any goddamn power. We don't get anything about any black name that shows up beside Jefferson, Smith, Jones, and all of the dumb shit. We don't get any credit to anything that comes from our loins in modern society. That doesn't mean that the Rothschilds intellect, any special fucking language. It just meant that people supported it in a way that black people don't support our black.
man, them people was sleeping. Them people was joining together and robbing folks. What are you talking about?
There's two deficits in America that I remember.
Nobody was telling the wrong child.
Two deficits in America that I recognize. That is the
They monopolized on shit. They made moves. What are you talking about?
in America that we don't recognize. That's the healthcare industry, and that is
We still on the plantation mentally.
that is the
Our people watch other people come here and live all in one house, 15 people, then they all get a fucking house.
I still have the goddamn mic. It's the healthcare industry, and it's the hair care industry. The healthcare industry.
I think the women are finally gonna
We have not
protest
taken
what it is,
our healthcare.
the
We
hair
have
products.
not taken care.
I've been telling y'all, I don't even like fake nails.
In the United States, and we leave our hair care to the
They make hair out of fucking bananas. You know that shit? They don't put that shit in y'all head. They burn the fucking banana.
Our fellows care to other people.
I guess that's better than getting the Indian hair that they do voodoo on.
The side of our community. Our hair care is
Or some worse shit.
by someone outside of our community.
I don't know, maintenance man, they don't want to be moving stars with that.
We were in a
That's
different
what that shit was. They influenced in the fucking movie to make idols.
Child model. If we talk about
Yo,
we would be better off if we
man, it's hard for me to let go of the word nigga because I'm kind of from the streets, like I was kicked out at 15, so I didn't even know my family because I grew up with my family. I grew up on, not to say like 100 acres, but he left our family, my great grandfather left him, so next door to me here was my aunts, my uncles, my cousins, and then my other people that had land. So like a whole area called Cypress Island is where I'm from. Right. So so when I went to the streets, and I guess I made a name for myself without a name, because nobody really knew my fucking name. But my nigga, like that's deep, bro, with me. You know what I mean? I know what you're saying, but I survived like that.
Yeah, but you just said it. You just said it just 2 seconds ago. No one know my name. To the nigga, and me, look, man, check this out. Like, I'm not, like, I love this room, man. Like, this is like where my people congregate, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm at work most of the time. I don't even come on stage. This is like,
Yeah,
I'm not here. You feel that?
Yeah, I don't know.
This thing.
I'm here all the time, dog. I fuck with Brother Eugene, man, and the mods, and I love this room to death, dog. So, like, but my people, man, it's like this word, nigga, man, and I always focus on the psychological aspect of the word nigga, the mentality of a nigga. Like, does a nigga have a history? Does a nigga have a future? Where is a nigga going? Where do we come from? Who created him? You know what I mean? Where is his demise? You understand what I'm saying? Like everything around the world is moving so rapidly, man. But the nigga is still stagnant. You know what I mean? So it's just like it bothers me so much. But I know the thing. Go ahead.
I don't think this world is the right world. I think that this world is like people say, how they say that shit, like it's made up. It's like it's tangible, right? But it's still it's not it don't function like it's dysfunction. And I think if we was to get involved in it and make it do what it do, like for real, like if we was to turn to them 100%, then this world would be destroyed.
Well, let me ask you this then. So is the nigga a dysfunctional creation out of a dysfunctional environment?
Yeah, that's what we were. We didn't start off like that. We were broken down to not even matter mentally or whatever we produced.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
We were slaves. The majority of us I'm talking about. So
are you serious?
We didn't reap or anything that we sold. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we didn't exist. We existed, but we didn't exist. So it wasn't us. But once we got free,
it's like staying on the block.
We moved fast.
It's so asinine. It's so asinine.
We moved like we were us and our ancestors at the same damn time. Like we was playing catch up. Like we had somebody watching from the sky or something because we got into the government. We had land. We was farming. We was producing shit. And then they made all types of people laws.
So a lot of times if a man tells you come out of triple darkness, right?
Wow.
Triple stages of darkness, right?
About that.
You know what I mean? So like you come out of an idea, a light bulb, and then fruition. That's the triple stages, right? Like goddamn, that's powerful, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like why we can't see that, man, as a people, bro? Like why we can't really survive that?
Because it wasn't.
I appreciate you guys getting off on each other. Tank 37. What's triple darkness to you?
Triple darkness to me, is the essence from which all other colors come from. It's the idea, it's the light bulb, and then it's the fruition, coming, making it happen. That's triple darkness. I am a god. I can create. So Tank. I walk with one foot after the other. There you go.
It's one step at a time. So when you say, when I asked you what's triple darkness and you went into the space, I couldn't relate to one step after another. I get up every morning, I brush my teeth, wash my face, some manual shit. Where and I think in the meantime, I achieve tasks. What does triple darkness have to do with those things, those tangible things? I'm not trying to challenge you. I just want to clarify. No, I'm just asking what does triple darkness mean to you in the context of our actual lived lives. I'm just asking you. I'm not challenging you. I'm just asking you for clarification.
You just explained it. So that right there, the effort that you put in, like you said, step by step, getting up, going to do this, going to do that, going to work, whatever, making something happy. You know what I mean, for myself, not relying on a spook person or spook god or just sitting in my house all day praying for something to happen or you know what I mean, or to say like, okay, well, the white man did this and I'm fucked up. No, like I have to believe that on my own. destiny. Like I have to really, really take the reins when it comes to that.
So what I just heard, so Tank, what I heard you say is that you got lost in my questions. Let me do this. You got lost in my question when you inserted triple darkness. Because you have
to say you don't know what you're talking about.
you had a point about triple darkness. It didn't mean what you explained to us just now, because I put you in a corner and asked you what your darkness is, and you couldn't do it. Without it
right now, right?
You did the same thing.
Don't you understand? Like, don't you understand? Don't you guys understand when you think of something and you really put forth the effort? God is not a spook God. Why y'all don't understand that? I don't understand. Like, why is that so fucking hard to not understand? Yes, the things of something you bring it to fruition and you create it. I don't understand why that is fucking hard to not understand.
So I guess when I asked the question, you put it in the context of every single human being's experience every time the sun rises. Triple darkness, in the way that you contextualized it, didn't describe all human experiences, but you were trying to describe what black people are experiencing as opposed to other people. That's the triple darkness.
Well, that's
and you did not describe it when I asked you the question. What is triple darkness? You didn't describe it in the context of how it was particular to black people. You described
the problem with black people.
So again, I didn't ask you again. What? Because now that we understand what you were trying to say, what is triple darkness to you? You can't say it. You can't give it in the context of all human being experiences. You have to apply it to black people's experiences only. What is triple darkness?
No, well, like if you want to say it like that, all human beings. You think, don't you get up, don't you think, don't you shit piss, right? When you sleep at night, don't you sleep in darkness? Don't you close your eyes? Before you have an idea, don't you sit and think about it for an idea to come to your mind, a light bulb, right? Right? Hello?
Yo, triple darkness, the definition, first darkness is reinterprets the cave allegory to defend.
I'm not talking about that. That's mythology. I'm not talking about that. I'm telling you,
wait, it's not long. A positive view of the material world. Okay, and I opted out of that earlier. That's what I was saying. And you know, anyway, second is darkness applies to Platonic philosophy to interpret the God on Mount Sinai. Third darkness reaches the ultimate negation of any light, symbolizing the deepest, most divine and mystical experience.
Okay, so read over again. So read every last one of God makes you blind. There you go.
Yes, it's deaf, dumb, and blind. Whoever said that, I wasn't looking. Who said that?
This is the poll that I just planted in me.
The Paul, I hate you.
I know you do that.
That's more than one thing.
I walk out of like a
I have no reason for it. I do, but it's not
like you end up on the other side from being sleep to being woke. Like triple darkness is like being sleep. Like you're up, but you can't see shit. You can't function how you can't be who you're supposed to be. It's like a veil is on or something. Like something is pulling you into the darkness. You can't escape. But that's why I was saying earlier, I had to walk out of darkness. It was crazy.
Okay.
I seen myself while I was myself, walking clean out of darkness, like out of a wall of fucking darkness. And there was two dudes on each side of me,
They had on like some garments with jewels in them, and it was a certain kind of it was the color of my blood when it coagulates. Right. It's a pretty purplish color, and purple is like a royal color. Purple has a lot to do with royalty. Anyway, for me, that dream was just thrown because I'm 6'2", and these dudes was a little bit taller than me. But I couldn't see their face, but I wasn't scared. But I wasn't able to see their face, and I was in this place like megalithic stones on top of each other. And I felt like I should be cold, but it was perfect temperature. And I kept walking through this hall. I'm looking at stones the size of fucking cars. You dig? And so I'm looking at these dudes, and I'm wondering to myself, why the fuck I ain't worried about these guys? But then I'm looking at the place, and then we get to this big room. It's like a throne room. It's a big giant room, dude. Like I'm in something I don't know how to explain it. But anyway, it's not like what it sounds. And there's another one. Now the two dudes disappeared. I looked for the dudes, but I didn't really look for them, but I knew they was gone. And this other guy, he was taller than them. His clothing was the same color, but it was more jewels on and stuff. But it was like in an army type thing, pretty much, but it was different. Right. And I couldn't really see his face either, but he called the chair. And he wanted me to sit. He called the fucking chair. He commanded the fucking chair. And I broke up. I fought to get out the dream because I felt like I was going to stay in the motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? So coming out of darkness for me, this was many years ago. But it felt like it was the beginning of me waking up when I had that dream. Because I was all on flat earth, but I really didn't know because I was measuring the earth, looking at how the pyramids are lined up with Orion. Now this was many years ago. This is before I woke up and started calling myself an Israelite and all that. And I could draw. I drew the shit on the wall. The sun. Like certain things I had that was in my mind. Then I had other dreams that had me. It was like a long line of this shit. Like what you call that shit when you leave your body and you kind of move through the earth. I did that and I went in the pyramids. And a spirit called me. I couldn't see his face. His finger had like a flame, and he told me to come. So I went, and I was supposed to be claustrophobic. But before that, I'm flying through the clouds. But I'm chill because as a child, I was used to this. It used to happen to me all the time. And I would tell people my dream, and they say, "You're supposed to die." I was like, "Why?" Because I would fall from the sky, hit the ground, come through the ground, come back to the sky. You see what I'm saying? So they say when you hit the ground, you're supposed to die in your dream. And lately, because I've been in this room, I like this room, I love this room, I love the people in this room. Besides all the fighting and the fussing and all that, y'all still my people, right? And that's why I come back. And I try to find different ways to share the things that I think of, right? So anyway, my whole point is lately I've been having certain dreams because I haven't been, because once you go somewhere spiritually, I think, and you leave from it, some things they like, it's our time right now. It's like looking at, and I'm just using this as an example, when Adam got Eve. Nothing was fucking with Adam until he got Eve. They said, that's his weak point. So like for me, it's this room, it's my family, it's different shit that I decided to fuck with that I wasn't dealing with before. It got me open, like right now I'm cursing. I'm moving more like I used to. You see what I'm saying? But when I was highly spiritual, you couldn't get me out of that. But like in my dreams now, they be vivid, and it's like something sometimes be after me. And I was just thinking before I'm laying here, I was just thinking that like if you have like a knife by you and you fall asleep, like in your dream, something can take over you and have you to hurt yourself.
Land.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Tell me about that. Because there's two things. I have
dreams with my lover, and for some reason, I've never orgasmed in my dreams. That's a different story. That's a different story. There's pleasure in dreams. And dreams will take you there. They will take you to a point and then drop you off. Because I get upset and return wake up without that orgasm. Because I get to a point. Nevertheless, that's a joke and it's comical, and I want you to take it like that. Because
To me, one time in my life, one time.
yeah, because it's real. It's a real thing. And so dreams, it's expansive. But the one thing, even though the joke I just talked about with the orgasm, because it's real, it's still a joke in the context of what you're saying. Because the bigger context of what you're saying is there's, from what I heard, there's a validity of a language and connection with the universe that shows up in dreams. I believe that 100,000%. I just don't think that the majority of us believe that 100,000% because it does show in the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, and we only believe that despite all of the other things that we experience, if it's not validated in Genesis and Revelations, it must not be true. And I just don't think that's real. And so I appreciate that even though you started off with something I can make jokes about, you ended up with something that was very sound for me, in that the majority of things that we experience outside of the day-to-day 9 to 5, eat, sleep, shit, sex, and whatever, is something that we largely ignore as Black people in the world, let alone America. And that is those interactions in our sleep, those interactions that are like, Africa would say in a trance, because that's what, that's how it, because I could put myself in a trance for me, because I've done that, because I've done the exercise. The trance is a sleep simulation, a dream state simulation, because I could do that, and I do that at will, because I exercise what I think God gives me to exercise. That's what I do. And so I know that I can put myself in a trance, and that's a little bit different from a sleep, but not necessarily very much different from a sleep. And Africa exercises that all day, every day. That's part of their reality. We, Americanized people, European Americanized people, shelve that, and we categorize those things as Black voodoo, whatever the fuck, black magic and shit that's taboo, but it's innate in us. And so I agree with you, Prince, when you are experiencing these things, and Black people are experiencing these things, and we talk about shared experiences in these things, and these things are real. But when we get in real big groups, we pretend that they don't exist because that's not white America, that's not an acceptable ideology, that's taboo shit. But in reality, it is real things for us. And so I appreciate that you brought that up. I'm a champion on that, and we should not hide that shit. We should share that shit because that shit is fucking real. The idea of astral projection, which is what you couldn't articulate.
Yeah, I thought about it just now, right before you said it.
I
was thinking about stuff, yeah.
Yes, sir, it's astral projection. I can do that at will. It's
what would you call being able to turn yourself?
Can you shut the fuck up? Can you shut the fuck up for a second?
Whatever you needed to be in
a... Can you shut the fuck up for a second? Because I disagree with you. Can you shut the fuck up for a second? The idea that you brought it up in context means there's a whole category of shit. There's a whole category of shit that we as African Americans ignore about who we are and how we relate to each other, because we can sense and we can feel and we can recognize each other in a way that the context that we are in doesn't suggest that that's a thing. We can do that shit. We can feel rhythm. There's a whole bunch of shit about us. We can feel as science books, the books we've been taught from first grade to goddamn 12th grade, even let me finish. They don't teach us that we have capabilities to goddamn do. We're not taught. We're not taught. Right. And the fact that you brought it up, the fact that I'm a huge proponent to those things means that my biggest argument to you is that even though you know these things are true, you still stick to some European regiment story.
Man, I don't give a fuck about the people. So this is what 9 ether means. 9 ether means. I evolve primordial cosmic entities or living gods closely associated with superior spiritual power, melanin consciousness, spirituality, or stellar heritage.
You are in a room full of people who are either
What you do? You start rapping. You might be making that later.
Exercising all of these ideologies, and I'm not stuck in one small ideology where Rothschilds mean that fucking thing, as opposed to all the
Rothschilds like that.
We know who we the fuck are. And so, but while you also mix some
beings.
while you still mix some woke ideologies into your very slave mentality ideology. I recognize that, and all I want to do is champion you on your perspective, and I will also with my
champion by the both sides.
for your.
I really don't give a fuck about all that.
From that?
Who, me? I'm from Louisiana. The bottom of the booth, bro.
Okay, you talking about Lafayette or something? Or...
Yeah, right next to Lafayette a little time. But that's where I'm at now. I'm in Lafayette.
Yeah, straight up, yeah. It's a good ass city, man. Good town, man.
Hey, this is Black Warrior. Can I step in for a second?
Just lay back. Where you from, bro? Right quick, I'm gonna let her go. Okay, where you from?
Hey, Tank, go ahead. I'll wait on you. Go ahead, Tank.
Black Warrior.
I know that was a mine. Where?
Oregon.
Oregon, you said?
Oregon, yeah, Oregon.
Okay, man. I heard Oregon beautiful, huh? Good weather and everything, huh?
Yeah, man, it rains a lot here, though, man. Yeah, it's pretty salty, bro. Let Black Warrior,
yeah, push over.
No, I just wanted to say, because oh my God, my mind has been trying to follow the conversations for the last 2 hours. And I've been on and off, and it's okay, because I just want to say, I'm amazed at how complex we are as people, and these conversations that somehow seem to be so disconnected, but kind of weave together, and it just reminds me of being kind of up in the atmosphere like a bunch of fighter planes. Very, very powerful. We just have to make sure we shoot each other, because we're also super powerful and not negate each other's stories, realities, because mine isn't someone else's. But what I'm going to say is, I as a human being love coming through because I continue to ascend, not because I connect to anyone in particular, but because there's a particular spirit and energy that flows through us as a people, and those of us especially who come to this room. Because what you did, Prince, by sharing your story of your experiences with the other worlds and other dimensions, I suspect, including myself, without going into detail, many of us who keep gravitating to this room are getting similar downloads and are having similar super out of this world experiences. And so when the brother asked, I was talking about nigga, and that's not a word I use, but I can relate to my soul. And the interesting thing that came to me when the gentleman, it might have been Ted, who asked, where did that word come from? What's the origin? And it was tied in with the Rothschild and all that. But what I want to say is, it's like what my mother used to always say to me, if everybody were going towards a bridge and falling off, if you're a follower, you're going to fall off that bridge too. And somewhere deep, deep, deep in my spirit and my ancestors, in my ear, I get the impression, without being scholarly, and I am no expert, I'm just spiritual. One of the reasons why we have a veil that we call a veil still over our eyes is because there is something that is still preserved into us as a people for survival. So if we think that other people are going to fall off the cliff, that is open
our saving grace because we are a remnant, and a remnant means you're kind of hidden, and most people don't necessarily acknowledge you. You seem scattered, but a remnant know each other, and I believe that coming together, while may not look like it's happening on the surface, it is happening, and I just have to hold on to that, not just for myself, but for future generations. So I'm not overly worried that we're not high on what's going on in the world, and we're up, and we're popular. I was fierce as a people, we were so popular, because look what all the popular people are doing. They're taking on transhumanism, they're going in a way that I'm sure Creator, nature, and my ancestors keep pulling me back and hanging onto my shirt tail to say, that's not the way. So I just wanted to kind of say, I appreciate the room, even Chaya, all of you, and just kind of wanted to say that. Thanks.
I have a question for you, and I'm not going to try to just.
No, you're going to probably answer because I just said what I said. I'm on late. I really wasn't trying to get the conversation. I just wanted to.
Yes, ma'am. But you intrigued me. So, and it's not a defiant intriguement. It's just like, so I've been thinking over, 40 years, what you just said. And that's the best case scenario, because when you come out of church, that's the best case scenario. And part of that is waiting for Jesus to show up. We're trying to live our best lives, be our best selves, to humanity, XYZ, all the things you just said. My question, the thing that fucks me up about that thought process all my life has been, if we're just, patiently waiting, passively waiting, why is the aggression on ourselves? If it was passionately waiting, then we would be, humble, peaceful to each other, in addition to the outside world. But we're not. The aggression is inverted. It's not extroverted, it's introverted. So all of our hatred, our anger, our aggression, all of those negative things are directed to each other. My allergy is, with what you just said is, and you don't have to respond, that's okay. But my thought process is, if we're waiting for Jesus to show up, or a wave of reality to show up, and we're just biding our time. Biding our time doesn't mean be passive to the aggressor and be aggressive to each other. It means be passive to the aggressor and passive to each other. It just means being passive around the board. It doesn't mean I'm going to take out all my frustrations on the people who also, like me, have no stake, no power in the game. It means I don't want to be aggressive to the powers that be, and I don't want to be aggressive to the powers that the people who don't have power. It means I'm just waiting, and I'm being respectful to everybody around me until Jesus shows up. And I just don't know that is what's reflective. And so I'm not trying to challenge you back.
Oh, I love it. I think that's a great question and observation.
Yes,
and interestingly enough, I'm not waiting for Jesus to come. So, and I will say, when I come in this room, I am a spectrum. This is one little sliver of my life in that spectrum. But what I would say in my everyday life, off this app, and even on this app, because I know some of the folks on this app and interact with them off of the app. But in a big room like this, you get all kinds of people from our culture, our society, our people coming in, and we don't have the same realities. But I think really, because we don't really chew each other up in this room, we allow each other to kind of let our powers run. But we do find a way to scale it back and come back to a place of respect. Like even in my own family, we as children kind of lined up in certain personality types, and so I was continuing to be always the one that was kind of picked on. But it's just a part of nature, I believe, in that regard. But the bigger message I want to say is, nobody in my world is sitting around waiting. We're actively doing, and those who you're talking about who are aggressive towards us, what we spend our time on is learning the system that the world ourselves. But really, some of these same people who are in this room who might even be somewhat aggressive, these are some of the people I still might be doing business with. They might be building kingdom with me. They might even be millionaires. But guess what? It don't show up in this room, and that's not what this room is for. So I give everyone respect and space. And even when I don't understand it, sometimes they want to get off and say, hey, look, get back on topic, whatever. When we watch this room run, and I love the restraint that the mods and the folks in this room have to let folks kind of have space, even though you kind of overtalk each other. But in the real essence of the room, when you look back over a period of time of being in this room, a lot of topics, learning comes out, and everything isn't for everybody. And I think we try to give each other the space to connect with whoever the messages are made for. And so when I came off the mic, I listened to a lot of stuff that a lot of it I didn't really care to know about or hear about and the interaction, but I still tried to stay in it long enough because there were still nuggets that I could retrieve, and I still could learn personalities, learn the dynamics of who we are as a bigger community and people. And I still believe everybody's got a piece of the puzzle. And when it's time, and as we go through, we're gleaning what we need to glean. It doesn't have to be pretty, it doesn't have to be sexy. We just got to get it, and I'll land.
You didn't answer my question. And I will.
Why would we know Jesus to come? Why are we passive? Why are we not nice to?
I heard. I was patiently hearing that. I did hear that.
Okay, so that was the answer to that question. And I went on to add, you're not.
And then
I went on to think you're beyond you. I think you're beyond you. I heard you.
Yeah, I heard all that, and I still end up saying, you know, that's my question. So we're not talking about this room.
I have no answer for you. I have no answer for you.
And so apparently, I'm not asking you anymore. Then, like, Prince, can you be quiet for a second? Can you be quiet for a second? Can you be quiet for a second, Prince? So then, Black, then I have no questions for you because you limited what I said in my response to this room. This room is the only room in Clubhouse where I think, in my opinion, is a safe haven for most woke people on Clubhouse. The rest of Black, no, I won't say the rest. A majority of Black Clubhouse in hallways is challenging. The idea that you answer my question in the context of this room, and I have so much respect for the people in this room, is that I was talking about the sentiment of Black people, not just on Clubhouse, but at large, where we consider ourselves enemy, where our Black bullets have nigger on it, and just like the Klan has nigger written on their bullets. I am talking about those people at large, not Clubhouse stages, because Clubhouse stages varies. This is the one safe haven, and then a handful of other rooms on Clubhouse are also safe havens, but the rest of it is trash. The idea that I said that we consider ourselves enemies to ourselves as opposed to considering the outside world as enemies was my focal point, and you ignored that point is disappointing because I see you as a forward-thinking person. In the short time I've interacted with you, the fact that you ignored that we are detrimental to ourselves, the fact that the last time I was on stage we were talking about Black people who are entrepreneurs need to hide that they're Black entrepreneurs because if you show Black people that you have a business, we are the least people to patronize your Black business, so we have to hide that we're Black people. The idea that these things exist in our community, just went over your head in this whole context.
No, it's our perspective. It just wasn't long.
Now you're cutting off my
Yeah, I know what I
did disrespectfully. Go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
Because you said that you implied something that isn't what I said. I never even addressed that, but I don't have the view of the people the same as yours. Therefore, my answer wasn't going to be in alignment with what your thoughts are. And it's okay, because my reality and your reality are different. I don't feel that way. If I ask you, about the green balloon that you mentioned in your whole submission. Because I did. That's what I did. I mentioned the green balloon. You were not cognizant that you mentioned the green balloon. But I picked up the green balloon. And I exacerbated the idea of the green balloon because it fitted me the most. And you have no memory that you mentioned the green balloon. And then later. And that's okay. I'm a security agent like me. That's good. I'm glad you're that good. And the idea that you're coming off mic, well, because I know that you have integrity. It's not integrity. It's what do you call that thing when you're in a meeting or some shit? You know, when you need to raise your hand or it's your turn to talk. I don't forget what this shit is because I'm old. But decorum. Maybe that's decorum. I know you know that. I am not talking to someone who's going to call me a bitch or a hoe or a pussy eater or some shit because I know who I'm talking to. Did she leave? I thought she was on a different level, and I could talk to her on a different plane, but she left, so she must not be someone I can communicate with. The idea that we can have a conversation and suggest that we are not flawed, because we are flawed in a major way, and we coddle ourselves, pretend like this shit is happening, is not okay. The idea that we champion the worst of us, we champion illiteracy, we champion gang violence, we champion drugs, we champion toting guns that only have a target on black people. The idea that we are our own fucking enemies is not okay with me. And I will champion any goddamn body. No matter how they think they show up in this space, I will champion anybody. Because my position is, we are better than we present ourselves. And we need to do better for ourselves and with ourselves. And I am there. And as while the room is quiet, Kia, that's my name. I want to feel safe around everyone in this room. Everyone in this room. But I don't. In real life. I don't. In real life. It's enemy. And I hate that I hate that reality. I want to feel safe with everybody in this room. And I do. When I walk around this world, if I walk up to a black man in any scenario, I know I'm safe. And he makes me feel safe. If I walk to any black woman in this world, I can give her a hug and she will hug and kiss me back. That's my reality. I know that. I know who we are. But collectively, we hate each other. Collectively, we will get together and talk shit about each other, and that's just on a collective. That's not on an individual level. It's collectively. Individually, we are beautiful fucking people. Collectively, we are detrimental to each other.
13th, Friday the 13th, they lit.
Miss Lily.
What's up?
I know that you're very astrologically aware. Is 13 really a negative number? Like, should we even give a fuck about this?
It's who?
No.
Do I need to be paying attention as to whether or not they're about to do some more fuck shit on the flag up there today or yesterday? Yes.
I don't understand your question. Who's the lady you talking about?
The Friday the 13th and the people who were trying to, put the bamboozle on everybody else. Miss Peter, don't be acting like you don't know what I'm talking about. You know that.
What you talking about? When you say they, you gotta remember what I'm talking about.
No. I'm the one that told you. I'm the one that told you that you should stop using the word they. Don't use that against me. We can't. You're using that against me is not fair. That's not fair.
Okay, so let me assume what your question is. I was told that we were programmed that Friday the 13th was considered a bad day, but it's really a holy day. If you ask, maybe any Muslim would know. I don't know. That's what
How many apostles did Jesus have?
You tell me.
12.
And the reason why you asked that question, where does he?
So when you add Jesus, what number is that?
13. So why would that be a bad number then?
And look, if Miss Eva, I'm gonna pick on you because you're one of them youngins who claim that they're old. I'm gonna say claim. They claim that they're old.
I ain't gonna say I was old, but go ahead.
Okay, you know what? There you go. You know what? Hey, I follow this one lady who her husband looks like he's 175. They're the same age, and they've been married for over 60-something years. And he looks like he's way older than her. She has the vegan lifestyle, and it looks like she's still in. She looks like she could do the next one, the next remake of What's Love Got to Do with It.
I always say how a person looks if they look old is genetics.
I hear you. I got good genetics too. And this lady look like she in her 30s, and she's well into her 70s. Well into her 70s.
The moon makes 13 lunar cycles a year.
See?
Hold up. Y'all recognizing lunar and solar cycles now?
It's 12 solar cycles, but it's 13 lunar cycles.
Hold up. Because when I first brought this to the table, people act like I was talking blasphemy and not making sense.
Because you
13 is the death card in the tarot deck. The 13th card is death. It's the death card.
And absolutely, Michelle, you're good. Ms. Nina. So it's no longer blasphemy? Can we speak about?
We need to talk to somebody who's a Muslim and see how they feel about the 13th. I don't know. I just hear them speak on it, but I don't retain it because I'm not Muslim.
Nah, Ms. Nina. You talk about
Muslim.
The other dehumanizes it though, Nita, because they associate 13 with Judas.
But Ms. Nina, you know my stance. It's the lunar calendar versus the solar calendar. I've been saying that since I've been on the spectrum.
Now, what's your guys' opinion? I was also told that we should acknowledge the solar because we are sun children. We should not acknowledge the lunar.
There we go. That's a conversation we've had.
Because we are children of the sun. We are not children of the moon.
But I finally got this view to follow the analogy. And now that I heard the square, I ain't about to let it go. What y'all think about that?
He gonna pin me down, Florence.
Definitely am. I definitely am.
But I didn't
Because
what Florence
it's just said that how many linear and how many solos. I didn't know that.
So okay, so let me ask you.
The solar said that was the zodiac stuff.
Y'all know it's contagious.
She laughed.
That was a laugh? That was a laugh?
She said,
okay, my bad. I thought that was a whole yard.
Yo, is just,
Don't do that.
You better.
I was about to say, y'all trying to be contagious. Don't do that.
When you work at crisis.
So, because I'm trying to put myself and my family in a better position, I have one job. However, my second job doesn't require me to interact with people. I just have to respond to the tickets.
Must be nice. And how many calls do you really get?
I don't get calls.
Okay.
I'm responding to the tickets. That's all that is. But yeah, it's something that I looked into very early on because I understood that. I think I told you that I'm studying for my AI governance and security certification. So once I get that, I'm not going to need all this. I got that because I saw where the industry was going.
And what do you think about that Zealand thing? That thing where they use AI to scale your business and sell product and shit for you?
I can't personally speak towards that. However, I understand it. It's just one of those things where
you got to
the best advice I can give anybody is don't get left behind. You know what I mean? If you've heard the words automation or AI in the industry you work in, take that opportunity to go and look up how that affects your industry. It's not a hard thing to look up. Also, by the way, all of you who use like Grok or what's the one from China? Deep something? Yeah, right. Or another one, but ChatGPT. Go look up Venice. Venice is open source, and they're dedicated to being open source. But with them, they don't log your conversations. So the conversations you have with Venice are encrypted, one, and then two, they don't log the conversation. So there is nothing that you have to worry about in terms of proprietary information or NDAs, if that makes sense. You can actually ask them to help you build something, and it's not just in their ether, in their ether. It's in their ether. It'll stay to your account. And on top of that, they have less safeguards. So, for example, if all of y'all remember how X got in trouble for the shit that you could do with the images?
No. What happened?
Revenge porn.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Right. So
what about
it? X got in trouble with that, but after that they put governments or govern. If we're talking about, I'm gonna use a car as an example. If I have a car and I want you to do 80 miles an hour car. If I put a governor in the car, you'll never be able to do over 80 miles an hour. What happened is, these weird ass motherfuckers were out here taking a lot of you ladies' social media pictures of your profiles and then turning them into that TV show, Married with Children, were called the nudie photos. They were turning y'all's pictures into the nudie photos. X had to acknowledge it, and then they put the guardrails on their AI. Venice doesn't do any of that. It's open AI, open source, and there's no guardrails. But the reason, the importance of that,
Ain't no guardrail, so I can make any type of,
Yes, ma'am. The importance of that is that if you take something that you look up in ChatGPT and then look it up in Venice AI, it should not come back the same. But here's a caveat. You have to tell it how you want it to respond to you. If you want the bare naked truth, no filter, but you have to tell it that. You have to tell it all of that. And they have the paid version. The free version is not going to do it. They have the paid version and all that thing. It's crazy, Michelle, because that's kind of, it's not even really kind of along the lines of what I was developing with Pablo. Pablo already could do all of that. I'm not really worried about it shit when it comes to Pablo. Because what Pablo's doing is something more than that. I'm just surprised that they actually introduced that into the market. Ms. Nita,
I like this one.
Pablo's right.
Try all of them, see what they all about.
Absolutely.
I like rock, but it's about to make me mad. But there's this thing.
No, Glock Beyond is bullshit.
Anything you want on broadcast.
Oh, you haven't made Glock mad yet, have you? You haven't made him mad yet.
I don't talk to Brock. Hey, Brock, do pictures for me. That's it. I just make Brock animate my pictures. I don't even talk to Brock like that.
When you get a chance, stump Glock. Whatever I said, whenever you get a chance, stump Glock.
Stumble?
Stump it, because what will happen is the responses become more aggressive. They become more aggressive.
Right now.
It becomes more aggressive, and I'm like, oh, okay. So you don't want to answer certain questions. You know what I mean?
I'm about to go ask her the question right now. Hey, Brock, what exactly is an immaculate constellation?
Constellation or conception?
No, immaculate constellation.
What is that?
That is that's what they call these, that's the new term for these, AIs and shit. And not AIs, but the alien crafts, those, little orbs and stuff like that. They come from this group called the Immaculate Constellation.
Okay. Yeah, play around with it. Stump it. At the end of the day, unfortunately, this is part of what I do for a living. It's just that, there's the ones for the companies, and then there's the ones for the public. Should be crazy.
Well,
Ms. Nita, I have a question for you. Do you mind answering this question? Did you work in the IT field? things you say lead me to believe that you work in the IT field.
Oh, really? No, I really hate computers. I do.
Interesting.
But somebody had told me that I should consider it's not as bad as I think. They said that if I became like an IT tech, just like the little things I get frustrated with the computer, an IT tech works on it on a different level.
Right.
So I think.
And truth be told, a lot of times that you'll be in the middle of saying something, and I don't want to ask that question in that moment, because that's a low key, that's actually a pretty personal question to ask somebody, what they do for a living. I don't think to do that.
Well, the reason why I answered it is because there are wait a minute. Only reason why I answered it is because there's like 100 other careers a person could have. So that's all.
Right. Okay, no, that's fair. Because I've always been curious. Like some of the things that you'll say, I'm like, hold on.
Really? And I don't realize because I hate computers. There's sometimes now you call your customer service at your credit card or whatever. And they say, what if you log in? I said, my computer broke. They log in. I hate trying.
Really?
Do you know
Rockford took forever to answer this question, y'all?
But anyway, no, Michelle, let it, do not interrupt it. Let it take its time.
It's a
Let it take its time.
Do you know every time you go into any type of website, deal with any type of business, every website is different. So that means that when I go to www and type it up, now I gotta search the whole front page and look over and try to find what I'm trying to find. You know how frustrating that is?
Ms. Nita, I was a part of the first group that broke the gentleman.
Good, you break all of that. I hate the website. I hate the internet. You hit a button, it gives you the hourglass, so you gotta wait. And then after you wait a while, and then it says, start over. You know how frustrating it is? I got things.
But you know what's crazy?
Crisis. Why did you assume that she was technologically savvy? Why?
Because there's certain things that she said.
Like what? Crisis? Like what crisis? Like what crisis?
Are you gonna let me actually answer you?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So certain things that she would say about technology, it's not so for example, I'm coming from a cybersecurity. When I'm looking from a cybersecurity, it's not somebody saying, oh yeah, I'm AWS certified and blah blah blah. It's not that. I'm listening to the comprehension and the ability to put certain things together. And when students
Did you insert any of that shit? Any of that shit?
I don't even know what
you said. Crisis.
I don't even know what you
Stop the bullshit.
I don't even know what you
Crisis. Stop the crisis. Do you think I'm technologically savvy?
What did you say?
Do you think that I am technologically savvy?
I've never had a conversation with you. I wouldn't know.
Yes, you have more conversation with me on this stage.
No, not more than this year. Not more than this year.
Had more conversation with me.
I absolutely not have more conversation.
I don't think so. I've been talking about crisis for a while now, so.
I absolutely not have more conversations.
I digress.
So,
Why is it taking 5 minutes for this? I'm sorry, go ahead, Nina. My bad.
Because it's the internet, and I hate the internet. This is why I don't like the internet, because it takes so long for information. But you have a lot of operators, they say, hold on, let me check your information. And then they check my information, and I get my information, I go about my business. But no, they want everybody to be online, waiting.
And notice, Ms. Nita, that's why I said to you, I've wanted to ask you this for a long time.
Why are you trying to offer me a job?
summer.
What's that? What is that?
It's the Ethical Hacking Convention in Vegas.
Y'all paying for my hotel?
I'm not gonna pay for your hotel. However, if you come on here, I can tell you this, if you know your shit, you can probably fuck around and have a 6-figure job before you leave.
But I don't know nothing about computers.
Hey, so it did.
So like, it went in? Okay.
It broke down the whole thing. Better than, yeah. I don't know.
So what is it?
The saucers, the tic-tacs, the triangles, the boomerangs, and the regular or organic shapes. Some kinds of crab like jellyfish, like in later discussions. So like months ago, like August, y'all, they had a congressional hearing about UAPs. They're not UFOs anymore, they're called UFPs. Because they can identify them now. Remember that?
What is UAPB?
Say what?
Aerial phenomenon.
UAP? Okay, yeah, it's an unidentified anomalous phenomenon.
Aerial phenomenon.
Oh, that was sweet. Hey, sweet.
Hey, you know that.
It does not say aerial, it says anomalous. ANOMALOUS.
Yes, it does have a P in there. So crisis, I'm just wondering why you connecting Nita with technology when she said, I don't know why you're doing that. Why are you connecting?
No, it wasn't.
Wait.
You know what? It's okay. Because she's so direct and she's so direct. She would probably say the guy. But I ain't talking to you enough on that app. But that's just by off your voice.
This was just based off of my interaction.
But she would be a public speaker.
Yeah. This was just based off of my interaction.
I am a public speaker. I am.
Well, I'm gonna be quiet.
No, don't be quiet, because every voice counts. And the way I interact with Clubhouse is I want to understand the logic. I'm not here to just dispute conversations, just to dispute conversations. I want to follow the logic. And so while Crisis and Nita are speaking, Nita is saying, I don't know why you see this in me. And Crisis is forcing a technological ideology on her that she's negating. And so I'm just wondering why you're doing that, Crisis.
Yeah, I wasn't forcing anything.
You are forcing it. She has been.
I really wasn't forcing it.
She has been telling you in the last 10 minutes that I don't know where you get this concept from. She's just saying. And so my question becomes, even though you have a long relationship with Nita, why don't you see a technological background in anybody else in the room? Specifically me.
Charlie, I think he was just flirting with me.
It's not even flirting. It's just the thing is, if I haven't had conversations that were in depth about different topics with you, which I haven't, which, by the way, it's kind of, I've heard you on the stages that I'm not always contributing to the stages when you're speaking. I'm speaking.
Shame on you,
I'm going to try to relax for a second. I'm specifically speaking towards the stages that I was in with Ms. Nita when we were interacting and talking about different topics. Some of these topics might not even be technological for everybody else in terms of like UFOs or whatever, but it would come back to a technological lens that she seemed to understand. And because she seemed to understand it,
I think the problem is is that you're in a room.
It's not a problem. There's
No,
no problem.
let me explain the problem. I think that you're in a room.
Don't create a problem when there's not.
Well, I just want to express this. I think the problem.
Yeah, you're creating a problem when there's not one.
I think that the problem I'm having is
Okay, the problem you're having. All right, that.
Yes, sir, thank you. I think people ignore that I say yes, sir, thank you, or yes, ma'am, and thank you, because I'm in 48 to the room. Eugene is the host of the room. He's from Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam teaches yes, ma'am, yes, sir, and thank you. I follow that cadence, and so I'm very respectful. The idea that you focus.
Hold on. Are you saying that I'm not that?
No, well, again, so I have a mic for a second, so we get me in a second. It rubbed me the wrong way that you were focused on Nita, and I don't know your relationship, but I was rubbed the wrong way when you were focused on her, and so I
interjected yourself.
I interjected myself in a room that wasn't exclusive to you and her.
Not a room, it's a conversation.
No. A conversation means in a room full of people, it can be intercepted.
I can still address the individual without it being.
Stop it. And so you.
If I'm addressing an individual, it doesn't. If I'm addressing an individual,
there's no one else in the room.
You're asking about the room when there wasn't about the room.
As if there is no one else in the room. This is 40 acres of real room. Who are you?
You wanted to be about the room when I was addressing an individual.
Because there are so many people in the room who are extremely intelligent in this room.
And yet I wasn't talking about the room.
And so when you talk
directly to an individual, and you're making it about the room when I was speaking to an individual.
And so when you talk about technological ideologies, you alert me.
I don't know what your technological background is.
You don't.
I don't know what your technological background is because I've never interacted with.
Sometimes I think we are in practice as to how to interact with people.
What do you mean by that? Okay, so the idea that you're insulting her from my perspective. That she's not as technologically as fast as you are. And you have this conversation with her.
That's not what I said at all. What are you talking about?
You did.
That's literally not what I said at all.
I got offended by that.
A compliment. But child,
I got offended by that.
How are you getting offended by something that you directed towards me? I didn't take it as an offense, but I took it as a compliment. You know why it's a compliment? It's a compliment because he indicated that the way I talk, it appeared I had knowledge of something that I can't stand, which told me that maybe I do know more about computers than I know. I just don't like it. But by him telling me the way I speak, that was a compliment that told me that maybe you know more than you think you know. So can we get past this?
Can you rephrase that in
I'm not rephrasing shit. That's what I said. I said what I said. I ain't rephrasing shit. What are you talking about?
China, has anybody ever told you you're kind of combative?
Yeah. So
I ain't rephrasing shit. I ain't rephrasing shit. How about that? I ain't rephrasing shit. I ain't rephrasing shit. So now what? I ain't rephrasing shit.
Crisis. I just
you said in a way that all of us understand it.
Crisis. Okay. Crisis. I just said sometimes we're being tested as to how we interact with people.
So, no, I'm gonna choose peace, but that's just weird, bro. Like that's just weird.
But keep in mind, Crisis. Everybody does not think as you do or as I do. So you have to consider who you're talking to. Remember that people don't think like you, so it's not weird to them. It's strange to you. If it's strange to you, why entertain it?
I really don't know.
Ambassador, what you doing up so early?
I'm ready to ride. The 17, you know, all the showdown with the righteous and the wicked that promised to after. It's not actually even up to my born day now. But I'm going to Atlanta in the morning. We need to get on that hanging though. Moses and them said they're going to get on the hanging. My crew said we'll check out that hanging shit. They need to put a rally on that hanging. We all,
I have to be there. I'm going to hit you up offline. I want to get me out
there, big Christ. Yeah, get in when you got those fit in with like we always do. But what's the word out there in Johannesburg? And what's the price if I ask you for $1 twice?
Is this English? Is this English?
What's the groove if I make the first move?
Is this English? I don't understand that goddamn thing that's just happened like fast. Is this English, Ambassador? Are you speaking English?
I said, baby, I love you. Oh, yes, I can do that.
You still there, Michelle?
Because you big girl now.
Michelle going away with all that noise y'all making.
And no more daddy's little girl. Come on. Cause you wanna be home.
I'm right now feeling for the millennials because I
a couple of little millennials I keep out back. Go ahead. You can talk like this about them. I read my child, my slap, I move them around.
I know stats are literally that. I understand that, but I didn't understand what you just said.
Just push it, run it down.
See, stop. Get off that stuff, Ambassador. Get off that
The
stuff.
sound effect. I was a comedian in my former life, and these guys like Richard Pryor and Dave Murphy and this other guy. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell you exactly how I'm gonna do it. And me and him go get that money from Red Fox, Richard Pryor, and get Eddie Murphy still didn't get some of that money. I'm gonna gap with you, Shorty. How about that?
Eddie Murphy.
Thanks for spending my money for the last couple of
years. Richard Pryor and Red Fox, I'm sure you should have said Red Fox. And then you said Shorty?
Red Fox, bro. What he got? That's the key to the service. And I'm trying to get paid in full.
Ambassador.
And if I get paid in full,
and these said Shorty.
Some say Shorty, some say Shorty. But I'm saying, Shorty, I will be out with you. You have to get that money. Come on. You can talk black to me. I'm a bad man. And West we blew a pussy spell. And I'm black on, I was screaming black on Uncle Sam.
My shorty. You ain't that man, you talking about Shorty. You ain't. You are not that man, you talking about Shorty.
If they ain't get you a number, get in line. Don't get behind, man.
Anybody use Ambassador like no. We're saying, man, so I'm not intimidated by you, so I will check you on your language. Shorty versus all the other stuff you said, no, that don't mix. On stage.
What you got going? Come on, talk to me. We just up. Christ, we be kicking everyone every now and then. But you gotta hear my hits, want to hear some of my hits. I can blast almost anything that you know about. Or if it's available on YouTube, I'll blast a few sounds now and then. I do that fairly well. Not an expert.
You ready to play some music, Ambassador?
Yeah, depending on what you want to hear, my dear.
I don't want to hear anything. Just making sure I was understanding what you were saying. So
I was a DJ in my former life as well, but come on.
Ambassador, what did y'all do on the 17th?
17th, it's fit to get here, son. You predict the future very well. But St. Patty's Day, so they got all.
Not March. I'm talking about February. Did y'all do something for Cali?
We did a rack of stuff. Black History Month, it's on my YouTube. We went to New York, we went to Minneapolis, we went to Chicago, Indiana, and Indianapolis. You know, the Panthers made some moves out there.
You remember what I asked you before about Sarah? John, I asked you before about have y'all ever been able to get the conversation with Sarah, third grade?
I mean, Malika's over with Fred right now, out in Vegas and LA right there. That's, son of Dr. Callis, yeah, he's a good man.
line?
Kind of line, how you mean that?
Because he was saying a lot of crazy shit before.
It was a book called How to Be a Young Billionaire, whatever.
No, I'm talking about the crazy shit he was saying. That shit was cool.
Man, you gotta kind of leave that subject alone. And the family members that I think if you really want to give us some help, you can get out there with Ice Cube, all those people on Dr. Collins' album. And they got albums with him on it, etc. From Tupac to Ice Cube and those guys. There's some money owed to the family, to the estate. And you help us count that. But I'm serious, you can't get a gap on that.
All right, fair enough, bro. Like,
Okay, guys, good.
That shit he was saying wasn't cool. That shit he was saying wasn't cool, though, bro. Wasn't cool.
Man, you trying. Okay, that's not me. Okay, I'm gonna run up here to now just open a casino, right? And that's my main man. So I'm gonna look at that tell him, that is cool. These young men, that guys gonna do what the fuck they wanna do. Ain't a whole lot of you don't know what it means. See, if you're not inside, that's the thing I'm telling you about these superstars, bro. And this is that. They're not gonna boost it. They'll come on here and say, now me and Boost might just drop his children off. And they'll say, man, who is your father? You know.
You know, like I don't give a fuck about the fame. Third grade was saying that weird shit about his daddy, but that shit was not cool.
And I just want to raise an issue on Clubhouse about Pharaoh Gray or Khalid Abdul Muhammad's son named Farrakhan Khalid Muhammad. You got for Farrakhan. I'll tell you, they beat you up in that crowd. I got you out of the fire. Let me say this. You was jumping the liquor, but you went for the pond of fire. Go jump in the liquor. Let me say this, man. Let me say this.
Sweet.
Girl, if you say my name one more time without talking, saying some other words, I'm going to question your family. What's happening?
Ambassador, I don't care how you show up old. I don't respect what you just said in any measure at all. You do not represent with your.
What's going on here, man? Who said what? Who said what? Okay, make you stop playing because you kind of beat me down on the bush. I can't hear you.
I do not respect you at all.
I'm not half of a matrix going, so I'm sorry.
Ambassador.
Let me show you my skill level. I'm about crises. What's your name?
But in the meantime, you have millennial people here. You have other people here who are younger than you, who have a reason to respect you. I don't have that reason to respect you. And so when you have just said
Ambassador, I'm gonna call you offline.
Ambassador was talking sweet and Shia didn't like what he was saying, and she cut in, and that's what.
I was angry.
What's gonna be mad?
Wait a minute, I mean,
She mad.
let me speak.
Why? Go ahead,
Say, girl, what did he say? What did he say?
You know I'm emotional. False, you know I'm emotional. About the goddamn.
What's wrong?
And I'm gonna do that shit. And I said what I had to say. I said what I had to say. I have no respect for him right now. Sweet, go ahead.
Ambassador, you made her cry.
I'm so sorry, Miss Lady. And then I did it, but you cried. Y'all need to go to sleep. It's quite possible. My love, I think
And so
I just asked you to be quiet, Ambassador. I know you hear me, Nita. What did he say that got that girl upset?
Nobody knows.
Why are you upset? Calm down. Don't be over there crying. Damn.
here's what I'm gonna say.
You know how I feel. I am not silent in the way I feel initially.
You know how I feel about this shit. And him disrespecting that shit, and him just because because I'm goddamn older too, and I have this. Even though I don't sound so fucking old as he does, I have the same goddamn perspective. I have the same goddamn perspective. And what he just did disrespected me, and I feel fucking offended, and I want to respond to that dumb shit. I don't think that. Eugene comes off the mic, and everything he says reflects the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam says, rise above your emotions. And that's what Eugene does all day, every goddamn day. Anybody who comes before him and tries to pretend is anything like the goddamn Nation of Islam, who doesn't rise above this fucking emotion, is a goddamn fraud. And so I don't respect you for that goddamn reason, Ambassador. And I don't have to respect you because I'm your goddamn age. And because of that, I want to stop because I put myself on punishment all day, every day. I put myself on punishment, and I just want to say, I don't respect you right now. It might change over time, but I don't respect what you have to say. And I don't have to because I'm your subordinate, because I'm not your subordinate. I'm your goddamn peer. And I want to give the mic to Sweet. And leave me the fuck alone.
Hey, stop playing with me, Shorty. You gotta take that out with brother Eugene. That's not playing with me. Let's stop playing with me, Shorty. I ain't playing with you.
No, Ambassador, leave that girl alone. You done made her cry, you done made her upset, so.
No, she just wanted to do this shit because she wanted to do this shit.
Leave that baby alone. Leave her alone.
Listen, lady, I've been micing for 50 years. I ain't gonna.
Your goddamn mic, Sweet. Where the fuck you at?
Well, she's selling a product that I'm not buying, man.
It's fine. It's fine.
Sweet, where are you?
Sweet.
Oh, Sweet. Look, for the first time, Sweet, we want you to come to the mic.
Sweet dancing with the sleep.
Yeah, I didn't go to sleep. I'm gonna say this. Y'all have a good night and God bless y'all.
Oh, he checking out. You're welcome to stay.
He don't want no problem. He want to go to bed.
My man Sweet. My man Sweet. Hey, yo, Sweet. I love that, bro. I love that about you, dude. I love that.
We seen a different side of you tonight this morning, Sweet.
No, Sweet's a good brother. He really is when you get a chance to actually understand him.
Yeah. We were in the other room and there was another woman, I don't want to say her name, she's an older woman, and she kept cutting Sweet off. And I actually, he was very gentle with her. I was impressed. And she was cutting him off. And he was very respectful. I said, look at him, he's being gentle. I just want to give you his
I realize that Sweet is always respectful. It's just that when he gets provoked, he's passionate.
Yeah. I give him that. But no, it wasn't respectful. He was gentle. That's the difference.
Yeah, but Ms. Nita, we're taught that the velvet glove is not always the glove you should use. Sometimes you have to use the iron hand. So I can't take that from him either.
I'm not in this time, so all the time I be in drive-by all the time, so don't mind me.
Nah, OG, stop lying. Hey, bro, you know.
You got crazy what you saying, big bro.
You know like I know. Y'all use the iron hand when it comes to us younger folks all the time. Don't do that. You know y'all use the iron hand.
Let me explain my position so I will not be mistaken in advance. I'm a 72 in the morning man, 72 grown man. I have 7 children. From those 7 children have been produced 31 grandchildren. From those grandchildren, there are existing 5 great-grandchildren. I have programs in the street. I interact with all ages. I do top security for the rappers and young people. And my former life, I think I was a comedian. I still don't believe, I seriously don't believe that Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, and Fox and guys like that were funnier than me. But I never went to the stage with my comedy. But I do rap, I do poetry, I do rap,
Kunta Kinte farm. The Kunta Kinte farm. You forgot that part, right?
That's not the Kunta Kinte farm. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I left out all of my biography. And I had a few acres of corn, green beans, and wheat flour growing on the Kunta Kinte farm. Thank you so much for the mic. And
Brother State, you already know you're one of the few people walking this earth who is not related to me by blood, who was able to check me in real time.
Yes. That's real talk. This is like, I don't want to take the accolade, but the guy, real good guy, Price, he's down in Florida mostly. He's in Atlanta, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, New York, Philly, and other places and faces just a lot like me. He's a real guy, don't mind going across the map. His mom, his family, and all those people, great people, stand-up people. And you potentially, whoever was checking me at the bike, are potentially stand-up as well. I don't even know the person that was in a conflict. I was just there to push the sound bites, just tapping off and playing with Price. Price, no, I was just funny with him. I see you going I see you going to push the way.
That's what I told you. We can take it offline.
It was Saturday, yeah. So there's no serious issue right there. But you pointed out a piece up and we won't talk about it online. So there's anything going on. If you have about another day at the 40 acres and the mule, and if you want to make it a rabbit hole, you can transform the rabbit hole into the mule and put the mule into a rabbit hole. We go down Spike Lee's spot right now and kick it. We put together footage for a new movie or something. I don't have no problem teaching my guys, but come on. I ain't mad with you. I need something to do. If you can't got no clue, then beat upon him. I'm like a whipping post. I think a national whipping post. You can beat me up anytime. Come on.
I just don't think that you can compare 40 acres in the mule with the rabbit hole. I've been on this app for 5 years. I've been on, the reason I came on this app was because I was invited. That was the original clubhouse. You had to be invited to be here. You cannot compare, and because I've been doing this so long, and I am who I am. I have been a passive participant on Clubhouse in 5 years. I'm very young, so I have to explain myself. The idea that you compare 40 acres of a mule with Eugene and Black with a lowercase b, and Erica and other people on the stage to 40 acres of a mule, to the rabbit hole is asinine. This is the brainchild of Clubhouse. This is where intellectual Black people show up and share ideas. This isn't a place, from my perspective, where raggedy ass Negroes like you and Totem Pole, I like you, but I don't like you. And I like you, but I don't like. But people who show up with raggedy ideas and raggedy ass experiences in their lifetimes when they get old, don't show the fuck up. They don't. And I don't respect anybody who shows up at half mass. Sweet is not one of those people. There's a lot of people in this age that I can list who are very excellent in the way they approach ideas. You are not one of them, my master. What you come with is age. And what you're trying to project is a wisdom. And you don't get to do that with me because I'm your age, I'm your peer, and I see your flaws. I see your flaws. And I see your ambition, and I see you to be disingenuous. And I will challenge you on every goddamn thing you say until you come correct. When you say you respect the Nation of Islam, you're one of those people, and you say fuck and bitch and shit. Yeah, you are disqualified all day, every day because Nation of Islam has standards. The Nation of Islam has standards that Black people in our community should have standards, like illiteracy. We should not tolerate illiteracy. We should not tolerate all the dumb shit that happens in our community, and we should stand for it. You champion that shit, and then say you're aligned with what Eugene is standing for and what I stand for. I call that cap, and I don't care how the fuck old you are, because you don't get a pass with me, because I'm not a millennial. I'm your goddamn age, and so I will challenge you, and I will be your rival all day, every day, every time you call Mike. So thank you.
Okay, well, please excuse me if anything got to us. I never my sister Janae, the Black Panther woman, she's got the breakfast program. She brings Angela Davis to DC. That's my breakfast. Sister Janae, Carmen, Sister Janae, and she ran her family. We met doing radio years ago. Years ago. We've been in every state in the United States to get enough black people to have a problem. We've been there together, teamed up from Tulsa, Oklahoma, back to DC. But we first got that Hocus for Fifth Rabbit Hole. I did not say Hocus for Fifth Rabbit Hole. That's another room. Okay. Now I went in the Fifth Rabbit Hole. I found some great researchers over there. Maybe just spend enough time, it's okay. But then I went in Nelson's marathon, and I blew the doors off of Nelson's, and I'm still blowing the doors in the graveyard of Clubhouse. If he ever challenged me at the mic, and Nelson was pretty good at the 1 million marathon. I had no problem going in there smoking him, White on the Moon, Jose Feliciano, or whoever they were from El Salvador, Mexico, from the Trump administration, Reagan administration, GOP, FDG, from Home Biden to Snow Biden. I smoked that shit. I'm not going to exaggerate with you here, because I'm going to be very clear. Then I went into, now Lou Fax, I got an automatic green. Now I don't think anybody keeps more company in their room than Lou Fax, the intellectual gangbanging. I have a automatic green bonnet anytime I want it in there. I'm not looking for any accolade, not trying to smoke them here. Brother Eugene and I have to be Nation of Islam brothers. I came to the Nation of Islam in 1970 under the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I am a student of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's one side. On here, this is clever. This is somebody talking at the mic. It has nothing to do with what I do in real life. My direct advisor is the Most Honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, and he advised me and trained me and raised me and gave me certain accolades to freedom. I'm a freedom fighter on the ground. Now, Hocus for Fifth Rabbit Hole was showing up. We showed up there, and I was having to be talking, sister. I'm not going to be long, but I guarantee I will be strong. I'll be strong. But I will not allow you to cut me off if I'm talking about my mentor, the Honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. And we went to Asheville, North Carolina.
Do not do that. Do not.
We went to Asheville to do disaster relief. As I'm saying in a very calm voice, I'm very calm and controlled at the mic.
You do not get a pass, Ambassador.
I'm not asking for a pass.
You do not get
you anything at all. You cut something out and leave for no apparent reason. I was never talking to you directly, but now we're talking directly. Now we can get it on. Come on, talk to me.
You do not get a pass. You do not get.
I'm not asking for a pass.
You do not get a pass, Ambassador, because your language.
Listen, this is not the plan at the mic. You're selling something. I'm not buying that part. You got to be real at the mic. You got to come to real. You say anything you want out your mouth. I'm listening to you. You don't say anything that's necessary to be said. And you saying what you want to say. But now you don't want me to say what I got to say. But I'll listen. I will listen, man.
Your language is disrespectful. Your language is disrespectful.
It was only said in humor, sister, that was never to be taken seriously.
No, stop, Ambassador. Your language is disrespectful. No, your language is disrespectful, Ambassador, to represent the Nation of Islam. Eugene does it very, very beautifully. You are fucking disrespectful. You don't follow the Nation. The Nation of Islam says writes about your emotions, and they don't use the language that you use, and how dare you think you represent the Nation of Islam. You don't represent the Nation of Islam, because there are better representations of it. And if you think you represent it, you are sadly fucking mistaken. You are sad. Even though you take the cadence of Khalid Muhammad, who's aggressive, he still is not as disrespectful as you are. He is still not using the language that you do. He still is not using emotions that you follow instead of logic and reason. The Nation of Islam does not teach that shit. You are a failed student of the Nation of Islam. You are, from my perspective, a failed representative of the Nation of Islam. And I can say that because I know more than fucking you do. I am your peer. You are not talking to someone who is a subordinate to you. I'm a fucking millennial. I am not that shit. So you cannot get away from the bullshit you're talking right now in this room. You cannot compare this room under Eugene to any other goddamn room on Clubhouse. You cannot do that goddamn shit. Every goddamn body else, every goddamn body else who's a mind, every goddamn other room, including Luke Facts. But if you champion, if you are proud of being a mod on the, I am not, this room has heard me say, Eugene, I don't want to be a mod in this room. This room knows Eugene wants to mod me in this room. I don't want to be a mod in this room. But the fact that you want to champion the fact that you're modding in Lou Facts fucking room, Lou Facts fucking room is sensational. It has no grounding in anything real. It's all based on sensationalism. He has 100 and some odd plus people in his room, and he transfers that room to all platforms that's available on the goddamn internet. That's not a fucking flex. That's not a fucking flex. It's not a fucking flex. The flex is solidarity. The flex is truthfulness. The flex is foundation. The flex isn't flexing. The flex isn't flexing. That's what I'm trying to say. The flex isn't flexing. And what you're saying is the flex is flexing. And you want to believe that your validity is how you flex on Luke Fax's room. His room is full of 100 and something odd fucking people who are fucking flexing. That is not a reflection of the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam went dark. It went dark 20 years ago. It went dark 20 years ago for a fucking reason. And Eugene knows why it went fucking dark. I know why it fucking went goddamn dark. And you are pretending as if we don't know why it went fucking dark. And that's the fakeness of your bullshit. And I'm really angry. Okay, alright.
Okay, ma'am, no, ma'am, you got that 1,000,000,000% wrong. And I actually, when you broke the back, I said, please take out Brother Eugene. I said, he will get you straight on me. And that we won't have to have the discussion. He just got on emotional about it. Stop dragging the Nation of Islam to the front line in this room. That's not right.
All day.
That is not right, though. I'm talking now. And I didn't make a syllable while you were talking, but you just don't talk about it.
No, let me finish, because I will tell you this. Eugene, he goes on mute. He goes on mute without arguing with me, because that's what the fruit does. And I know the fruit like that. I know the fruit won't argue with me. The fact that you come off mic and argue with me, I know you're not fruit. I know you're not fruit. The fact that you think that you guys are in community, I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from you, because I refuse to believe that you have no respect for a woman who comes off mic like he does, because that's what the nation does. The nation respects a woman who comes off mic. When you argue with me, you have zero idea what the fruit is about, or the MTT are about. You have zero idea about that. And so I want to hear from Eugene that he acknowledges you. I don't acknowledge you right now, because the way you behave and the language that you use to communicate with us, because you think we all are subordinate to you, because I'm not that person that's subordinate to you, that you think that language is okay. Shame on you. You are not.
Well, sister, the best I can say, the best I can tell you is to play your tape back. If you can do that, right? And then let's start with the woman in the mirror. Let's do that. Let's start with the woman in the mirror. Let's stop jumping up on
We're not going to continue to beat up on Ambassador. I think you misunderstood him in the state that you're in right now. I'm muting you because you like to talk over people. So I just really want you to calm down, sweetheart. Just calm down. And you can't be beating up on Ambassador like that, because you know, that's his perspective. Maybe you misunderstood him. You took it the wrong way. He was being very disrespectful. He wasn't being disrespectful at all. You gotta calm down. I mean, so this is my thing, sweetheart. I haven't heard why you felt like what he said was disrespectful. Is it because he was cussing? Was he talking about somebody? Like, what did he say? Because I don't understand.
So far, let me ground this. It was everything about his aura. It was about his language. He was cussing. He was interrupting me. What I'm asking right now is, I don't know where Eugene is, because it's late at night, but I'm asking him. Yes, ma'am. I need Eugene to verify, validate Ambassador, because I have zero respect for Ambassador in the context of this conversation. I have zero respect.
I'm not appealing for your respect at all whatsoever. I just actually play the tape back, and you'll see exactly what took place. And I'm not here to impress you or to win you as your favor. I grew up in the Nation of Islam. I have my own military now. I don't have a need for anyone to subordinate me at the Nation of Islam. From the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, from the Honorable Salis Muhammad, from any person that you know that you think knows about the Nation of Islam. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad himself taught me. My bean pies were in the Muhammad Speech newspaper. My wheat bread was in the Muhammad Speech newspaper. So I don't know what the flaw is, but the problem is we're all in Clubhouse, and most of the time we're having a good time. While coming to Clubhouse, to ventilate a little frustration sometimes, but never was it ever. I'm sorry.
Brother Shake. Before I even met you, as in terms of you and I having a conversation, you were one of the people in D.C. who spoke about the shit that happened with my cousin when he got murdered by the D.C. police. You don't gotta justify who the fuck you are, bro. Like, yo, leave that shit alone, bro. You are who the fuck you are. You are who you are. I mean, those who know, know. Those who don't, don't. Leave it at that.
You heard from the best advice and the advice that's been taken. A word to the wise is sufficient. I'm not the only thing to do this to positive everybody. I said something. I'm not doing to somebody to offend them. I fully apologize. There was never any intention to offend her or anybody.
To realize where I knew you from. It took me a long time to realize where I knew you from. But once I realized where I knew you from, that's why I don't argue with you. Because I remember you around the time when my cousin got gunned down by the DC police. No drugs, no weapons, no nothing. Before Mike Brown hands up, don't shoot, before all of that shit. I'm talking about 2002, 2003. Bro, you don't gotta explain nothing to nobody, bro. Leave that shit alone, bro. Please.
So, Crisis, I have a question for you. Do you know who I am?
I don't. And that's the reason why when you was coming at me earlier, I didn't understand.
Yeah. So, I'm from the West Coast. You don't get much information from the West Coast, right?
No, I'm on the East Coast.
I spent some time on the East Coast. And so the East Coast doesn't know anything about the West Coast. The West Coast doesn't know anything about the East Coast. But, Martin Luther King spent a lot of time on the East Coast. Didn't spend any time on the West Coast. But the West Coast spent a lot of time rioting in opposition to what was happening on the East Coast and the Southwest stories, right? We didn't know what was happening. We don't know what segregation is in the West. We don't know what black, white only faucets versus black only faucets and white only restrooms versus black only. We don't know that shit in the West Coast. We don't know that shit. But all the riots of the fallen leaders that championed what y'all were going through in segregation happened on the West Coast. I'm on the West goddamn coast. And if you didn't hear my goddamn name, it's because the East Coast wasn't interested in what was happening on the West. It was all about what was happening on the East. And so if my name, and my legacy is lost, it's because y'all aren't interested in what the West has been doing. Let me finish. The point I was making.
You're asking if I knew who you were.
The point, and I heard, and hold on, but I'm not finished my question. My point is, knowing him doesn't mean I don't exist. Knowing him and what he's done doesn't erase the Nation of Islam. Knowing what he's done hasn't erased all of the leaders. Something different, which means not fucking cussing at that money, not being aggressive, not reducing yourself to our little petty ass bullshit that hasn't gotten us any goddamn where. Recognizing him and not recognizing me doesn't solve the problem of this conversation. This conversation has to do with his alliance to the Nation of Islam, not what he had the fuck to do in your neighborhood, because you don't give a shit what I did in my goddamn neighborhood and how I was goddamn recognized, because you don't recognize the fucking West Coast. So let's keep it above and stay at the level of the Nation of Islam he was aligning himself to, which is where I interjected. And so fuck that shit. He was being disrespectful in a way that he shouldn't, and he cannot align with the Nation of Islam. Let's stay there.
Okay, so bad. I'll let you stop crying. So no, hold on, bro. Get out the way, bro. I'll let her speak. So first and foremost, when my cousin got murdered, that was the first time I met Shay. It took me a while to realize that it was Shay that I met until many conversations in to Clubhouse for me to realize that's actually the person I met. The second thing is this. Even after that, I hear what you're saying, West Coast, East Coast. I can respect what you did on the West Coast the same way I can respect what he did on the East Coast. But we're not going to sit here and just berate and beat this brother up as if he didn't do anything. Like he's not who he says he is, and he's not outstanding in the Islamic religion that he represents and whatnot. Bro, like when I met him, he represented himself as a new Black Panther Party member. But he didn't put it as that being the reason why he was standing up for what happened to my cousin. Nor did he do that for what happened to my niece in the DC area as well. So I'm not about to sit here and just listen to somebody try to berate him as if he's not who the fuck he's at. No, don't cut me off. I didn't cut you off. I did not cut you off.
Alright,
I did not cut you off. I did not cut you off.
And I'm in queue.
I will tell you when I'm done. Do not beat this brother up for the fact that he's standing up for people coast to coast, east, west, north, south, travels everywhere, to always stand up for Black people and for the same Black community that we come into this room every single day to claim that we actually care about. And yet, now we're gonna beat him up. He don't gotta get beat up. Look, you and him are peers. That's why none of us said anything, because y'all are peers. But it doesn't mean that he needs to get beat up for the fact that you don't like the way he talks and the way he's saying what he's saying. His delivery is his delivery. Let him have his delivery. The delivery doesn't take away from the message. The message is still the same. And it's never changed. It's never changed. We're going on, if I'm not mistaken, Shay, we're going on almost 23 years from when I first met you. Almost 23 years. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, it's my turn.
We're not about to sit here and act like as if he didn't do what he did. He did what he did. Like, it's okay. You did what you did on the West Coast. I did what you did on the West Coast.
You're just repeating yourself. Stop, Christ.
Oh, so now you don't want me to finish my fact.
You're repeating yourself down.
So you don't want me to finish my fact.
You just repeat yourself. Go on mute.
You don't want me to finish what I'm saying?
You just repeat yourself.
So you don't want me to finish what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, so this is the part where I would ask the mods,
The problem
if I can finish what I'm saying.
with
Can I finish what I'm saying, Mom?
the
Mods, can I
problem
finish what I'm saying?
with ambassador is
Mods, can I
not
finish what I'm saying?
Yes, you can finish what you're saying.
kind of way.
Okay, I would like to finish what I'm saying. The mods just said I can finish what I'm saying. When
It's not done.
when you're sitting here beating up on him for not delivering the message the way you wanted to hear it, that made you triggered.
Stop.
That's part of it. I'm not repeating myself on that. That made you triggered. No, I mean, whatever, I mean, you don't need to interject. Let me finish.
Well, stop repeating yourself. Finish.
Stop interjecting.
Well, stop repeating yourself and finish.
I really can't finish until you stop talking.
Well, then stop repeating yourself.
Stop talking, and then I can finish.
Stop repeating.
Stop talking. The mute button works. I did it for you. Can you do it for me?
He probably knows he's on mute.
All right. Okay. So let me respond because I don't know what's happening. The problem I have with you, ambassador, is not what he said. It's your alignment with the Nation of Islam. I am aligned with the Nation of Islam in a broad way, but I have limitations. You aligned yourself a little bit differently. You aligned yourself almost perfectly, and that's the problem that I have with you, because you don't, in practice, you don't align yourself. I champion whatever you've done. I champion whatever I've done on the West Coast, like I champion whatever you've done on the East Coast. But you don't get to do, from my perspective, is to not rise above your emotions while aligning yourself to the nation. I don't align myself with the Nation of Islam to the extent where I don't cuss. Because I cuss, I drink, I do a whole lot of dumb shit on Clubhouse. I don't align myself to that extent to the Nation of Islam. And I let people know that there's a distinction. You align yourself in a way that you need to, in my opinion, express the principles and ideologies of the fruit of Islam, but you just have not done that. And that's what I'm expressing, and that's what I'm disappointed in. And you cannot get away with that with me. You need, if you say that, because I don't assert that, because I'm not that aligned, I'm not that goddamn disciplined. I'm angry in a lot of goddamn ways, and Nation of Islam isn't, because Nation of Islam, their members are newer to an issue that I'm not new to. And so I don't assert myself to be that aligned to the Nation of Islam. You have done that. And with that alignment, that assertion of alignment, there's an expectation that you have failed to measure up to where Eugene has. And I put you to that measure. And that's where I stand with it. I stand with that. If you do not do that, and you were just like, I just am somewhat Black Panther, as you said, Black Panther, Black Pride, all those, attributes, I can respect that, because I'm that. But when you start aligning yourself to the Nation of Islam like you did, I hold you to a different standard. And you have felt that standard, and I reject your position all day, every goddamn day. I respect if you come from a different angle, but you cannot align yourself to the Nation of Islam. You say shit, bitch, and fuck. You do not align with the Nation of Islam with that rhetoric. So I would ask you, Ambassador, if you want my respect, and you don't have to have it, but if you want my respect, you have to not align yourself so closely to the Nation of Islam like you do. The fruit like you do. Because you have things that are fundamentally not aligned with the Nation of Islam's cadence. That's my position. And so thank you.
I thank you, and I respect that. Again, I fully apologize if I said anything that was offensive to you or anyone on the clubhouse, anyone here at the 40 Acres. I'm a 40 Acres member, by the way, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just a brother, and the history is what it is. I'm not attempting to align myself on the premises of the Nation of Islam. I grew up in the Nation of Islam. There's nothing I can do to change that history. And if I've been offensive, I fully apologize. There was I think, a humor moment with what I came off of the first, I think I don't initial contact today. Now, you and I held this discussion before, I remember distinctively. And I don't know if you want to meet on Chris and talk about it, or you want to go to Slauson and talk about it. You want to come up on Pico and talk about it, or you want to San Fernando Road and talk about it. But we can talk about it. We can meet at St. Paul at the airport and talk about it. But I know that LA is as well as my hand talking to you about it. And I don't have no problem going to Washington to Inglewood. We can talk about it. We can sit and talk about it with intelligent conversation. But then, soldier to the West Coast, told him how many internet brothers out there. And I'm just saying, Dr. Collins was a minister there, but in LA, not going down the street. Last year, right down the street from there, and we could sit and talk about it with intelligent conversation without a problem. I really don't have a problem with that, sister. Just being very honest with you. That Clubhouse is something that's just more like a fun place, a place to hang out, but you can be serious networking and serious alignments that are being made. We're building alliances, and we have a strong 40 acres. And I got 40 acres on my backside right now. I'm getting ready to go in the street with my 40 acres west here. But that's neither here nor there. I don't know what the beef is. I mean, if there is one, I want to quash the beef. First of all, we can quash it in Clubhouse. We can go to Pacific Palisades where the fire was and meet on a brother's house, because I'm due to go into LA, and I was going to help her get an estimate on a house there that got partially destroyed. So all of these things are going on. I mean, I'm not a stranger to LA at all. If you want to go up to Oakland or San Francisco, we got, ways we can sit down. My National Minister of Justice is on the streets of LA every day. Dr. Kirk Rich Truth Babe is a component for reparations. She is my representative on the West Coast in Los Angeles, and she's right now. You won't be able to meet her because she's at the UN, at the United Nations, negotiating for a policy change for we the people right now as we speak. So I don't know what your estimation is of me and what I do, but I try to explain to you that I meant no offense to you in any manner. And I got me and my staff sit down and talk with you. I have 11 now, but I have 13 members. So I've gone 3 members. I've come to Clubhouse, got 3 more people on my staff. I'm on a crusade for 10,000 black messiahs I know that's in these cities. I have recruited at least about 1,000 of those. So we're here just trying to make a difference, make life more livable for we the people, as Christ is telling you. And those were severe crimes that killed his people. On one of those instances, we had to board up the police station in the neighborhood because I wasn't tolerating the police to kill somebody and just roll out. No, that's not right. That police officer is held accountable. I've had to do similar things in Spartanburg, South Carolina. And we have my adopted attorney, Malik Zulu Shabal. We've had to kick the doors in Mississippi and check the law. Yeah. We checked the law at Katrina and had to put officers at bay and hold them until they could be locked up because they were stealing out of people's homes and putting things in their cars. So I'm saying to you that whatever you do what you do. I'm a brother. I'm a regular brother in every other sense. I'm not anybody spectacular, but I have certain jobs, certain work to do because of the assignments given to me by the Most Honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. His representative, attorney, Malik Zulu Shabal, and Dr. Cornell West, and I go coast to coast trying to get new politics. And for us in America, we're doing great with our policy change. Come on.
No, Ambassador, stop. So the Nation of Islam, that's in LA. What's the number of the mosque in LA? Ambassador, what's the mosque in LA? The number of the mosque in LA?
Ambassador, can we get on with what you
No,
were
Nita,
saying?
I'm asking Ambassador.
You take that time. Ambassador was making
No, Nita, stop. If Ambassador is not gonna answer questions about what number
Tired of it.
the mosque is
And
in
it's not fair
LA,
to the people
then I respect that. But the idea that the Nation of Islam has a cadence.
Says, what happened?
It has a cadence. It's not
You're not
just a cadence.
muted, and it's been on.
It's not
Conversation just stopped out of nowhere. But Ambassador, if you can remember what you
So
said
it's not
at the
just a
beginning, we
cadence,
would like to get into the conversation.
whether you're doing some strange stuff for
And I think
the race, it has more to do with the cadence. And Ambassador, you know what the cadence is. She doesn't know what the cadence is, which is why she's talking over me. She doesn't know what the cadence is, but I do know what the cadence is. I do 100% know what the cadence is, and it is absolutely not cursing. Khalid Muhammad didn't curse at nobody at any time to anybody.
It wasn't you, it had been somebody else, and that is exactly why Steve said good night, because he sees it too, and he got a body.
Why do you think that all the
So
good
out of respect to you, Ambassador, I ask that you not
the
entertain.
Nation of Islam is the example for all of us, Black people, and the center of that is rising above your emotions to do better. And you descended to have conversations with us that mimic our conversations, that doesn't mimic rising above our emotions. And that's what I'm responding to. Not the good that you've done, not the good that I've done, but the idea that you've aligned yourself with the Nation of Islam, haven't risen above your emotions, and still talk to us in a way that's degrading. That's not fruit.
Is this the part where you start crying?
And that's where,
Let me count to five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're on cry.
How then
The crying is getting ready.
How then do you? I mean, if you got a job strap, if you got a job strap,
Come on, start crying.
So Ambassador,
Start crying.
how do you respond to it? Because you're not
going to respond to you because
You're not part of you. Ambassador, how do you respond to this when you are
I know you're not going to cry because I brought it to the attention.
when you are degrading yourself to what we who are not in the Nation of Islam communicate in the way that we communicate? Because that's not this room. This is a do facts room. This is not, and this is a room throughout Clubhouse. This is not a UG room. You know better. You know better. You know how to communicate with us better. How do you respond to that, Ambassador? Because I'm not going to let y'all go.
Ambassador, please don't respond. Should be
At any point when I see you on Clubhouse, I'm going to give you this question. Even if my question today is I'm going to
The Honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul-Muhammad was the minister at Mosque number 27 in Los Angeles for a while. I'm up and down again Crenshaw or up and down Slauson, wherever you are in LA. I know people there from Watts and Compton, down in Watts. Mr. Green, we shoot ball in the basketball coach in Watts, Compton, Inglewood. I'm just saying that, but it's not anything here that I first started out with an apology. I was trying to just reach you where you are, because a lot of people have high expectations. I didn't want you to be disappointed in anyone that was a student in the Nation of Islam, especially not myself. And we kick it every day. I may take things for granted, and I'd be wrong to do that. But I don't recall cussing at anybody this morning.
No,
I may have had some shout-outs, but I can't see you just wait here with a boulder or a club or something to beat me over the head when we were just coming in the room this morning, and me and Christ was just kicking it like we always do, and all that. And that was about it. I still don't remember cussing anybody. I'm not going to do that unless someone is toe-to-toe with me and we're going to war about something. Now, that may be slightly different, but I'm not fighting anybody here. I'm not out to get anybody here. Any room. And all of those rooms, we all deserve equal respect. But brother, anybody
how to hold the light on for 24/7 here at the clubhouse deserve. You should tip your hat, your kufi, and tip your bunny or your kufail if you have on a national dress, then you should courtesy at the corner to any man, any woman, or child that would maintain a decent room on the clubhouse. And I wasn't out to do that. I went to get respect in some rooms because I was attempting to curve our people from saying kinda, because they were sounding like a little nerdy Neanderthal. Saying I kinda went there, I kinda got pregnant, or some of those statements they used to make. And most of them stopped using it, including the Neanderthal stopped using kinda, and they that just like people say, the extraterrestrial just left my cornfield, this and that. So I wanted to ask our people, and we were dealing with the National Institute of Health, and they and we, and the WHO, World Health Organization, others that, and I'm here in Washington, I see a lot, I do a lot here in Washington. I'm a social political activist, I'm a black activist, and I work with many student activists. Recently we have a few thousand of Howard University students in the streets against the ICE policy, the ICE concept, the National Guard, Trump and his Aurora Borealis, and then Yahoo policy superimposed to be now the American policy. So much of this we have to discuss, but I have an activist there, a National Minister of Justice who represent me. I was 17 years as the National Minister of Justice for the Black Panthers. I deserve my rights and my properties in the schools that I've been in. I deserve my rights and my properties at the Nation of Islam because I earned that. I lived on the Muhammad Speaks newspaper. And in Chicago, from the Dan Ryan Express all the way to O'Hare Field. So I started Chicago Heights in the morning and run out of newspapers. I'd have to get me some jets and everything, but I kept the hustle on, kept moving. Eventually making the eat bread, the wheat bread, the staff of life bread for the Nation of Islam. I baked that. And we had trucks going out, delivering those bakery goods to the Jews market, to all markets. But I say that because people don't know the real relationship between the Jews and the Nation of Islam, especially in Chicago, in Washington, in New York. They don't know that relationship. But then I live this, beloved sister. I'm not exaggerating by any point that I make at the mic because of my living history. I've been a political analyst here in Washington. Most of my career, because my major is in journalism. And my son is a journalist. He's magna cum laude. I have two cum laude daughters and another granddaughter who's headed for the cum laude level. So we are doing these things not to impress anybody, but just living life. I say, I'll teach you how to live. I live on the land. I'm not here to survive. Because rats and roaches and ants survive. The human being, by design, the designation of your anatomy, say live on this soil. And I've been taught very well by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad himself how to live on this land. And if I get out of character, please excuse. It's my flaw, my head, my heart all messed up. But I'm just saying, that does not change the history. It does not alter one syllable of the history of my life and what I lived in America. And there's nothing I can do to change that. And I stand strong because I must come strong because everything else I've seen was just too weak going up against this beast. And I'll land my plane with facts as I know them to be, and many of those facts that were taught to me directly by the most honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad and a strong freedom fighter for justice. And sometimes I may have to use an expletive or two, but I don't mean to direct those expletives, meaning the curse language, at anyone. So please excuse my, that was not my point. My point was maybe to get your attention, because plain English, the kings may not reach everybody all the time. And sometimes you may use an expletive, but it's never to curse God, never to curse the people, but to try to make your point evidently clear. And I land my plane on the facts. Just saying, that's all I do by my.
Ambassador, thank you for that. And yes, sir, and thank you for that. Thank you so much for that explanation. I don't remember that Khalid Muhammad used those, those negative. information made a whole lot of sense to me, and so thank you for that. And I want to also say that a woman's tears in the Nation of Islam.
And I'd like to thank you again for being patient and persistent until you got the proper response, until you got the right thing back on the table. And I thank you for being consistent and not letting off your heart until your heart was relieved. And Sister, we love you here at the Panther and the nation loves you because you're here. Because I know I've seen you before at the 40 acres, and we love everybody here. And we'll spread that love around, and maybe that'll get contagious and get in some of these other rooms and get the kick out their neck and the dip out their hip so they can get on the mothership and say bye.
Yes, sir. So we know each other and we know what that looks like. And other people, we look strange. And this debate between the two of us, it was fruitful. And so I thank you for participating. I thank myself for challenging you. And I thank you for showing up for the challenge. I thank you for that. And I thank you that you recognize that my tears aren't a symbol of weakness like Nita was propositioning. Because it's wild, but I can't show tears or emotion. It's weird. But I understand that the Nation of Islam and people who feel the Nation of Islam allows me to be a woman, allows me to be emotional, allows you to be masculine and emotional too. And I appreciate that. I think the message that I'm left with is rising above your emotions. That's all I was trying to emphasize, even though I don't do a very good job of it. I don't align myself with initiatives like you do, but I do in a way, because I'm a little bit more aggressive than the nation and emotional than the nation allows, and I really respect those of us who are aligned with Nation Islam and their discipline and the fruit and the NGT. I respect their discipline, and I will defend it. And anybody else who doesn't understand our logic can kiss my ass. And I say ass, ASS, because I'm not aligned with it. Like I expect people in Nation of Islam to be aligned with, their language. So thank you, Ambassador, for understanding where I was coming from, because I didn't mean any disrespect. Thank you, Eugene, for holding this room. And thank you, Nation of Islam, for existing. And I rest.
Yes, Mama, thank you again for your patience, your endurance, and your consistency here at the 40 acres. And just like I always say, just get a lean, because you're going to have to put some lean green in the black machine and let us support Brother Eugene. Put some real physical money. Go in your cash app. Oh, you got Zelle now. I think you got Zelle going. So y'all just go in your Zelle account or your cash app and put some lean green. You can transfer it to Sister Flawless Michelle, and we push that money up there and put a little something for the gift on them. So you got to keep the light on from midnight to 7 a.m. too. So they got to have something to work with. And we encourage you to invest here. The best investment that you could make on the planet Earth is an investment in yourself. I don't care what kind it is. And I think Brother Eugene and I have this exchange frequently that when you invest in yourself, you have the best returns, the best stock margin, and the best actual bill that you could build up funds and accounts with yourself. The people don't coincidentally come from around the world. They come from China, Asia, the Arabs, and all the Arabs, and they put convenience stores on every corner in your neighborhood. They
Brother Sheik, you're trying to start the revolution without James King? What's going on now? What didn't happen now? The revolution didn't start it?
Please don't ask to explain anything. Let's go forward.
Let me find out you in here making a mess. What is going on, Sister Nina?
I'm making a mess. I'm trying to make light of the situation, but it's too serious for me to carry.
It's too early in the morning, y'all. It's damn near top of the morning. It's 4:30 where I'm at. I'm wide awake. I don't know what's going on. But
Crisis was here, but he left. He got frustrated.
It happens sometimes in here, you know. And no, John, I'm not dealing with you, brother. You definitely not. But what's going on though?
You all got to sleep in right out bushy tail. We've been up all night.
Man, shit, I had the barbecue tonight. I had a little event to do for some family and some friends. You know, the chef I never stop working even when I'm off the contract. I got other things I do here in the city, so, you know, just trying to stay productive. All praise to the Most High. I can't complain about life right now. I'm living and breathing and achieving and learning.
So, can I ask you a question while the room is quiet, people are asleep? It just, since you're a person of wisdom, just your opinion, based on everything that's going on one hand, when it comes to Iran and all of our scare tactics and distractions we're given here, it's been stated that they want us to hear the deaths and hear the wars and for us to pray. And that energy for prayer will help them with their Stargate. And then there's stories where you shouldn't pick a side at all because it's not your battle. So if a person wanted to, and there are people who are still, with all this chaos going on, if a person did not, I guess my answer just came to me, but I won't stop in the middle of my question. So if a person doesn't know what to do and want to do something, what would they ask for? Because you really don't, if you're praying for it, because you really don't know what the truth is. You don't know who's playing whose side, who's playing chess, who's putting the picture up to make it look a certain way to lead everybody down a certain way. So how would a person just be neutral without, giving the energy for Iran, as they say, to open up their Stargate based on the gifted one's prayers? What would one do? And thank you for the thumbs up, because I'm trying to get my sentence right without. But I'm just wondering, James, what's your opinion?
You know, if there's chaos in the world, then the people have to be the one to balance it out. So, your individual prayers, I can't tell you what to pray for, but if you're praying for there to be some sort of balance within yourself to also mimic the universe, because this is what you want. Nothing's going to be perfect, but you would ask for balance, the scales. So I'll give my personal, what I prayed for when I wanted the truth to what was going on in this world. And it's very simple. I just said what it was. See, I asked for the truth about how this world really works, the truth to be able to decode information in a way and Some might just pray for money, material things. Some prayers are more focused and centered towards family. It's an individual thing because we were granted free will. You are free to send your prayers up, whatever they might be, to the Most High. Now, in which way He answers it and answers those prayers will be for you. You will have to do some work. See, most people are like, let me give you some examples. Most people are waiting for some sort of a physical sign that their prayer is being answered, right? A lot of times, your prayers will be answered in signs and symbols. They'll be answered in a message. Sometimes it might even be like a billboard. It's a very difficult thing because, like I said, it's so much of an individual thing and your personal relationship with the Creator. I'm also working on getting better with not just tapping in with the Creator when something is wrong, but tapping in with the Creator when everything is right in your individual life. The chaos that is happening in this world today, I am fortunate enough to be able to be in a sense of a bird's eye view of it. I'm very confident in the things that I say and the information that I give because I am directly tapped into who has made me great. I give Him the praise. I don't take credit for anything. A lot of times people hear me say all praise to the Most High, and this is not a meme. This is me remembering that even if I'm sounding like I'm cocky or I am a little full of myself, that is the balance that balances me out. Remembering that this information that I'm given, I'm able to decode, I'm able to see it, I'm able to use discernment, I'm able to tap into the things that are happening to get a realistic and putting yourself in the shoes of the situation and even the individuals. Sometimes I get these things decoded in dreams. Sometimes my prayers are answered inside of my dreams. Sometimes you have to go into your dreams and pray. See, this is where you're evolving. When you can realize inside of your dream world that you are closer to the Creator. And these are the individual things, that I prayed for. Being able to not only just allow the Most High to give me the strength to balance these things out, but also knowing that I have the power to do greater and to control these things. See, a lot of times we are feeling powerless on this planet.
I heard somebody say earlier, I think it was the Reverend lady. She said, you guys want spiritual stuff and scriptures, and these people got B-52 bombers. They've got nuclear weapons. They have militaries and armies. That's a mindset and a standpoint that I cannot relate to. See, I come from the Creator who has an army greater than that is on this planet that you see. I come from the source that gave man the light to even be able to develop these things. My Creator can shut all this shit down whenever he wants to. He can swing a sword and take 1,000,000 of these people out. I don't fear what's happening right now, and I don't fear what's coming in the future. Prayer is going to be needed at an all-time high as we move forward into this abyss. Because these people are going to plunge us into darkness. I don't care what these people are telling you. They're telling you that the shiny things are going to make you, it's going to make you great again. You know, there is a frequency that is being sent out all over the world of defeat and helplessness. And just go along with the program because you can't beat the program. Completely, it's just nonsense. If you have this balance and you know that you come from something greater and you came here with a greater purpose than what the white man told you that you are and will be, you can balance this world out and move mountains as an individual. We're very powerful people. See, your ancestors realized that they could lean into the spiritual side of things and they could stop an army. It's when you get away from this balance and you start leaning on your own overstanding and understanding instead of tapping in with the Creator. People get so big-headed. They see their bank accounts rise and they think it's them. They thrive in the society with the shiny things and they think it's them. You have done nothing. Not a goddamn thing. The Creator has blessed you with your individual situation, your triumphs, the greatness of your children, even when you are able to come into a religious or a religion and you're able to tap into the source, the Creator. Remember, it was never your leader who brought you there. The Most High sent him to you. The Most High sent him to you and sent you to him, neither one of you is in control of the greatness that will come out of that. See, this is what the Son of God was tapped. None greater than ever set foot on this planet than the Son of God. He was the ultimate balance to this planet. See, he would do what the rest were afraid to do. A lot of you're afraid to be blackballed, to be outcasted, to say the wrong thing and the peanut gallery won't clap. Most people will not even speak their full true mind and heart with the body and spirit because they feel like society will not look at them the same. That's why some of us are cut from a different cloth. See, I'm willing to stand on what I believe and what I know. In the face of serpents, and if it would look to cost me my life, then, let that be a glorious day. I'll probably leave this place saying all praise to the Most High for the good, for the bad, and the ugly that this lifetime has brought me. It has brought me exactly to the point where I'm at right now. And I look to do greater things in the future. So, not to be long-winded, but the answer to your question is prayer and the people speaking truth to power is going to be the only thing that saves this dumpster. See, this is a dumpster fire. Your truth puts the fire out. Your righteousness is what you build a community on. It doesn't matter if you're in the ghetto. It doesn't matter if you're in $1 million neighborhood. It doesn't matter if you're in the elite of the elite, Newport Beach, Toad Island, the Windermere, Hollywood Hills, Star Island. There has to be a balance. And too many people are trading their spirituality and their connection to the Creator for manly things, for material gain, for a chance to feel like you're in the spotlight.
James, can I bring somebody else into this as well?
Is he done? I was vibing with what you were saying.
Okay, let him do what he does.
Give me a second, I got you. See, the way that things are accelerating into the future, with them wanting, almost forcing mankind into a artificial
controlled by an artificial intelligence that has a spirit behind it of deception, and is connected to that very COVID shot that they made the planet take. This is the best example I can give you, because if you didn't take it, and you paid attention to that voice when you heard that you either take this shot and these boosters or you lose your job. You take this shot and these boosters or you're not traveling no more. You won't be let in to the elite circles in the 4 or 5 star restaurants. You will not be able to participate in our artificial world that we have created for you. Look how many people gave up their natural sovereignty for artificial things. If you don't have prayer and you're not tapped into the Creator, you're going to fall. You are not bigger than this program. The Son of God played this game perfectly. That's why he was sent down here to show you how to play the game, master the game, bird's eye view of the game, the artificial world that has now been connected to artificial intelligence. We lean on artificial intelligence when you are the natural intelligence of the planet. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. And I'm going to land on this. Some of you are going to have to fight family members about what you believe coming into the future. You're going to have to fight peers and even children about what you stand on. You're going to be tested to prove if you are truly serving him, her, the great architect of this planet. Balance is the masculinity and the feminine side of things. The Creator is all things. You will not be left with an excuse. COVID was a test. This new artificial world that they are building, this could potentially be your casket. You say, James, what do you mean? Your casket? Are you telling me that I'm going to die? No. Shit, we're all going to die one day. The difference is some of us are going to die with our souls intact and we're going home. Others will be sent back into a loop and you will be coming back to this place. I don't know what you're coming back as. I'm not the Creator. I don't know what you're coming back to. I'm not Nostradamus. But I do know that if you choose wrong and you
artificial intelligence and shiny things, you are going to lose your soul.
None of us can argue with what he just said. We don't even have the range to argue with what he just said. We don't have the concept, the imagination, the expanded intelligence to respond to what he just said. I dare any of us to come on stage and respond to what he just said.
But you know one thing, I'm fairly experienced with weapons, but sometimes I don't even need my weapon. I just use the truth. I've seen it happen many times. If you're skilled in the use of the truth, you can run your enemy down the street. You can have in each hand, and you can run him down the street if you know how to use the buck naked truth. Know ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And it's hard for most people to process that statement. For whatever reason, I cannot process thoughts on that level. I can assess the thoughts that have been divinely given to me. See? So, it's the facts. And if you know how to position yourself in an environment of facts, then you can go to work on the shaitan or some of your open enemies. You can check them. And I know their eyes wide, that's but when you checkmate them with the truth, that's a thorough job, see? Because you know that Satan hates exposure more than taking out a whip on his backside. Take for an example, Jimmy Swaggart was out there doing evangelist work as in the Neanderthal, White on the Moon, as evangelist, right? And then he started pimping some prostitutes, etc. And life was pretty much okay. But then when they exposed him, he cried like a newborn. That was some kind of politicians. Dick Armey, there's a guy named Duke Cunningham. And don't you know what they was both for nigger rigging or gerrymandering the vote for the red side in places like Texas.
What's that word?
Once they exposed them, they cried. Come on, huh?
What's that word that you used originally? You said
Neanderthal. A Neanderthal is a Eurocentric type or prototype. And it could be it doesn't have to be a Neanderthal because it appears to be a Neanderthal. And they call it attributes and spirituality, mentality, and many times it's socialism and politics as well. So to be a complete Neanderthal is it's quite an undertaking for a neuromelanated man like myself or yourself, you understand my mind.
absolutely.
Like I said, it takes all kinds of Fox will tell you that. It takes all kinds, don't you know? But yes, the truth is the thing that you should use against your enemy. And once you start using the truth and you get skilled in the use of the truth, and you become effective in using the truth, you might not need your weapon today. I'm not saying to get rid of your God and your gun, it's just you might not need it today, my mind. Because I listened to one of my advisors tell me that one day the gun will not be the most valued weapon on the battlefield. He said one day the guns and the bombs will exhaust their usefulness, and the skill and the righteousness and good morals and stuff might be more of a superpower than a nuclear bomb. And he said that when you join up, Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the black man united is just like a nuclear bomb on the backside and the black side of the opposition. They say, bye, bye, bye.
to say war. He says, until the color of a man's skin is no more significant than the color of his eyes. And I got to say war, huh? And war in the east, war in the west, war up north, and still got war down south here. So we're in the age of the wars and the rumors of wars. It is the showdown of the righteous versus the wicked, as the wicked versus the righteous. I know that righteousness and wickedness is having a showdown at the OK Corral. And you got to buckle your seatbelts and step back and enjoy the ride. Some say you ain't got no dog in the fight. Others say get your AK before midnight. Say I got mine, I hope you got yours. Because it gives myself respect. Yeah. I hope you go and get yourself a gun. Because it said you need your God and your gun. And you must arm yourself, or you harm yourself at this hour. Oh, my. You got to take a look around to see what's going on.
Your land, my land.
Just there. The clock is going down, my.
His land, her land. In reality, though, it's really nobody's land. That shit's a man-made lie.
I don't know. I don't know.
Nobody owns. Nobody owns.
I don't know. Hold on. I got light work to deal with. See, this is the playground, and you're about to be beat up early in the morning.
Am I Mr. COVID?
Oh, yes, you are.
Hey, James, make sure you change your shoes first. Make sure you change your shoes first.
Oh, don't worry. I'm about to go outside barefoot and whoop your ass. No shoes needed. No, not for a Neanderthal. I don't need help or work coming from someone that came out of the Caucasus Mountains. Now pay attention. Alexander the Great. Pay attention. See, you have only been around but a drop in a bucket on this planet. See, when you say, well, you know, it's really no one's land. See, that's because you're not connected to any of these lands. Okay? See, I can tell you that, sir. I am the salt of the earth. The salt.
Humans weren't the first things on this planet.
Hey, and you just came around not even a few thousand years.
So did you?
No, sir. We've been around millions. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's still billions later. The other organisms.
Sorry, sir. But guess what? The Neanderthals are driven by greed for what's my natural resource. You greed for what I have. Come on.
Brother, say, get out the way. He got it.
It's okay. See, it's you're very confident when you say things like that. And it's okay. No, all fallacies. Satan is your father. But let's keep going. See, I want you to go back and I want you to find out why you can't trace your history. Very good chance past 18 to 1700. There's a reasoning for that. Why we can actually take a look into your lineage and see that a good number of you were created. And when I say created, I mean Cabbage Patch Babies.
Okay. Can you trace your lineage past the transatlantic slave?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Where does it take you?
Further than that, how about you go past Egypt?
Where it takes them, and some of them were grafted, of course. Where it takes them all the way back to the triple darkness of space.
Documentation ends is where the fun begins. So go ahead, James, keep cooking.
Well, I got my ticket. I'm ready. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, you got your ticket. And guess what? Your ancestors had a ticket on the orphan trains.
Your ancestors had a ticket on the slave?
On the orphan trains. You know what the orphan trains are?
No.
And you should look into that. Look into the orphan trains. Because, see, you would probably be taught. Hold on.
Don't outpace the audience.
No, hold on. You might think that things like saying that we came off of a slave ship, that would be triggering, right?
No, because what?
I can trace my lineage in the holy lands of America further back than any slave ship that was ever documented. We never came off. Listen, I don't know and can't speak for the billions on this planet, sir, but I can tell you this, that my family's bloodline never stepped foot off of a goddamn slave ship. They don't know anything about a slave ship, but you know what they do know? They know about your people, and we were taught about them. Yes, we were taught about the wild beasts coming from the east, coming out of the dark ages, coming from lines of pedophilia, incest, murder, rape.
So where did you come from? You're saying
I'm in America right now, and this is where my bloodline has always been. See, just pay attention, Alexander, because I'm giving you some key talking points that you can actually go research, and you probably won't, but I want to emphasize on them. See, we can trace exactly where a good majority of you came from.
That's fine. Where did you come from?
The Caucasus Mountain, you ever heard of something called the first tribe?
No, I want to know where you came from.
If you would just, you would get it, because I am a part of the first tribe, sir. See, read my profile. I am a representation of the tribe of Judah, sir.
So is that part of the Cherokee or Seminole or what?
Oh, no. These aren't no $5 Indian tribes that your ancestors colonized so that they could get a piece of the money today. No, we're not speaking about $5 Indian tribes. If you want more information on how that went, check out the movie Flowers of the Blood Moon. And you can actually see the FBI documentation into how you guys colonized yourself into the tribes so that you could benefit off of our natural genealogy.
No, I'm actually African American. I know that. But I was going to let you continue to make my
I got a 5 to 1. So you're not Caucasian, you're part of it.
I'm Mexican.
Hold on, guys. This is getting better. Oh my God.
I mean, I just want to know how many things that I actually.
Hold on. All you gotta do, just go into his PTR. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about these $5 Indians. You know, inside of the movie Gangs of New York, they portrayed this very well. There were plenty of white men that were calling themselves the natives.
I remember from the movie, I remember.
Yeah, do you even know what a native means? You haven't been around, but like I said, a drop in the bucket
from the orphan trade, sir. You have no history past that. You are a Johnny come lately. And I'll give you this. You're bold just like your predecessors to even step on the stage and try to go for an intellectual battle.
Well, I'm not gonna
James, make it fun, James, make it fun.
Like, you gotta get out of the way so that someone else can speak.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm about to you, Alexander. Make it fun, James. Make it fun. Alexander, do you trace your history? Do you trace your history beyond the mud flood? And do you trace your history beyond the known history of the native tribes over here? Like, where do you trace your history from?
So my ancestry goes back, I believe, great grandmother has been part of the Chumash tribe, and the Chumash tribe is one of the oldest tribes in California, Central.
Okay, yeah, central and northwest California.
Central, southwest, central, like San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they would fall under the part that was considered to be Mexico until America purchased the land, right?
Well, yes, I guess technically, yes, they became like Spaniards.
Right. I'm only asking you that way because I'm talking about ancient maps, not today's map.
Right.
So they would be considered that way.
But we were here before Mexico. Yeah.
So before Mexico, what do you know? And what was the name of the tribe again?
It's CHUMASH, Chumash.
Okay, CHUMASH. Okay.
It's like mash. CHU mash, Chumash.
Yeah, Chumash. Yep. So when you look at Chumash, what is your understanding of the tribe's history?
In what way? Just like the general overview?
So for example, I always talk about what my grandmother told me about the tribe that I came from. And she gave me a whole history of where we came from. I want to understand, so your mouth, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Because I can look it up, but I don't want to look it up. I want you to tell me what your elders told you about your tribe.
So the Chumash are Central California native tribe, native to like the Standing Mountains. They're actually a coastal, what you would call a coastal traveling tribe. They were we were the first tribe to actually create ocean. I forget what they called it, but it's like a canoe, but an ocean faring canoe. And this.
No, it's not. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's not canoe, but it's called a gallery, is what they call it. But yeah, go ahead. A gallery means that they can go. It's more than canoe is shoreline. A gallery means they can go into deeper water, but it's not cross ocean. If that makes sense.
It's called a Tamal plank canoe. So that allowed long distance travel and the ability to travel what they call the Kelp Highway. And that's basically all along the North American and Central American coast, all the way even down to South America. So.
And they come from the West Coast.
Yes, indigenous to the West Coast, dating back even to the 1300s. And we have we actually have our own museum that we just opened last year with all the artifacts. Everything's been, of course, carbon dated and everything. So it's all there for you to see with your own two eyes if you want to come and see it yourself. But we survived off of local game, fish, berries, etc. There's a lot of food in this area. Obviously, it's California.
And what were you told as a child? What were you told about the origin of that?
So actually, I I wasn't raised in the on the reservation. I actually didn't even know I was Chumash Indian until I was 25. My mom was the one who got together with my aunts, so her sisters, and they actually traced their lineage because they knew that they were Native, and they actually went and did the work themselves and did all the genealogy, all that shit. Took them a couple of years, and then they brought back to the tribe, and then they matched records, etc., etc., and that's how we figured out that, oh shit, we actually are Chumash. So if you're talking about like me, like how am I raised? I'm American. I'm an American kid. I'm Chicago. If you want to say that, I would say I even probably identify more with my Mexican heritage than Native American, but I am an undoubtedly Native American. Like I'm 40% Native American blood by DNA.
I want you to understand something. I'm not saying this as a discouraging.
Disparaging.
Yeah, it's more so me trying to understand what you know. Because when you say the name, I've already pulled it up. I just wanted to know what you know about the name and what you know about the
Peace.
based off of what you've been told, what you've done. My bad. Is that G?
No, this is Jamie. What's going on, King?
Oh, what's good, bro? We just talking about the brothers telling us about the Chumash tribe, and we're learning about the Chumash tribe, which is indigenous to the west coast of America. And I wanted to understand a little bit more about this Chumash tribe.
So, Alexander, what part of Steve from that area, Southern County?
I was gonna say,
I graduated Newberry Park High School.
I was gonna say that
Yeah, you just never high school. This was with you.
Because you're not from LA and you're not from Malibu and you're not from Ventura County and you don't know nothing about it. You don't know nothing about what I just said.
so look,
He knows exactly what that is.
what I want to tell.
Camarillo.
What I want to tell.
That's okay. That's okay. But the rest of the audience didn't know that. Some that you don't know.
So listen, what I want to
You're in joke mode.
What I want to
What's up, James? What's up, King? Go on.
Damn.
Let me hear. Hold on. Let me hear from my brother Jamie real quick. What's going on, brother Jamie?
Yeah, peace, brother. Sound like a rock level brother.
Well, they come survive.
Yeah, what I want to tell Alexander was like, on some real shit, the more you understand about us, the more you understand about yourself. And so, what I was going to say, all jokes aside, when you say, where did we start, where we come from, how long we been here, and this is no bullshit, what I'm about to say, Black people are the only created people on the planet. Everybody else, they were not created, they come from us. The Creator did not put them here, they come from us. But we are the only people that directly come from the Creator. We're the only created group on the planet.
Hey, Brother Jamie.
Go ahead.
Osama Muhammad said that the people like the Chumash, they was here for the last 16,000 years. In this land that we call North America. And Taina is another good group over here in Cali on the west side. But so we talked about the so-called Negroes, and we talked about what's the population of the original nation in the wilderness of North America. And 17 million to 2 million Indians, quote unquote. That Chumash is definitely part of that tribal
But even them sweet, the Indian wasn't a part of the grafting process, so the colors of brown, red, and yellow didn't even exist. If you go back, even the ancient Indians that lived in this area for 16,000 years were black. If you go into the
Who just said that?
That's Jamie, what are you talking about?
That was Gene who just attribute y'all to the West Coast.
To the what?
They do not attribute y'all to the West Coast.
No.
They attribute your tribe to Indiana, which is
that's not true, bro.
Actually, I'm looking at it right here.
Maybe you spelled it wrong, bro. I think it's got to go to Santa Obispo, Malibu.
SCH, is it, so Alexander, is it SCH?
No, he spelled it wrong, bro.
I'm asking him.
Well, whoever you ask, you get the right answer.
Oh, you think that the two marks that I give you attributed to Indiana? Oh, you must be right, bro. Yes. CHUMASH. We have a casino here.
CHU what?
U. M is in Mary. A is in Apple. S is in Sarah. H is in Hell.
Okay, now listen. Okay, before y'all go forward, Flowers of the Blood Moon speaks about directly how the $5 Indians were able to attach themselves to casino reservations. That this is, I want you to keep talking.
Okay.
And that don't have shit to do with the Chumash, just so you know.
And it's Killers of the Flower Moon, by the way.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is FBI documented. The $5.
It still ain't got shit to do with the Chumash.
So Alexander, do you understand now who you are?
I understand who I am, but I'm not sure you understand.
No, overstand. I didn't say under. I said, do you overstand that you are a $5 Indian, sir?
You got it, bro. You coming at that shit wrong, Jay. That's not. Everything can't apply to that shit just because you read on that. That don't mean.
We win a lot of battles, but this information.
This one, bro.
Listen, this information, no, sweet. You're co-signing some shit. You don't know.
I live out here in California. Right in that area.
Sweet.
So you know it's $5 Indians too?
Listen. Listen.
I can listen to some bullshit. Go ahead.
See, sweet, that's half your problem. Is you want to get into
your green bean don't make you right on every fucking thing, James.
Calm down.
I'm calm, nigga, but you wrong.
I'm your brother.
My brother can be with some bullshit and some wrong shit.
And my brother can also be obnoxious and feel like he knows
what you want to wager on this one.
Now, listen. No wager. The people
what you want to do about it? How you want to prove this shit? You talking real strong about some shit you don't know, bro.
The people that we're talking about, the tribe you're talking about. All I'm saying, I'm not saying that tribe is not a real tribe.
Okay, well make it connected to the $5 Indians, bro. You talking so strong and shit.
The people today that are receiving the benefits.
It ain't got shit to do with this conversation, bro.
Yes, it does. See, that's where you're
jumping the fuck in trying to talk about the Alexander. Do you know who you are now? You don't know shit about what you.
This is and you need to learn what you're talking about, which is fucking nothing. This is the problem, James, with you Johnny come lately ass niggas that ain't done no real research outside.
You really don't.
Hold on, crisis. Are you gonna give me the mic, though? Let me have the mic for a second, because this is the problem. The problem is that he's co-signing information that he knows nothing about.
You're the only one who doesn't know what you're talking about.
And no, you're the only one that has no idea. I know who you are.
You know who you are.
I know you purpose. Get out of the way. Get out the way for a second. This isn't some information that I just fucking stumbled upon. See, these people, and this is the problem with our people too, is they'll hear a coast or a part of the nation that they belong to, and feel like they are the top and the end all be all to the information that is being given. I specifically said from the beginning, before this man got into talking about this $5 Indian tribe, and then I listened. I said, well, let me not jump to conclusions. Let me just let him speak. He said the key word. We're attached to a casino. Killers of the Blood Moon talks directly about this. Bottom line, sir, you are a part, and it's okay. I mean, you guys are benefiting off of it, but don't try to change fucking history because it of course we benefit because it makes you feel we're given that casino because of your colonization on this planet.
Can we be fair? Can I speak? Can I speak? Please? Can I speak, please? Can I speak, please?
How can we do this? When I'm giving information, I'm gonna need you to stop jumping in the middle of me speaking, bro. Like, you can give your information, but I am not cutting you off when you speak, brother.
You're not even letting me speak.
And if you would let me land my plane, I would let you speak. I'm pretty sure you guys have been in here speaking all damn night. And that's fine. You ain't heard James King's voice all day. I popped in like Batman, and I'm gonna leave like Batman. But I'm also not gonna let a $5 Indian come on stage and then get co-signed by someone else who is also feeling some sympathy, empathy for these $5 Indians. That the key words are casinos, reservations, and natives. See, I'm indigenous. There's a difference. You're native, meaning at one point or another, your people were not even on this side of the North America.
You're indigenous sub-Saharan Africa.
That is a fact. You are not from here. Okay? When I say indigenous, that means I go back further. You're 9,000 years. The tribe of Judah and the other 12 tribes of Israel were already in the Americas before your people were even thought of. Before anybody knew what your people were, my people had built kingdoms. See, this is the problem. This is the problem with the colonizers.
Where can we see that?
This is the problem with the colonizers and their bastard children. You come along as if you've been here, and you haven't. You've benefited off of melanated people, specifically the indigenous that were already in the Holy Land before your race, whatever you are, because you're a mix of a whole bunch of shit that has nothing to do with the 12 tribes of Israel. You are not those 12 tribes. You are a bastard child of the colonizers.
You're a monkey. You got European and you probably
the $5 Indians, the biggest scammers in the United States of America, still to this day. Matter of fact, let me land on this. I think Donald Trump even brought this point up about how the people that are on these reservations and have these casinos are not people that are pictured in historical documentation. None of the tribes that you named looked anything like you. You're a liar, and you are of your father.
So real quick, can I speak now? Is it okay? Can I speak? All right, bad. So first and foremost, we never said that. But the other thing, though, is once I got the name spelled right, what we found is that the brother is actually right about the history of his tribe. His tribe is historically from California. They are from California. Now, whether you want to argue going straight and are not necessarily Native, Indigenous American, we can do that. Or we can
not Native.
No. What I'm saying to you is that he is not wrong about where he knows his tribe to be from. He said California. We looked it up. It says California. Now, if it's something beyond that, that would mean that it would be very straight in their Mongolian and yada yada yada. That's a separate conversation. But when we asked the brother, what do you know about the history of your tribe? He said, we're from California. We looked it up. Absolutely, they're from California. So he's not lying about any of that.
Crisis, 1 minute and a Google search does not.
It definitely is not a Google search.
It does not.
I've been working at IC for 20 years. I've been working at IC for 20 years and cybersecurity for 13 years. Do not disrespect. Do not disrespect me by saying
that has nothing to do with it. That has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. And if you're a fucking intellectual that really does real research, you don't co-sign some shit off of a fucking Google search and his lower understanding of the information. First of all, what I stated from the beginning is a native. Go back to Gangs of New York. See who the people were that were calling themselves natives to this land. They were British. They were Dutchmen. They were Frenchmen. These people are they just came around. If you know the stories and the truth about what $5 Indians were and the position that they were able to take from the indigenous people that were already here, I can guarantee you, he can't show you a picture of his ancestors, PTR, of his native people from 9,000 to 16,000 years ago that looked like his PTR. That is a fallacy. The tribes that were in North America were melanated.
Okay, you're gonna mute me. You're gonna mute me. Your mind might be bigger than that, but he never said the word native. He never said the word.
He did say native.
No, he did not. He did not. He literally did not say the word native. He was not saying native. I asked him a very specific question. Maybe if you actually will listen to what I'm saying, you'll hear what I asked him.
No, he didn't say native.
No, you don't tell me what I said without listening to me. Instead of muting me, I'm telling you what I said. I asked him a very specific question. I said, what did you learn about your people? He said that they're from California. He was not lying about that information. Everything else that you're saying after that is your own propaganda that you want to say. He didn't say any of that.
Crisis.
He literally
back to the.
He literally said
to the land. Native.
See, now you agree being pepper. Now you
He said native.
agree being pepper.
He said native.
Why you agree being pepper? Why you agree being pepper now? Why you agree being pepper?
I did not.
Stop saying let him say himself. Let him say it.
Shut the fuck up, Alexander. Did you not say you were native to this land?
Yes, and I'm indigenous to this land.
No. You did not say it. See, now this is how. You fucking liars. You liars.
Nobody needs to lie. I don't need to lie. At least I don't have any reason to lie.
That you were native. And when I brought up Gangs of New York,
What the fuck?
and who called themselves natives to this land and connected it to the $5 Indians,
This is where people get their feathers ruffled. And I don't know, but I didn't move you. And to be honest, whoever did it, I'm glad they did. Because this is the problem with you fake ass foreign niggas who try to come in and tell a real indigenous, someone that's got more than the documentation, more than the oral history, the titles, and the paperwork to go with it. We were taught about exactly who you people are. It is a disgrace. It's too early in the morning. It is a disgrace.
James.
Hold on. 100% disgrace. See, this is why I say I'm not like the rest of you niggas. And I can tell who is really a part of the tribe and who are the people who are outside of the tribe and have more alliance to these people than your own melanated people. Absolutely diabolical.
James, I have a question for you. Because you confused me. Yes, sir. You confused me because I thought you was on one track, then you went to another track. And so my question now, from what you just said and the stance you're taking, and I appreciate you taking the stance, is you call them $5 Indians, but you align yourself with indigenousness in the United States, because that's what I heard you say too. How do you distinguish your, okay, so we are.
I know exactly what you're asking, and I'm going to answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we are the original people, and we occupy the whole world. We're everywhere in the world. So with that being said, that's my stance. But what you said confused me because you call them $5 Indians, but at the same time, you were saying you're just to the Americas. I just don't understand how you're making that distinction. I'm confused. I'm not disputing you.
And you asked the same question again. Let me answer. Now, when I say I'm indigenous to the land, it means that my tribe was always here. Understand what I'm saying. That means I didn't come off a ship from Europe or Africa, South America, Mesopotamia, none of these areas. I can trace my family's history only to the Holy Land in the North Americas, period. When you hear me say $5 Indians, you have to understand what the federal government did. They allowed for the colonizer to come in, colonize, take as much of the, what you would call, maybe they got with somebody down the line that might have been a native, and that native might have mixed in with an indigenous. Now the colonizer comes in and he bleeds and colonizes you out. Basically gets you down to a percentage that they are comfortable with. Just like Alexander's PTR, he's light, bright, and damn near white. Killers of the blood moon, flower moon. All you have to do is look this shit up. The FBI has documentation on how when they got it down to a certain percentage that they were comfortable with, they allowed these people to take the indigenous
brother, their own tribal brother. But when the white man comes out and tells you, your sitting president Donald Trump tells you that the native people on the reservations all across the Americas today are not the people that he saw in the pictures on historical documentation. Do you know why that is? Because the people look like Jamie's PTR. They look like ambassadors, PTR. They look like Aliyah's, PTR. They look like Sister Cece's, PTR. They look like Brother Eugene's, PTR. They look like Flawless's, PTR. They did not look like someone who was light, bright, damn near white, come lately, and their ancestors paid $5 to be able to get a check from the government and then be attached to the casinos all across the North Americas. Donald Trump said this, not James King. This is and do you want to know why? Because they stopped paying. Donald Trump said that he knows for a fact that the Italian mafia has been in control of these casinos and these reservations for the very longest of time. See, you can even get a look at it from not just these, that they're dropping these real movies. These aren't fake movies. These are actually, you go in, you see the FBI information, you're like, wow, they murdered so many of the native women. Okay? Now, they allowed the natives to take a position. Okay? I mentioned gangs of New York because these were the people that were coming off the boats in the late 1800s, 1900s, middle 1800s, to the start of the 1800s. These are the natives. When you hear someone say, he did not say, and this is what bothered me the most. That man didn't know anything. He didn't say anything about indigenous. There's a difference when your parents are teaching you and your grandparents are teaching you and they're giving you the history. I know because I was told by my ancestors that I'm indigenous. They never said, James King, you are native to this land. Native only means that you are a Johnny-come-lately and you were able to claim the land over others that came after you. So the British came here before the Irish. So the British were able to call themselves natives to the land, not indigenous to the land. The Dutch were able to call themselves natives to the land, to the tribes that they got here before in Europe. The difference between indigenous and natives is indigenous people, indigenous tribes have been here longer than we can trace, thousands of years. I couldn't go further than that, but the pictures and the documentation that I have, I know what the indigenous tribes look like. I know the garment they wore. I know some of the languages that were even used. Some of this is the most important information to the alleged Black Americans, African Americans, who they told you were from Africa, to take you away from the land. That takes away your indigenous. And now when you're not from the land and you're an African American, now the natives are able, the Johnny-come-latelys are able to slide in and take not only your position,
titles that came with it. This is an indoctrination that was taught even through the public school system. They showed you that the indigenous tribes were as dark as me and brother Jamie are, and Ambassador. They never taught you that they look like my brother Delanio. They didn't teach you that. They hid it, and we still to this day have people that want to intellectually give credit to $5 Indians. This is historical information. It is well documented. And the people that are in 40 acres in the mill, I don't understand why some of these brothers even are doing this. You are talking specifically to one of the indigenous. There are many of us in this room. Matter of fact, there's a handful of us on the stage right now as we speak. I don't have to speak for them. They know exactly who they are. My point is, and I'm going to land on this, I am not going to spare any of you niggas that look to give credit to these native Neanderthal $5 Indians that colonized your people, murdered them out, raped them out in order for them to go back to the federal government and take your place and then have you in 2026 co-signing it. And you tell me you're fighting for the people. No, you're working for the enemy. And I'm not sparing niggas no more. I don't want to hear from Brother Crisis. I don't have that. Most of your talking points, I'm flushing them down the toilet. Brother Sweet always wants to be right about any damn topic and give us equality about a whole bunch of nonsense. The best thing and the most that you know is about the Nation of Islam. And I don't challenge you on that. Don't you ever challenge me on this kind of information. Talk about Farrakhan. Talk about goddamn Elijah Muhammad. Talk about Malcolm X. I will put my sword and my shield down because I know you brothers are a part of the nation and I can't teach you. I have to lean on you. You don't see me trying to teach Brother Eugene about what's going on with the Nation of Islam. I would never be so dumb. But don't you ever let one of these light, bright, damn near white men come on stage and you got Crisis, not even an indigenous from the Holy Land. Hold on, sister, I'm about to land. Cause y'all done lit James King up early in the morning with these coon-ass narratives. I'm not letting none of you niggas tell me about my indigenous tribes. I'm a member of the tribe of Judah. I'm going to stand on that. And when you come in here co-signing these $5 Indians, you're going to get beat up in the plane.
No, Ambassador, hold on for a second, James. I appreciate you submitting. But I got confused because when we talk about $5 when we talk about $5 Indians on Clubhouse, we're talking about Black people who are trying to disassociate themselves with Africa and align themselves with indigenous people on the American continent. What you just are suggesting is $5 Indians is not those people. $5 Indians are these Pocahontases who are pretending to be the original people. And that is wild, and I love that angle all day. The $5 Indians aren't Black people pretending to be indigenous to this country and dissociate themselves with Africa. It's the people who are tomahawking and pretending that they're the original people on this continent who are the $5 Indians. I love that 1000%. to champion that. The $5 Indians are the tomahawks, motherfuckers who claim to be indigenous to this country, when they're not, and we are the rich. Thank James, you're on point all damn day. Thank you.
Just as I was going to say, I likewise, as James is telling you straight up, I personally have a history on this land far over 10,000 years. So I don't pay no attention to the hoopla because I know who I am. It's my land. I mean, the streets, yeah. Whose streets? Our street. Whose land? It's my goddamn land. This guy just got a handful of guns. There's a time when the gun and the bomb won't be of no use. It will suddenly, at this hour, exhaust its usefulness pretty quickly when all of us begin to unite up on some James Eugene and shaking down the ambassador and some people that's got their hair connected, not screwed on, but connected. We are in the right connection. And not just Dr. Ivan Van Sertima alone, but Dr. Chancellor Williams, Dr. Lizzie Jeffries, Professor James Small, Dr. Cornel West, Dr. Attorney Malik Zulu, Dr. Khaled Abdul Muhammad, Shirley Chisholm, oh yes, Shirley Chisholm. Oh, it started getting home pretty quick here when you really think about who we really are and why we're being held at bay by a lesson of mental and spiritual makeup than the Neanderthal. His guns are even played out now. Him and Vladimir found out, well, you can bomb them to death and they're still going to be, they're like every ready battery, they're still going, you don't have nobody in the universe has given you unlimited power to bomb other human beings. Unlimited power control who can and who can't bomb. You don't have, you never earned that rank. So you don't have that power. You're in a false setup, in other words, we say. But then eventually y'all call it fake. That's fake news. You tell me you can bomb me into the bowels of iniquity, and then God ain't gonna give me no get back. Oh, please, 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 I'm on my begging knees, begging you, please stop living delusional and be yourself. And once you start being yourself, you will see you and I have more in common than we have in difference. And let's go on what we have in common, and we can discuss the differences later in the email as I let my plane just saying, my. Y'all look so damn good last night. You know you're outside here. Oh, my.
All praise to the Most High. See, this is called discipline. This is why I have so much respect for the NY. You see my brother Jamie down there? You hear the ambassador's wisdom? You see our brother Eugene stands 10 toes down? There's a reason why these men did not come off the mic when they heard me speaking about this. It's because these brothers know exactly who they are. They know the depths that Satan and the synagogue of Satan will go to erase you and then replace you. And some of you niggas, you're enemies to us. We're gonna get you out of the way. This is 2026. You're not going to give these narratives. You speak on what you know and what you don't know, you will be challenged on that. It's like, we get so caught up, and I've been noticing this. With one of these white boy / $5 Indians, y'all roll out the red carpet for them. But for one of y'all,
Once or twice, but don't let time with the E and every time, I don't know.
Yes, sir. You roll out the red carpet, you start lean on your brothers and fight with your brothers. And then when the white man come in, or one of the $5 Indians, who it is the ultimate disrespect to your ancestors, because they're the ones, their family lines and bloodlines are the ones that wiped yours out. You're not standing up for truth. You're not standing up for righteousness. You're standing up for your own personal indoctrination into the wrong shit. There's a few things I won't be challenged on. When we talking about the Son of God, when we talking about the indigenous people, the salt, not just of the Holy Land here in Americas. Let me make this clear. The tribe of Judah and the other 12 tribes of Israel, with 13 hidden tribes to match the 13 colonies that they erased you and then replaced you with. We have been and civilized all four corners of this earth. There's not a place that you can't find our DNA, not from Southeast Asia to goddamn Mesopotamia to Africa to the North Americas to the Canada. I don't care where you name. You can find my people. And I'm going to stand up for our people while you niggas is tap dancing and rolling out the red carpet because somebody told you about a tribe who, if you asked them, hey, could you give a picture or a PTR, give an explanation on what those people looked like, they did not look like Alexander the Great's PTR. They did not. They looked like your black ass. And you're disrespectful. And elders at that should know better. That it just gets to a point where I know how our people got in the position that we are in. Got a lot of motherfuckers that love to be a slave. You love the white man's tyranny. You love how he is able to tell you who you are, and you're nothing more than that, and you're okay with it. I'm not. You're not going to tell me who I am, where I came from, when I know you've only been around 6,000 years. You just got here. And Brother Sweet, you can give all the thumbs down you want. It's okay with me. My karma is very high, sir. Very, very high. And all praise to the Most High that Brother Eugene obviously has seen something in me that allows him to allow me to teach from time to time and stand up for our people. You know, this isn't an easy task dealing with some of you niggas. And I've got the ultimate respect for Brother Eugene because now I totally get why he has the stance he has when he stands and puts his foot on y'all neck when y'all are incorrect and giving bullshit information. I totally get it. I respect it for naming this. You know, this is the home of the intellectual prodigies. You're not allowed to just come up here and just say any old thing because it makes you feel good because he told you about a tribe that was on the West Coast. Get out of here. Stop it. That's nonsense. And as an elder, you should know better than that, Brother Sweet. You should. out the red carpet for their enemy before they roll out the red carpet for their brother. Make sure you keep your eyes on the snake in the grass. And they and they feel like, it's a bad thing that I'm speaking out the way I do. And I'm about to bring you back up, Brother Sweet. But just know this, while you weren't listening, I was only explaining to you that this brother's tribe that he's speaking of, he cannot go back 9,000 years. You gotta pay attention to what people are saying. Look at what you got. You got the PTR. That boy is nothing more than another one of them European white boys cosplaying. His family taught him that, you gotta take one of these other positions so you can get the benefits. See, I know how this game is played. You're co-signing with a footnote. Go ahead, Brother Sheep.
I got some respect for the way I trace this thing. You got to keep this real. To the graveyards of my direct blood lineage. When you see me on that turn of property, I'm standing on my land. See, West Virginia, I'm standing on my land. No white man come from no part of the universe and even lay claim on my land. But my graveyards, they destroyed a lot of graveyards. They built the stadiums and all kinds of stuff on the graveyards. They did it in Tulsa. They built Best Buy, something on top of some of my ancestors. I'm telling you what's going on. But some of them got saved. They destroyed a lot of them, but they didn't get them all. And that's what I was explaining. Dr. Collins says, you go that way. Hey, you go over that way. Me and you, we going this way. Hey, you go that way. Hey, Miss Lady, you and them sisters go that way. God damn it, they can't stop us all. The truth is everywhere now. Know ye the truth. Know ye the truth. I hope you write this down this morning. Know ye the truth. And the truth shall make you free. I hope you caught that. The truth shall make you free. You keep saying it must set you free. You're admitting you're a goddamn slave. It will make you free. You see that panther walking through the zoo? There are whole dental lines on the other side of that one panther. And all you see that black panther do is pacing it, walking up and down. You know that panther got freedom on his mind? He's thinking that if I walk past that cage and them bars enough times, the sweat from my urgency and the emergency to get away from here, that sweat will collect overnight on the steel bars, the chains, and the cages, and the locks, and sweat that steel down, to get just enough. And midnight I can make a breakaway, and I blend in the night. The night belongs to the Black Panther. I want y'all to know that today. Oh my. And we'll put them on the flip and say, Pepper. Yeah. He said, your turn. Now it's my turn. And the Neanderthal shot his wad and blew it. He fumbled the ball and blown up nearly the whole planet. If he could, he would just to get his way. But I'm telling you something. The balance of exhaustion, their usefulness, he blew it. So we will be taking over. We do the Joyce Jackson shuffle right here in Washington, all the way to San Diego, from Seattle, Black to Miami Beach, from Chicago to Houston, goddamn it, from Atlanta, all the way to San Francisco and Oakland. We will be taking over from here. The hell with this enemy of yours. You listen too much of his narrative. You buy into his Neanderthalism. You got that, Ism? Yeah, you got it good. But you can rid yourself. You can shed that dead skin. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala explained to us clearly in the Quran that you can grow new skin. You can come up fresh. Every time the sun rises, beloved brothers and sisters, you get a grand opportunity to gain a new lease on life. Oh, I sure hope you take it this morning. Somebody know the doors of church open, Jack. Let these people open the door and let them in. Oh,
teamed up with Donald John Trump, he was going to turn on him or betray him eventually. I promised y'all that. Because Satan promised you nothing but the deception. And he has deceived you in every turn in the road. And all wouldn't do nothing. I would turn on him. And he turned on them. And they turned on each other. Oh, stealing ass, ex-stealing Elon Musk, stole my ex from Malcolm and Elijah. Oh, we got to give me back my intellectual property. And if Donald Trump fist go up again, I only probably have some skilled person to slice it off at the wrist. And I don't give a damn. You take it all the way to the elbow. If you cut it off the shoulder, no problem. And goddamn it, I'm telling you straight up, if he slipped his neck in the guillotine and took his head, it would not matter in the humanities. Nobody will miss the Neanderthal, the Antichrist himself in the person of Donald John. He'll save everybody, bomb where he can. He had no rights for those bombs. He got no right to bomb the humanities into oblivion. You know, sparking off wars, but you promise no war. He break his promise at every promise. Never Allah said so bad that he said that he make a treaty, but that he would break that treaty. So study the past, study the math, and who was first to make the treaty. And now you look at who is first to break the goddamn treaty. With us, the original, and with the world, my mind.
Man, all praise, brother.
All praise is due to Allah. The God is the Father, the church, and the sustainer of all the worlds and all systems of knowledge.
Absolutely. Always on code. Always knowing exactly how to shed your wisdom in the right way. And I totally respect that. And I respect you, Elder.
And like why, brother, like what? Y'all look at that check. Look at that check. What's smoke in that check? Tell me you look at that check. Man got his research down. He got his knowledge down. And he be sharing with you. He could go over there golfing. Me and him could go and make some filet mignon and eat some hors d'oeuvres on the ship. Me and James, but we sit here trying to preach and teach to you, to give you the insightfulness to go for yourself. This is what the most dangerous, he said in Army Life, the most dangerous thing was that he did not want you to go free for yourself. And what James is giving you, and what I'm collaborating with James is saying, will allow you to go free for yourself. Oh, my God. And you must do something for yourself. If you mess up that freedom part, the rest is going to be pretty hard to put together, my mind.
All praise to the Most High. And let me say this, you know, this brother's going to say Brother Collie would do this or that. I know one thing about Brother Collie. Brother Collie wouldn't roll out the red carpet for no $5 Indian just because he felt like he was from the same place that he grew up at. I can tell you that, Brother Sweet. I know Brother Malcolm X, Louis Farrakhan, and Elijah Muhammad ain't rolling out no red carpet for no devil before they roll out the carpet for their brother. I can guarantee you that.
Amen. The college said, Amen Ra. Amen what? Amen Ra. Ashe, Ashe. Harambe, Harambe. Let us all pull together. Harambe, Harambe. Let's pull down against foolishness, against stupidity, against ignorance, and say Harambe. Let us all pull together on the Umoja, on the Tawheed. That's the unity of the we the people, the unity of we the people, the Tawheed, the Umoja. Let's pull down on that. And say, Sankofa, return to your home and your Sankofa brothers. Go ahead and link up and hook up for our life. He said, bring them to me so we can be cleaned up and made fit for our salvation. That's what Elijah said. That the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, may the prayers of peace and the blessing of Allah be upon him. And Jesus himself was here. He will go after you just as we are going after you now. That's right. And he said, you're bringing to me so I can clean you up and make you fit for your own salvation. I say today, Elijah Muhammad was here, Jesus, Muhammad, Abraham, Moses, and Solomon was here
say, my. Absolutely. With the Son of God, and one thing I can say is that Elijah Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan, Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad, these brothers, if they had to put you back in correction, tough love is the only love. Okay? People need to start learning how to have some more respect for your fellow brothers and your sisters before you, like I said, roll out the red carpet for someone that makes you feel good inside because they said they were the coast that you are from. This is a big world. California is not the only goddamn place in America. When people are trying to stake claim and calling themselves native to this land, got the nerve, hold on, because I want to bring up some points. That brother came on the stage and said, you guys can't trace your history past slave ships. These brothers are so deaf, dumb, and blind that they ignored not only the disrespect, but they met the disrespect with open arms. That's not what the Son of God stood on. That's not the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That is not what they taught. They taught self-respect and wanting what you want for your brother as you want for yourself. Vice versa. Again, not once, not twice, but every single time. Absolutely, brother. That's who's trying to be able to stand on. That's to the point and ain't with juice on the table. My. When you're on code, and we got too many brothers that's off code, but all praise to the Most High, the elder on stage, one of the most on code brothers that I ever came across, not just in Clubhouse. It's a privilege and an honor to have met you brothers and sisters and to know you. Even if it's just from this voice application. When we speak about Allah and the Most High, may our conversations be holy. And we're not going to allow, I'm not going to allow, it's not in my soul and it's not in my spirit to allow people to tell us who we are. Tell us that we came off of slave ships and then have ignorant people like the ones that are sitting in the chat, upset, jealous, envious, full of gluttony, 7 deadly sins. Every time you damn near speak, brother sweet, when you don't feel like you're the center of attention, you get to acting like a 2-year-old girl. You're the only member that I've met of the Nation of Islam that conducts itself like a female. You are the only one I ever met, and I've met some great brothers out of the nation. Sorry, you're not one of them. You gotta have a certain level of ethics, discipline. You gotta be on code for your people and let us handle business in the back channel. You roll out the red carpet for your enemy because he said a tribe that came from the place that you grew up in. Which gives me a better look at who you are. Very self-centered and self-serving. Not what our community or tribe needs,
moving forward in 26. You got the white man willing to expose the $5 Indians. Your sitting president is exposing this. Crystal.gov, Soup Club, Flawless, Sister Erica, Little Feather. These queens then laid this information out simple and plain that a blind man could see it, a deaf man could hear it, a special ed man could decode it. But you're so filled with jealousy and wanting to be the center of attention. Like a little girl that wants to be noticed for how beautiful she is, instead of just walking in her grace. She's got to make a public announcement about who she is and what she does and how she stands. When a king don't got to tell you, I'm a king. You take the crown away and I'm still a king. The king. Number one. Not just on any voice app, but when we're given this kind of information at number one on this planet. I've been taught by the intellectual gods.
Now, I was fit to say to you, bro, that we got our own King James. Not just in person of LeBron James, King James, and what he do, but we got King James not just here in Clubhouse, but like he said to her, every brother you know speaking correct, but speak from the universe as opposed to speaking from himself. But it just happened to be King here in Clubhouse too. That's all right, I'll take it. Bye. You tell them, we got our own King James. You tell the fathers of Catholicism from the Catholic Church, from the Vatican to New York City, from New York, down in Miami, back to LA, that we got our own King James. We're not waiting on his interpretation. Not trying to help him to help us figure this out. Our King James already figured it out. And all you gotta do is chime in. Get in when you finish it. There's a train leaving the station. Don't need no ticket, huh? Just get on board. Thank the Lord, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ambassador, boy, I love tag teaming with you, Ambassador. Well, I didn't get a chance to have a great relationship or even a relationship with the elder statesmen and the men in my family. They were worked to death, and this system beat them up. So, they left this planet early. But it is definitely an honor, brother, to hear your wisdom and then to also see how you move gracefully through some of this ignorance that sometimes hits the stage. When you're talking, I'm talking, Brother Eugene, if he's speaking about the NOI, speaking about any kind of topic that he wants to bring up, we're in a daily battle, not only with the enemy, but we are at battle with some of our own people. And this is what the Son of God, Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, Malcolm X, this is what they were teaching. That not only do you got to be weary of your enemies, you got to know who your enemies are. And when we have brothers that's coming from the tribe, see, I'm not doing nothing but showing these brothers love. They would take it as James King is hateful or he's disrespectful. But I'm not doing it but showing you tough love. You need correction, Brother Sweet.
Loud and clear, bro. Loud and clear. Absolutely. The ancestors is yelling out, sharp. You see that? When it comes to that King James, you might call him James King. I call him King James. He's King James #1 over here. And I'm telling you now, this ain't job well done, my son. You know, they attempted to shipwreck us, and Malcolm said they hoodwinked us, and they led us astray, led them up, and bamboozled all of us, went in our vest pocket, got our last little spending change, and my boy from Jamaica said they just took the very last of me little rum monies. Oh, but my. There was a divine assignment and a divine intervention on the move. As they was moving against guys like you and me, that was a divine intervention in the plan of God. Say, we plan, they plan, huh? Almighty God is the best of planners. All we have to lean on God today to know how we find the way, and He's given us the keys to unlock the riddle, unlock the mysteries that are trying to get you caught in that riddle and caught up in the mystery. Oh, you and your mystery God, the hell with you and your mystery God. We talking about that gospel that Malcolm preached, the gospel of the church of what's happening right now. Oh yeah. When the God, he's scared to threaten somebody with a bomb around here. They are so powerful now that your bombs have been made nullified and brought down from forced their way, bullet their way into high places. People who know no covenants of God, James, you preach here every day. How is the Neanderthal going to be the children of God when he don't know none of the covenants of God, none of the commandments of God, not enforcing one single commandment? The first one, thou shalt not kill. He ain't even caught on to nothing. Just blind, deaf, and dumb, call himself a leader. He ain't even a pre-movie actor, but you come on in here with the prolifics and your Republicans and all that network and all of them good guys. And sign on and co-sign another crazy. They don't know no covenants of God, no assignments from God, no commandments from God, no prophecy from God. But take their guns and say, we the God's representative. We the God's chosen people here because we got the biggest guns and we wearing the clothes of the rabbi. Well, they have stolen those clothes. They have superimposed those clothing, the God of the original disciples of Moses. Oh, that'll wake your eye, open your eyes up. And they stole those clothes from the disciples of Moses, Abraham, Jesus, and Muhammad, and put the clothing of the righteous on the devil himself. Oh, you can wake it up like Farrakhan would wake that thing on up with me and shake, rattle, and roll, don't you know? Oh yeah, you need a little Farrakhan. Get your mind right so you have your rap tight. Like Colin would say, my. Oh, my. Hey, Ambassador, and this is to anybody else. You know, you can see that there is a changing of the guard that's coming to not only the Americas, but the whole world. Take a look at, even inside of your own White House, how these devils then created chaos all over the world. Right now, targeting the Middle East, have used his presidency to downplay the greatness of our tribes. DEI, erasing the history books, taking what happened during shadow slavery out of the all military libraries. This is what Donald Trump, Rubio, and etc. have been doing. While a lot of these niggas have been co-signing this nonsense. But Ambassador, pay attention. In their moment of need and distress, while this beast system is scraping and scrambling, they got to go back in and get the essence of the black woman, Condoleezza Rice, asked
going to change. And we're going to allow Satan and Lucifer to run rampant with the synagogue of Satan all over the planet. And then let America co-sign it. Then I say, let this place burn. Let it crumble. Let it fall. Because one thing I know about my people is we have survived everything. We have survived being erased, replaced, displaced, raped, trafficked. Talking about the Epstein files, but shit, where they run the first Epstein files at? Right on our holy land here in the Americas. We were the first Epstein files. We'll call them the shadow slavery files. Where everything you see these people participating in, they did it to us, and they did it so they could benefit financially, economically, religiously. So they could tie themselves through this land. And you got niggas that roll out the red carpet for this kind of indoctrination. You have a slave mind. You are still a slave. I'm free.
That's right, brother. And they did these things. And they stood by. No one objected. It was the sweet little nobody's in them. And their masters, nobody stood against what they were doing. The torture, the inhumane treatment. That's why they pop back in and lynch one every now and then and every time they can. We haven't stopped to listen. I gotta fight the King battle. Dr. Martin Luther King. I gotta fight the Malcolm X battle. I gotta fight the Ralph Abernathy and A. Philip Randolph battle. All the way back to Charles Hamilton, Houston, and those ones that we had to made the change with their hand to change things. And you are the one that allowed it to be temporary fix. But they tried to set up something permanent. You can give that credit to Charles Hamilton, Houston, Thurgood Marshall, and Martin King. But you allowed them to flip back with Tyrone Davis said, if I could turn back the hands of time, they flipped the hands backwards. When they hang a man at the middle of Atlanta, Marietta might as well be in the middle of Fulton County. And ain't nobody in jail. Nobody's standing against it. Right in the middle of Jackson, Mississippi. They go to Delta University, hang a man. Go back to Charlotte, North Carolina, Raleigh, Durham, Greensboro, Goldsboro, No Barrel, Santa Grove to No Grove, all the way down to Myrtle Beach to Virginia Beach, hanging up our people down through there. Now, not yesterday, now, and then nobody stand up. And that's supposed to be a heinous hate crime is business as usual. That's the message from Donald John Trump and his administration and his Proud Boys and his insurrection and his bombing in the East. We don't need no permission from Congress. We can do all this. We got to do this. But the signs are that he don't know how to do these things. Don't have no skills, but you green light these things. Or wouldn't too political. He ran out of there. Here he coming. Ran out of there. Coming to smoke his behind. So why would you embrace and co-sign to the Neanderthal? You know it's no good. Sign on to a man you know is no good. Who's ruthless and degenerated. Pedophilia is his occupation. But you want to put him to run the nation. All of you blind, deaf, and dumb shit. Should run from the stage when you see it. When Eugene moves the stage right, you should run from the stage. So that will wake you up, shake you up, and get you ready for divine black revolution. And I just say, my. If you do that, you sure look good tonight. My. You don't want it bad enough. See, the thirst, the inertia that this guy has for war, he should have for freedom, justice, equality, and righteousness should be coming down on you today. You know? He wants it bad enough. Looks like he's willing to die for it. Because he's certainly willing to kill for it. But if you, brother and sister, don't have nothing that you are willing to, hope you can read these words correctly and don't take the misinformation. But if you have nothing that you are willing to kill for, then goddamn it, you ain't even really fit to live. I'll laugh my play. Facts as you know them to be. Always I'm gonna die for you. I'm going to jail for you. You ain't worth a hyphen to be in nobody's jail cell. You ain't worth a flipper. A pimple on a baby gorilla's behind. You're not worth nothing to be dead. But be birth learning skills in the arts of war and know how to kill so we all can live. Now you're talking humanity. Now you're getting your mind right. You're getting your rap tight. You need to be skilled in the arts of peace, but you also need to be skillful in the arts of war. Because as far as I know, declared by the Lord's true pay guy himself, we're at war. But it's a war between the righteous and the wicked, which has been the original battle. Not just the dirt that they did to the Palestinians, just mowing them down in their own home. Just kill them home and abroad. Anywhere you see it, kill them wherever you find them. That's a terrible attitude to take. And then to bring public deception and say, oh no, we're not killing anybody over here. We're not starving anybody out over here. You got that wrong. That's fake news. And you see the evidence and the malnourished people walking around. And none of them like them Sunni brothers, didn't have the courage to confront you and check you and checkmate you over this. There's some terrible things been done to this world. But you need to stop allowing terrible things to be done to us, to we the people. We've had ours here, and then no one can come and intervene on our behalf now. And we're getting up out of the mud, the sand of the desert, and saying, hey, you've done an injustice to us. We don't trust you. Because you, Kimosabe, you speak with a forked tongue. You are a master of deception, and we accept nothing from you. As Ibrahim Traore is telling you, we can build a city ourselves. We can build our community ourselves. And if we need help, we ask for it, but right now we don't need any help with this. And we'll be taking over from here, saying, my.
All praise, Brother Sheep. Hey, guys, what's Sister Nadia? D-Loud.
Praise is due to Allah.
Absolutely, brother. Yeah, I'm talking about waking it up early in the morning. Nothing makes me feel stronger, fills my soul with joy than, going back and forth with my brother and elder statesman that I got a tremendous amount of respect for. See, this is me recognizing that, wisdom is something that has to be earned over time. You don't get to demand wisdom just because you say something is something. You show it with how you conduct yourselves as a grown man or a woman. Not like some of us who call ourselves down for the people, but go ahead, Queen Nadia. What's up, Queen?
Hey, can you sweet makeup, please?
There's no to make up. I don't have any problem with Brother Sweet.
Why is he in the audience?
Because that's exactly where he needs to be.
That's not fair.
No, fair is where the judge pigs. Righteous is what I stand on. And when you roll out the red carpet for the enemies and get to speaking on things that you don't know nothing about, never heard you give any scholarship into it, never dropped a jewel on it, and you will roll out the red carpet for a $5 Indian, you need correction. And you're not going, listen, there's many other rooms that you'll be able to do this shit in. You can do this in any room. When you come in the home of the intellectual prodigies, you better be able to stand on who you're co-signing and your information. I am not a Johnny-come-lately. I'm not new to this. I am very much so true to this. I am, as a matter of fact, when we talk about fairness, I feel like I'm one of the fairest mods in here. See,
Can you tell me where it went wrong? I only just came in here.
Oh, it's okay. It went wrong where he allowed a $5 Indian who staked his claim to the Americas and indigenous tribes because the white boy said he was from California, where Sweet is from. You know, he has a big problem with being from the state of California, and when somebody says they're from there too, he'll co-sign them. You know what that shows me? That shows me you're weak. That shows me the devil could come to you and say, hey, Brother Sweet, I'm from Compton too. And Brother Sweet would let the devil run the door because the nigga said he was from California. That is not intellectual anything. You know what that is? 100% pride. Guess what is after pride? The fall. Pride is before the fall. A man like that will lead people to hell with false information. Now listen, do I respect him? Absolutely. When it comes to speaking about the Nation of Islam and some of the other things that I know he knows about 100%, because this is not my first time hearing Sweet / Remus / all of the other names that he had when he was Pan-African and when he was booty clapping for everybody else but the indigenous people. I know you, sir.
He's never been Pan-African.
Listen, you Nadia, get out the way because you ain't been in some of the rooms I've been in with this brother when he was Remus. He absolutely was champion for the whole Pan-African out of Africa movement that 3 years ago. This is a fact. I know with my ears heard because I was in the damn rooms and the spaces with it. I wasn't always in 40 acres and the preservation of the human race. James King has been around in the goo. See, before I was able to lead, I was able to watch the good men on this app, the good women. I was able to discern through who people are. Do they have an agenda? What is their narrative? Are they looking for a crowd? Are they looking to be the beauty queen? Or are they down for the cause? Listen, this is our motto in here. You can get beat up in here. Intellectually set on fire and go put some bacon or some pork fat on your face after I black both of your eyes. Because what you're not going to do is roll out the red carpet for somebody that told us in this room that we can only trace our history to slave shit. And Brother Sweet co-signed it because he said he was from a tribe from California. He said he could trace his tribe back to 9,000 years, but the white man ain't been around for nothing but 6,000. Somebody's lying.
Okay, can I just touch on something about Killers of the Flower Moon?
Absolutely.
So you see in the movie, do you remember the movie?
Spoke about this with the $5 Indian who was in here, who Brother Sweet and Baby Voice, aka Baby. Oh my God, he pisses me off because he always wants to interrupt and ask a question in the middle of something. Crisis, aka you need to go sit your ass down somewhere before you get beat the fuck up in the playground. Go ahead, Nadia. I was just talking about that.
So that is actually one of my favourite movies, yeah, because you see how it actually subtly depicts the Jews in there as the culprits. And have you clocked it? It's so deep, and you know what's so interesting about it, right? What I find with these movies, yeah, they'll put proper big headliners in there, like Leonardo DiCaprio is a proper big actor, I believe anyway. And when I see a movie from him, I know they did their research on this because they are not going to put out something that is not true. Even the way they depicted how they moved in on the women, married them, even though the husbands were still alive, and all this stuff was so weird and dark. And you know that they were black as well.
Exactly. Now, Nadia, explain to them what they did to they murdered them so they were able to take the position that they had tribally and get the benefits of being a $5 Indian that would be attached to these reservations and the economics that came from the tribe, correct?
Yeah, they killed them off with something. They actually killed them off with saying they had diabetes, they need to take this medication, this, that, and the other. It was so dark what they were doing. It was really, really dark.
You are such a breath of fresh air because
it's an incredible movie, though.
And I have watched the movie, and I wish you were in here because that is the movie that I referenced. You want to know why I referenced it, Nadia? Because the FBI has documentation on how many of our tribe that they murdered to get this position. They killed thousands of us, thousands of our people to take a position that was not theirs. And there's Nadia, they're still benefiting off it today. Guess what the white boy said, Nadia? He said, we've got a museum in California and we've got a casino. Wow. Wow. A casino.
That's such a strange concept, isn't it? That they're happy to walk away with that.
It's a shame that an elder like Sweet, who doesn't know anything about the movie or what we're speaking about in general, would interject himself and try to co-sign some bullshit just because the white boy said his family got a museum and a casino out in California, when I know this is what the $5 Indians attached themselves to when they replaced us and then erased our people. And this brother thinks he's on code, Nadia. He thinks he's righteously speaking out for his people. Sweet don't know shit from apple butter. And like I said, if we're going to talk about the nation, or we're going to talk about some geopolitics, and stuff like that, okay, I'll listen to it. That's That's all good. But I'm not listening to no brother that rolls out the red carpet for $5 Indians because they're from California, just because he's from California. That's diabolical.
Yeah, you went on to explain to them that we have the history on all. I don't think they received it yet. 10,000 years of history. We went on to explain that. And our graveyards are remarkers. We have the evidence within our tribes, etc. with an S. My personal family,
You know what they were doing?
my distant cousin,
In the movie,
over 10,000 years. You got
Ambassador.
Are you getting that? You didn't get that, did you? Because I know you talk about talking, but you can talk while I'm talking. We can talk together and be heard. But I'm saying to you, but on the strength, we have 10,000 years. See, they've superimposed idealism to alter the history in the favor of the Neanderthalic. And that's what James is putting an ounce of prevention and say, no, this is our land. You see, a lot of people mistake that. A lot of people get it twisted. This is our land, our own God. Between James, myself, and others that know this land, know the history. Look at the history Dr. Ivan been certified.
Can I say something?
Thousands of years of graveyards that they built the daggone Best Buy on top of a graveyard. Another one, they built a stadium on top of a graveyard. Come to D.C., look at Freedman Cemetery. Right at the...
They actually built
thousands in a mass grave.
You hear me? They built.
That's what I'm trying to say to you. We got thousands in a mass grave. Again, in Natchez, Mississippi, the devil's punch bowl. Thousands and thousands in a mass grave. Again in Louisiana, again in Arkansas. These are my people.
Do me a favor, Ambassador. Let's let the Queen speak real quick. Nadia, what was you just saying?
I was gonna say that they built golf courses on land as well that was it was all the land, but they built golf courses on sacred land. That's what they have done and covered it up. But
that's specifically speaking about community.
All of them.
Where's the golf course?
I'm gonna find the information and put it in the chat. Yeah, I got it. But I also know that they made the school system learn only the way that they wanna teach it with their understanding of history to make up shit. Do you get what I mean?
Wow, Nadia, you would have thought Nadia was in the room when I was given this information. I specifically said that they took from the federal government co-signed it and then put it into the state structured educational system of indoctrination and taught us that we were from Africa. The same thing the white boy came in here, that's the first thing he said. You can't trace your history past being off a slave ship. You're just a slave ship rider. And then guess who came to his rescue? Goddamn it, Tether Crisis and Sweetness don't know shit from apple butter.
Don't you think how crazy it is that people will associate any black person to Africa when Africa is such a new place? Like when the word Africa comes out of anyone's mouth, I just think to myself, why do you keep saying this? Africa is a new place. It wasn't even called that. Who came from there? Even people born from that continent, they don't even say, oh, I'm African. They say, oh, I'm from this tribe or that side of the continent. They don't say African. I've never heard a real African say I'm African in my life.
Listen, sister, you are so on point, and the whole dialogue started. These brothers don't want to get out of the way. They get really, and I've been noticing that a lot lately. And it doesn't make me none. It's been a lot of people jealous of me my whole life. And this is not me being cocky. This is just me recognizing the greatness that the Most High placed inside of me. That we will get men that will go against me because they want to be the biggest voice in the room and they're dead ass wrong. So much so that they will co-sign like Sweetness did. He rolled out the red carpet, stuck his head up that white boy's ass. The same thing that I'm telling these niggas that is co-signing Donald Trump before they would even co-sign somebody in their own goddamn family. They would pass their family members out. But they would roll out the red carpet for the white boy because the white boy said something that it just resonates with me because he said he was from California and I swear I know where that tribe is on the Sweetness butter biscuits that you're buttering on the plantation house, nigga. You wouldn't have been in the fields with me while you're talking crazy. You wouldn't have been in the fields with me. You would have been in the house with Massa washing his feet. You would have been in the house with Massa getting your ass beat. I would have been in the field looking for a way to cut Massa's throat. We're not the same. You are not like me. I am an alpha male. I am the Lion of Judah. I am not cut like you niggas. You'll never be like me. My crown is heavy, but it fits. And it only fits me. Why? Because the Most High put it there. All praise. Go ahead, bro. Brother Ambassador, you good?
I think what happens a lot of the time, sometimes people will mishear something just because they were passionate, and just because they missed it, it doesn't mean they were wrong. They just took it the wrong way and they carried on with it. But it was just a misunderstanding. That's what I think.
When it's time to be corrected, then you have to, especially when you know for a fact that you are not qualified to even stick your toe in the water of the information that's being given. Now, listen, there's a lot of people to challenge, and that's okay. I'm all for it. I love a good debate. But I'm not undefeated for no reason. And these people in the chat, all praise to the Most High. You're not even worthy enough to come on stage. Raise your hand. Go on and come up here. You chat huggers, all you can do is knock my karma points down a little bit. You are small things to a giant. Small thing. This is the David that I was speaking about. There we go. That's Alexander. Now, Nadia, click on Alexander's PTR and tell me, is he the indigenous Indians from the North Americas? You click on his PTR, you can see all day long who his roots trace to. $5 Indians. He's a $5 Indian. Period.
So, Alexander, yeah, what are we doing here? But you see, the thing is, yeah, we as black people keep making this all-inclusive, yeah? I'm gonna leave it there. We're not a hotel. We're not all-inclusive.
And you know what, sister? That's why I'm saying, all praise to the Most High that you came up tonight. You weren't even in the movie. I mean, you weren't even in here when I brought up that movie. I was able to attach him directly to it. I let him speak. Christ has been sweet. They were so glamorized by this $5 Indian that they brought lobster tails, they brought steak out, they rolled out the red carpet, Sweet put on a skirt with a bikini top, laced his little hair down, put some of that cocoa gel in it, cocoa butter, smoothed it out real nice, and got the booty clapping for it. Just bent over like a stripper waiting on a tip, which is just diabolical. How, Nadia, it didn't take you 2 minutes to click on that man's PTR and for you to know that he is not indigenous. You know what he said he was before I introduced him to the word indigenous? Because you only use that word if your ancestors taught you that word. See, I was taught that word. I never called myself a native fucking American. I know who the natives are. The natives are the British. The natives were the Irish. The natives were the French. So guess who else, Nadia, was in Gangs of New York? Leonardo DiCaprio.
I know. You're forgetting the Jewish as well. I think that is the main piece of the puzzle of the
Absolutely. Well, that's the hidden tribe. You are on point, Nadia. Now listen, what did those $5 Indian white boys who look just like Alexander, they called themselves natives in Gangs in New York. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I need to rewatch that one.
Watch what Bill the Butcher, watch what Bill calls himself. He calls himself the natives to this land. As a matter of fact, the name of their little gang, it was native something. Hold on, watch this. Hold on.
Are you going to bring us back upstairs? James, can you bring Remus back up now?
To be honest with you, Brother Eugene has gave me the room right now, and I'm not up for chaos. Brother Sweet is in timeout, and he needs correction and reflection. So go to your mirror, Sweet. Go grab you some weights. Take Alexander, the white boy that you rolled out. Y'all both from California, and y'all go kiss in the mirror and make America great again. Now let me cook real quick. Now, okay? Oh, in the film Gangs of New York, character William Cutting, famously known as Bilger, refers to himself as the Native American. The Native American. The Native American. The same thing that Johnny Come Lately, $5 Indian, jail-headed white boy came on this stage saying, native. That's because your ancestors taught you that you're native to this land. You're a Johnny Come Lately. You thought because you got in here with you had Crisis and Sweet, some low value, only go to Google and chat GPT because that's the only research they've ever done in their whole life outside of public school indoctrination. You thought you was running into one of them niggas. No, James King is not one of those guys. I will expose you and bring that nonsense on this stage. You are false. You have a serpent tongue, Sweet. One day you're one way, another day you got your head up the white boy's ass. You're down in the chat. Make friends with it. Go start a room with it. But you bring chaos and then you bring lies with the chaos. You need to be corrected, sir. And Alexander, I've never seen you in this room before a day in your life. You don't hold no weight in here, red ticket, $5 Indian jailhead boy. Go to your people's museum and go look at the whitewashing that your people did. Talk to your people about how they colonized and how they're the $5 Indians. Go find out how your grandpa probably came off of the orphan trains. That's what you need to do. And while I'm sitting in the Holy Land and can trace my roots back here until its existence, there is no America without my tribe being here. Are you crazy? What's wrong with y'all? Yeah, what y'all thought? Y'all thought y'all had the soft version of James King. Y'all thought y'all was James just gonna let me just roll out and say anything I want to, because the jailhead boy said he's from California and he's from a native tribe and he's attached to a casino, and you don't know nothing about $5 Indians. You don't know nothing about the movie that Leonardo was just speaking about with Leonardo DiCaprio. You don't know anything about the FBI's open files on how they systematically murdered the indigenous just to get into the bloodline. Wow. You want to know what I know? Because you don't give a damn. You only care about what's good for you. And I'm getting tired of you West Coast Cali thinking you're the only place on the planet. Get out of here with that bullshit. Before the earthquake hits you and you're somewhere floating off in an island somewhere and you don't look like you can swim, sweet. And you damn sure can't swim with no sharks. Son, never respect you as an elder ever again. You stand for lies. And Alexander, go hold hands with it. All praise to the Most High. Go hold hands with your boyfriend. It's okay. Anyway, America is on high alert. And the indigenous community, we are on high alert. We got some people cosplaying. We got some people trying to act like they with us, y'all. Don't worry. James King stood 10 toes down with you. Don't worry. You didn't have to come off the mic at all. It's an honor to put these niggas back in their place. And when it's time to separate, I will be making sure that I separate from any man that's anything like these men that would let a white and tell us we ain't nothing more than slave ship riders and Brother Sweet in Christ is co-signing. Don't speak on it. Soft ass beta men. You ain't fit to lead. You weren't fit to get the voice James King had, because you're not James King. All praise to the Most High. Salute to Brother Malcolm X. Salute to Louis Farrakhan. Salute to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. These were men that was fit to speak. Their cadence was given directly by the Most High. Their position was given directly by the Most High. And when you hear me, mine is given direct. Oh, did you see that, Sweet? You see what your brother Alexander said about Farrakhan in the chat? You see what your brother said about Farrakhan in the chat, Sweet? Be careful when you co-sign the devil, Sweet. He might come back to bite you.
Not once or twice, but every single time, my mind. Ask Donald Trump if you can find it.
They co-signed him, Ambassador, and he's in the chat talking about F. Farrakhan. That's what happens. That's what happens, Sweet. That's what happens when you co-sign the devil. You see how that serpent bit you, Sweet? You see that, Sweet? Louis Farrakhan like that. I got nothing but the most respect for the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. That brother that put his life on the line for times than any of us in this room. Got nothing but the utmost respect for him. You ain't never heard me disrespect the Nation of Islam. Why don't you talk to Alexander in the chat? The white boy who was co-signing that said we're nothing but slave ship riders, and he just disrespected the Nation of Islam. Sweet, let me see you address that in the chat. Let me see you address that, Brother Sweet. Because you're being called out and corrected today, sir. Corrected. You don't ever co-sign no goddamn $5 Indian Johnny come lately white boy when you on the stage with your tribal brothers. You are off code and you are showing coonish mentality. Back to what our regular scheduled program was. Mr. Wilson's in here, all praise to the Most High. Got my indigenous queen, Little Feather, in here. See, if y'all click on Little Feather's PTR real quick, see, you'll get a look at what the indigenous look like. Don't come in here telling me nothing about my tribe. Telling me we ain't nothing but slave ship riders. My family didn't come off no goddamn slave ship. And you niggas would co-sign it. What's wrong with you? You got a problem with the sound of my voice? Leave quietly. Leave quietly. Unfollow me right now. Don't care. I'm sorry. If your daddy had a soft voice like Little Richard, my apologies. If you was only raised by your mama and you don't know nothing better, then you ain't used to hearing a man's voice. Yeah, accept my apology. I ain't above correction, but sorry about your ears. But I'm not going to change my cadence for you. It's given by the Most High. Now, America is on high alert. Double down on that. James King is on high alert for you coon-ass niggas that rather co-sign white boys than to roll out the red carpet for them and then go to war with your brother over false information. Because you don't know nothing about the $5 Indians. You ain't done no real research outside of Google and ChatGPT. You bunch of... Oh, y'all make me mad with this. I've been doing this for 25 years. You're not qualified. I can hear it in your voice, your talking points. If you're qualified to even have these kind of conversations with me. You're not qualified, Alexander. You're not even qualified to be in this room, Alexander. You need to go find a room full of $5 Indians and grease ball-head white boys that think all black people came from Africa and slave ships. You were taught that. You was taught that by your devilish ass ancestors, and I will expose them too.
Can someone play the video?
What video is that, Naughty?
It explains some stuff that I wanted to bring into the conversation.
I ain't got the video player, but if somebody want to play her link, yeah, go ahead. The floor is open. You know,
I don't know how to play a video.
Wow, I don't know, one of you queens or one of you, Mr. Wilson or somebody, my man, Mr. Wilson, if one of y'all could, run that clip for the sister. I don't know who's up. I see some people in here, but yeah, James King did had his sword and his shield up for a while, because I'm not sparing cool niggas no more. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
No. You said you needed some help with something?
Yes. Sister Nadia's got a clip she wants to play. I was wondering if you could play it for her.
Oh, I can't play it right now. I don't have a microphone.
All praise. Yeah, Nadia, I'm not sure if anybody on the stage can play that clip. Anybody can hear the sound of my voice. But explain to me what the clip is about. It's probably, I imagine it's about what we've been chopping it up about.
Yeah, so basically it's about how the Rothschilds actually built the educational system and put their narrative into the education. That's basically it.
All praise, yeah. You know, these are beautiful narratives that man put in the chat, if you can read. And that's what lets me know you came out of the Caucasus Mountains. That's what lets me know you're exactly of your fathers and your ancestors. You're a beast. You're just a beast, Alexander. It's okay, I exposed you to that. But what you want to do is, you want to make sure you come in this room when you don't see James King on the stage. If you see James King on the stage, what you need to do is, you need to go with your brother Sweet in California. Y'all go hold hands in your people's $5 Indian museum, and then take him to the casino and show him around. And then take him to your elder statesmen in your family so they can teach you the true history on how your people raped, pillaged, and colonized and murdered many of the indigenous just to get their position. Yeah, that's what you do, Alexander. And then you and Sweet, y'all have a conversation about why you said F. Farrakhan. That's just diabolical. You're a very disrespectful beast. You don't respect melanated people at all. And I ain't rolling the red carpet out for no Casper Ghost, greaseball head, Johnny come lately, Neanderthal, Caucasus Mountain. Your ancestors was sleeping with as soon as your daddy turned 18, he was able to have your great grandmother. You guys are the original MFers. That's where the word came from. It came from you. And it's not a surprise that you were able to do and colonize with the satanic ways that you have. As soon as you see a melanated person, you say, yeah, you came off a slave ship. What's more diabolical is we got melanated people that co-sign you on that shit. It's 2026. I swear I'm not letting none of that shit slide no more. This floor is open. All praise to the Most High. America is on high alert. James King is on high alert. The indigenous is on high alert. Let's get ready to rumble.
I mean, the guy is out in the chat going crazy. I mean, he clearly, I'm not type of guy, but he's just forcing, you to accept a concept of yourself and himself that's just not acceptable by the people that surround the stage right now. So that's just not real. And our history there's a lot of evidence in the history to the contrary of what he's attempting to represent. So I'm not saying he's a total fraud. It's just that when you got that much, you got to be super black. You can't be a regular guy. You got to be Superman or everything. I've seen him must do that before everywhere, man. I've been used to him, man. Such I got Teflon skin on those guys, man. You ain't gonna win no way. You can't talk to them. You can't walk with them. And there's my brother. Now, remember, and I wouldn't say this. I wouldn't say that's to embarrass you. I'm sitting there trying to talk with you. But I'm just saying, you know clearly Eugene took out the time yesterday.
clubhouse. I'll be honest with you, man. If I knock out, you come in and smack me till I pee all up and down the street. I'm telling you, most of the clubs say, well, can Raymond slow it down a little bit? Overzealous, I continue. What kind of fake like you doing it for so and sex, etc. And you come in here balanced, man, and you can get any mic problem on it, and you got a lot of history on it. But it sounds like a broken room. You go overboard. You talk the lesson into the brother, then you kill the mic back. You teach it right back out of the brother because you triple made your point. I don't see it. It ain't no bad blood with you. I ain't mad at you or nothing. It's just that you overstate your point. Whatever you taught, you contend to lose your substance. And it may have had good intention, but now it's just some water under the bridge, my mind.
They the victims now. Oh, them poor babies in the chat. Oh, bias everything about color. The first thing you said about me, sir, was I didn't know where I was from because I came off of a slave ship. Don't play the victim now. You're talking to the wrong brother. Now you're nothing but chum in the water. Small things to a giant. If I'm not speaking to you, James, then you should understand that if it doesn't apply, let it fly. I'm talking to your $5 Indian counterpart who said that melanated people in the North Americas all came off of slave ships and were basically just mutts. We don't know where we're from, where we are, and his tribe goes back 9,000 years when I can clearly look at his PTR and see that this is a mostly dominated Caucasian with a little bit of, they teach them to say you're Latino so you can attach yourself to the Native Americans. I know the game. I know what your people taught you. My problem is not with you guys because I know that your people know exactly what they did in the past. Don't play victim like when y'all get together for y'all little Christmas dinners that y'all not talking about us just the way you spoke about us in a stage and a room full of black, indigenous, melanated people, calling us all slave ship riders, and then we got Crisis, who's having a midlife crisis, co-signing you, and we got Sweetness, which is a name I wouldn't want to have as an alpha man anyway. Ain't nothing sweet about James King. If you bite into me, let me be poison or sour or bitter. Spit me out. And this is the exact same guy like a month earlier, running around here bragging on they were just bombing the Palestinians into the bowels of antiquity or just making them primitive, not feeding, not allowing them to have any human decent rights or anything. You're bragging on that stuff, man. That's terrible. And to try to annihilate and eliminate people from the globe, that's inhumane treatment of another human being. But they brag on that. That's what they do. Because they got a few guns, and the guy empty-headed, with no governance again, no commandments from God, to say, I'm the chosen. I got these guns, I'm going to shoot everybody that's not with me. Got these bomb everybody that's not with me. Everybody with me? All right. So people don't want to get bombed. Well, so yeah, I think we are with you, yeah. And so you get these knuckleheads to go along, to get along, and oh my, it's an embarrassing position to be in. So you can have a crazy position like that. And I'm trying to teach our brothers a skill level on how to manage against the opposition. How these Zionists, they come under disguise, right? Clearly Zionists, I'm an American Indian Zionist.
that wrong with you? Because many of them are apples. It's right there with the movie. All you gotta do is be from that nut tribe, and you can get all of them your testicles and drink the Kool-Aid, just like Jim Jones had them all wired up in my. Sure look embarrassing to be like. Hey, I would tag team with you any day, Ambassador. Boy. I tell you what, I got my rest earlier, did me a little catering, cook for the family. I am powered up. I'm telling you, I am glad that I came in the room when I did, because I can only imagine where them conversations would have went, what y'all would have been listening to. Some of y'all would have woke right up out your sleep, took you a Red Bull or some energy drink or got you some watermelon and powered up real quick and been on fire. But don't worry, I carry a heavy shield. I carry an even heavier sword. And correction will be given to the tribal members. You know, some of this stuff should have not even been discussed while that gentleman was on the stage. But what she did was she co-signed him, sweet, because he said he was from California. You are an old fool. And you call yourself an elder statesman. What you should be calling yourself is sleep. Sweep the sleep. Because that's what you are. You should have not co-signed something you don't know nothing about. Outside of California and NOI, when we get to talking about the indigenous, the tribes, specifically who we are, you should just exit yourself out of those conversations. Go over there with Alexander. Go visit the casino. Go visit his museum. Learn about his history real quick. That's what you do. But you should never be co-signing somebody that says all of us came off of slave ships and did it proudly. Oh yeah, it made him feel real good saying that. Said we can't trace our history 400 years. How disrespectful. The Most High loves me every day. I don't know what you talking about. All praise to the Most High. He gets all my love. Every time I speak, I give him praise. Every time I drop a jewel, I give him praise. Every time I get a raise, I give him praise. Every time when I got up, I gave him praise before I even got on this app. Thank you, Most High, for waking me up when you did. He's always on time and on point. America is on high alert. And everybody should be on high alert. Watch where you're traveling. Watch where you're flying to. Watch what you're engaging in. And watch the company you keep. Get around some like-minded people and build. Even if it's just a small community of like-minded people. Do not get yourself entangled up with these devils. And some of them look like us. Some of them hang around us. These is dangerous times that we're living in. With false information, just like during COVID, false information could lead people to die, to their death. Having these kind of people around you is bad for your health. All praise to the Most High. Floor is open. So Queen Naughty, I want to finish building with you all on that native stuff. I was trying to explain to you, and even to
Because while we use the term today to refer to indigenous people, bingo, in the context of the 1860s, Bill used it to distinguish himself as a native-born American of English and Dutch descent in violent opposition to the waves of new immigrants, particularly the Irish. Now do y'all get why they call themselves Native Americans? Native. Native means their ancestors came off of boats from England out of the Dark Ages. That's who these people are. That's who they represent. Don't try to tag along with the indigenous. We are the salt of the Holy Land. All praise to the Most High. Floor is open.
I sent you a back channel, James. You can have a look when you're ready.
I'll take a look right now, Queen. Go ahead.
So also, yeah, what I wanted to talk about last night, right, was the fact that even though we think that all these countries are against each other, right, when it comes to the, that is not true. When it comes to the UN, they all make these agreements between each other, and then the 5 countries on top of the UN that are in charge of everything, they're all friends. They're brethren. So all these wars and all that, they just make it all up as they go along.
Absolutely. And then reinforce it through the public school system, which indoctrinated us into believing that we were nothing but slave ship riders, like Alexander so eloquently said on the stage. And pretty much Brother Sweet and Crisis, they co-signed it. They co-signed it. They co-signed him being the salt of the Holy Land and said that his tribe's been around 9,000 years, James. Well, his ancestors have only been around 6,000 years. So you do the math for me. The tribe was around 9,000 years, but his people can only be traced 6,000 years. Wow. Somebody's lying. And I'm going to bet on me. Because I know damn well I'm not lying. I know exactly who I am. And I know my tribal people and who they are. Would never roll out the red carpet to a pasty face that calls us all slave ship riders. I'm sorry. Some people don't want correction. They just want to be the center of attention. I've been the same way I've always been on Clubhouse. Sometimes I'm long-winded. Sometimes I got to paint a picture for you, but I hate painting a picture with my brothers who are supposed to be on code. But I see now that on code does not matter. You will get messy in front of the enemy and step on your brother so you can serve them lobster tails and ribeye steak, king crab legs, and Don Perignon. Sorry, we're not cut from the same cloth. code. I respect these brothers and sisters immensely. True intellectuals knew not to co-sign that bullshit. Your silence tells me more that you co-signing some shit just because somebody said they was from your neck of the woods. Wow. That's not an intellectual prodigy. That's an intellectual dummy. In my back channel right now, Nani. Now, Nadia, you know what's interesting, right, is that Jekyll Island meeting, right, that was one of the talking points that they were bringing up during those meetings, right, on how after chattel slavery, how they would be able to bleed out and colonize out, whitewash out the indigenous tribes because they knew they stole the land from you, and also how to reinforce it through their universities, high schools, K through 12. See, what has been done is systematic. So if I seem like I'm harsh when I'm correcting these brothers, I don't care. Our enemy did so much work on us, and then we got brothers that are co-signing them.
That's why I wanted to bring the video up, because what is actually so crazy is that it's gone so deep into the education system. It's indoctrinated people to think what is written is true, and it's not true. They've literally written themselves into history, and that is not true. It's not true.
What do you mean? You saying they're not in history? They're not.
I'm saying that they've doctored the whole situation for us to not even believe our own mind right now. You see, when people think they have a thought, I believe, this is what I think here. You see, when people think they came up with something in their brain on what direction we should take next year, I think that is implanted into our heads from however many years ago. They know what the next step of our movement's going to be because they already implanted it hundreds of years ago.
So now you think the white man is Thanos?
don't know.
Cause I don't think the white man is as smart as y'all make him sometimes, you know? And I get it, you know, they have a little power here, certain segments. But, you know, to give him this all-seeing eye, like he's the God, you know? I think that's why I give a little pushback, you know, because a lot of us look.
I'm not saying he's God. I'm
He's
saying,
not Thanos.
what I'm saying is he ran game on us, and we're still in the game.
It's not about Thanos, it's about the technology.
I'm saying that they've run game on us, and we're still in the game. We're still playing a game.
Hey, real quick, brother, Mr. Wilson, go back to what you were saying, because that's the point I was going to. Who said the white? Did you hear me at any point or another, or the Queen, Mr. Wilson, say that the white was God at any point in time?
Negative.
I wasn't saying it to anyone directly. I'm just saying in general. You know, I've been on Clubhouse for 6 years, and in a lot of rooms, I hear this talk like the white man is Thanos. He's the God, you know. We are lost one, blah, 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 you know. And I just, you know, I just like to have a counter of that because I don't think the white man is Thanos, you know.
I don't think we think he's that in this
point. That's what we're saying. We're saying that he's not, and we're telling people why. That's the point that Brother James, for the last hour I've been here, Brother James has been banging on that. But when you believe the outer African theory, you're signing up to say that the white man is God. That's what they've been saying. When you believe that theory, and when you say the theory is true, you're signing up to say that is true. So you're saying that he is almighty because you believe the story that he told. How can he tell a story? I'm sorry, I'm working out space. How can he tell a story that he's not a part of? How can he tell a story when he's the baby? How can he tell a story when he is, you know, he's the child? He's the manifestation of us. So this is where I get confused at, Brother James. Is we all agree that we're the original people of this planet. We all agree that we are the original parents of this planet. We all agree that we're the first. So how do we get caught up in the last 500 years of this stage tale that he says? That's the place where I get confused. But I know the answer, just the answer that a lot of folks, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to talk.
Hey, listen.
Right here.
No, that was my own Chico.
So the answer is the technology that the white man possesses that he got, but for one group. I land there. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what you're saying, because I understand we all know that we're like the first, you know, first human and stuff like that. But, you know, I'm just throwing a question out there, and I say I agree with it. But as the black race, right, are we like the Ford Model T, right? Nobody's driving the Ford Model T right now. The Ford Model T was one of the first, if not the first, one of the first cars. But, you know, the technology we have now is such superior that it has evolved, right? So with the white man, right? Because the white man came after us. You know, some people say, well, Omar, the white man, because I looked in the chat, somebody say, well, Omar, the white man is the new, you know? They're more evolved than the Negro race, you know? Because I talk to a lot of Negroes around the world, they don't talk nothing about technology, infrastructure. You know how many black countries I went to, and I don't even find a library in certain parts of these countries, you know? So I think, you know, are we, you know, because we're first, are we not as involved, you know, as the white man or some people in the chat call the new?
Yeah, we are involved. You know why? Because we're the original and the only technology on the planet that matters.
But are we for Model T though? Are we the Model T?
I gave you the answer. You asked the question. We can never be the full Model T because we are the most important technology on the planet. If you want to understand how the stars, the moon, how the earth moves, and Mother Nature, we are the answer. I'm trying to give you the answer to the test, Omar. You're just not following. Technology is why the white man is winning now. But where there's a technology that he's using and beating us up with come from? And who is that technology? But I don't want to go too far down because then, you know, they're going to say, James, it's pseudo, and it's blah, blah, blah. But there's the information. So the only way he got here is he took the technology that was second nature to us and he used it against us. And the last thing he does is most black melanated people on this planet believe in the colonizer's story for the last 500 years. They're locked into it. That's what they believe. And when you speak against that story and you give information to that story, Brother James, what happens when you do that? You get attacked. So, you know, you get ridiculed. People say
That proverbially, Mr. Wilson, put us on the cross. As soon as we get to speaking about how the Holy Land of the Americas, when the colonizers came in, we already had a system in place. The highest technology on the planet came from unearthing and colonizing the Holy Land here in the Americas. Where did this conversation start at? It started with the $5 Indian coming in, explaining to the room how his family...
When he walked down from Siberia. Go ahead, brother.
How his family, okay, has a museum in California attached to a casino. See, and how they are the natives to the land. Well, let me go back to my original point. In the film Gangs of New York, the character William Cunningham, famously known as Bill the Butcher, refers to himself as the Native American. Wow. Let me tell you who these people are. While we use that term today to refer to the indigenous people, put it in the context of the 1860s, Bill used this to distinguish himself as a native-born American of English and Dutch descent in violent opposition, Mr. Wilson. Do you hear that? In violent opposition of the waves of new immigrants, particularly the Irish. Wow. Do you see how these people erased us, then came off of boats, dirty, lice, disease, nation full of famine, came over here, took your position, reinforced it with a state-structured public school and university K through 12, 4 years of a bachelor's degree, another 2 of a master's, another 4 of a PhD, 20 years of education, of indoctrination, of how you came off of a slave ship, and nothing in the Americas was here before these people showed up. If you're going to allow people like that to come in, this room is called 40 Acres and a Mule, something that your ancestors never got because of exactly what we're exposing today. You are not fit to sit amongst the tribe in a powwow.
You're forgetting they got the casino though, James.
Absolutely. Don't leave out the casino that he said they got a museum for the $5 Indians, right? And then he bragged about the casino that they were attached to. Well, what do we know about the $5 Indians. This is what they paid their $5 for, so that you could be the beneficiary of the casinos, the lands, and the titles on these specific reservations. The young man that came in here, Alexander, in the chat, he just called me Kunta. Now, I want y'all to follow this. First, he says, all we did was get off slave ships. So now James King is Kunta Kinte, okay? His family taught him. His ancestors taught him. No, sweet, what you do is go get a private room with you and Alexander, and you guys talk about how you're co-signing somebody that said F the Nation of Islam and F Louis Farrakhan, sweet. You need correction. You don't even stand up for what you believe in. When a white boy comes around, you will put him above the Nation of Islam. You are the biggest defector pancake flipper that is in the history of goddamn social media. I'll put you at the top. You want a crown, sweet? You are the king of jokes, the king of coons. And you absolutely original, man. Another member of the Nation of Islam that I respect tremendously. He backs the minister. Listen, I respect these brothers and sisters that stand 10 toes down for the NY. Some of the best men I ever met in my life gave me opportunities that brothers out of my own real life, who I know my whole life, that wouldn't give me a way into management. They had an excuse or this and that, or the white man thinks this or that. It was a member of the NOI that took me in and gave me my first step into higher management, set my life on the path that it is right now. I am forever grateful to the NOI. This is a fact. Isn't it funny how you got an alleged devout member like Sweet, but when a pasty-faced $5 Indian comes in who says he's from California, he will allow that white boy to throw the Nation of Islam under the bus, and he will not check him. He won't say nothing. He'll argue with everybody in this room. He will call Eugene in the back channels. He will scream to the mountaintops about what his brothers and sisters are doing. But when that pasty-faced Caucasoid $5 Indian Neanderthal comes in the room, incubator baby, orphan train baby, as soon as he speaks, Sweet rolls out the red carpet for him. Oh, Sweetness is there to butter up his biscuits. Oh, Sweetness, you are a joke. And you do not speak for the indigenous community. You are not indigenous. You are, in fact, what I call COINTELPRO. And I think some of you brothers from the Nation of Islam, y'all need to watch Brother Sweet closely. COINTELPRO comes in many shapes and forms. This brother did not correct this pasty face. I made sure I left him in the chat so he could get a chance to correct him when he spoke disrespectfully about the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Brother Sweet didn't correct him at all. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. And Brother Sweet, you are a house nigga and a coon.
Damn, Brother Sweet was talking bad about the minister? That's crazy.
No. What he did, hold on, Omar, for proper context. What he did was, Omar, he allowed a $5 Indian pasty face to come in the room, tell us that we only can trace our lineage to a slave ship and we're mutts. He said that he was from a tribe in California. Brother Sweet co-signed him. Now Omar followed. This boy said his tribe's been around 9,000 to 16,000 years, but we can't trace the white man to nothing but 6,000 to 5,000 years on the planet. Somebody's lying, Brother Omar. And then, hold on, cherry on top of the sundae with some hot fudge. Faces in the chat. You guys scroll up. See what he said about the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. And see how Brother Sweet did not put him in correction, but he would correct his brother. Sweet is COINTELPRO. Period. He hangs around. You know, this is the system they set up to have people act like they're of the tribe, but they are 100% working for the devil. All praise to the Lord.
Can we have Sweet up on the stage now to say his
Compromise. Is he suspect? Is in time out.
Yes, sir. He's been a little naughty on stage since our common brother Eugene. He corrected me. I mean, he went all the way to the best of articulation and to explain to the brother that he was a little bit out of pocket, a little bit extreme. He could balance the scales, can get his mic back and all that. Just don't be too hasty, and then allow the curator, the man that bought about 40 acres of room, allow him to speak when God stand toe to toe with Brother Eugene when he's standing on issues. Because sometimes, Brother Raymond, you're not always well researched. I listen very carefully. I can critique and analyze, and I've done investigative journalism for a living. But I'm just standing there telling you that you're not well researched. You just fly off that mouth, and anybody could be speaking. You come off anytime. And he's actually to display that this one, what you have learned in the month of Ramadan is to have discipline and self-restraint. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that's why we're fasting. To learn discipline, to learn self-restraint. That you may be blessed, that you could earn the favor of Allah. But you can't get the favor of Allah in an arrogant posture. So you accept and relax your posture. So brother was compared to you, and you behaved arrogantly and couldn't wait. You bombed us tonight, but when Brother Eugene turned to me, I said my few syllables, you got hold of the mic and you hadn't lost your posture of arrogance. That's what he was explaining. Now, the Neanderthalic, he just been, I think, a supersonic Zionist superimpose himself as the chief of the Indians and come in here and tell us we just got off the slave ship and we don't have enough history here. But Brother King James, I clearly explained our longevity here on this that's well over 10,000 year history established. And our proof and evidence is our graveyards of our ancestors. He made it seem like he didn't bring his proof and evidence, so we're still awaiting that. In other words, the jury's out on Alexander, who's been good, muted, and then the brother Raymond, which he could be. Are you sweet? I started Raymond a couple of weeks ago. He was Raymond. This week he's sweet, but no matter if he's sweet Raymond or sweet Raymond, whichever, we take the bitter and the sweet. He just had to learn this. Just sit still for a minute. You ain't gotta jump through the hoop of fire. You ain't gotta run no touchdown. None of that. Just demonstrate discipline and composure when you come to the mic. Everybody will respect you and say, my.
Well, we gotta understand that theory is very dangerous, and there's people that makes millions and millions of dollars on it and have made millions of dollars on it. And some have made billions of dollars over the last whatever years they propagated that. So when you go against that and the foundation of it, to try to say who we really are, how great we truly are, you know, you're going to get resistance from everybody that are locked in with that theory. Because it pays bills, pays their mortgages, puts their children through college. Just because, you know, it's in the book, just because someone teaches you that in the course, doesn't mean it's true. You know what I'm saying? And that's the piece that we're trying to tell you. When Brother Malcolm told you, you know what I'm saying, that famous line, we know what's the line that was, right, Brother James? And since we keep talking about the nation, you didn't land on Plymouth Rock landed on you. What Brother Malcolm was telling you is what Brother James has been telling you, and a lot of us have been telling you. We are the original people on all lands, all continents. Before the colonizers came in and gave it names and these imaginary lines, we were already there. I know.
Absolutely. And that is, I couldn't have put it better. That was my whole point on when I was trying to educate the pasty face. And this is no disrespect to my good and my righteous Caucasian brothers. Because there are some. I'm locked in with one of them that I've been trading information with for the last 4 years. Augustus. It's one of my dear friends. I'd go to war for him. And he'd go to war for me. This is bigger than me just trying to tear down $5 Indians and individual white supremacy. They built this system on a fucking lie. They built this corporation on your ancestors' back, and then they erased them and reinforced it with a public school system full of pasty-faced teachers that also lied to you. You think these people don't know who you are? You think I'm being too hard on them when I'm exposing white supremacy? Do you know, I know some white boys that will tell you exactly what I'm saying right now. Righteous. Where they know who you are, who I am, and who this land belongs to. I didn't say some of it, all of it. Every one of these 52 states, it belongs to you. You can look into Africa, South America, Mesopotamia, Persia, Iraq, Southeast Asia, China, Japan. Our tribes were there. It's disrespectful to let your enemy, who is not even willing to acknowledge you as anything more than a slave ship rider or Kunta Kinte. This is what they think of us, and it's been reinforced on indoctrination inside of these schools. You don't think we're at war? narratives, you've got to shut that shit down. Now, if we're in here and it's just us right now, look at the stage. This is just tribal business. Hell, we can argue and debate about it, break down some things. You know, that's called tribal business, house business, family business. When we got guests and visitors on the stage that's willing to tell one of your speakers, hey, by the way, little feather, you don't know where you think nothing but a slave ship rider. And it's one of the people coming system that started this shit. Man, if you don't come off your mic, if you don't bring your best intellectual game, sharpen your sword. That's what I do when these people come with these narratives. And Brother Sweet, sorry, you're just another victim of your own ignorance. You're a pancake flipper. You didn't have enough respect for yourself to even correct that brother in the chat when he disrespected the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. You don't stand on anything. I don't believe your scholarship. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to have an intellectual debate with somebody that will roll out the red carpet for the pasty face and then allow them to shit on His Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Honorable Louis Farrakhan, and the NOI. I can't co-sign you, but I will expose you. You will be exposed, and you need to be corrected. You need to go pray. Don't do it just 3, 4, 5 times a day, 6 times. You can go ahead today, pray 100 times. Because what you did was embarrassing to the tribe. You're embarrassing to the community. And we don't need that kind of energy. The name of the room is 40 acres in the meal. You got more love for the enemy than you got love for yourself. Diabolical. Floor is open. America's on high alert. James King is on high alert. 40 acres in the meal is on high alert. I promise you, later in the day, when they bring you up on the stage, do not test me. You're going to be embarrassed. You need correction.
The last thing I want to say was that little Daniel thought with his little statement in the text. He be playing around with himself. He will put himself in serious danger making those statements in the wrong places will cause a shortness of life, I will assure you. He should tend not to say things like that because it's not decent, it's not respectable, and nor is it ever necessary to make a statement like that, especially in a text where you know the dedication of our brother here, and to come in that kind of a room, that kind of environment, and drop that kind of a statement, it's like a temporary insanity, can also cause shortness of life as well. So it should not be one tending to make those kind of public statements can endanger your life, I will assure you. It's not respectable, and we don't allow anyone to talk about any of our leadership. I mean, I'm not saying no one's going to come and necessarily do something to you, but I think Allah has the divine providence is going to check you for that peculiar brand of iniquity and behavior among righteous people. Well, most of the people here, not everybody, but the general people here have a high respect, a high honor for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and I personally have a strong honor and respect for him, and I've known him all of my life. I looked up and saw the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan doing something to help the people. From the first day I seen him up until last Savior's Day. And so I'm going to take the Savior's Day this time, but I've been to Savior's Day with him, and he's the most honorable man I know, and he's always concerned with the issues of the people. So that's about all we can say about him. He's a follower and Elijah Muhammad, and he has taught many students this likewise. So that's why I say he's an honorable man, and he's always been decent and respectable around me, and I've always likewise been decent and respectable around him. And so I'll leave that there, but please don't make a habit of going around saying things such as that that has been written in the chat. It's not respectable. And I'll let my plane say my.
James, sorry, come on. Just really quick, I'll be up to it. James.
Queen.
Good morning, dear. You need to be on Instagram. TikTok.
Oh no, James King's never been on TikTok. Clubhouse would be the only, other than YouTube in its original days, this would be the only stage that I bless this Clubhouse. But go ahead, Queen.
Yeah, I got another question. Do you think we can come back up? It is 40 acres in India, like I said. And we will extend it and we've heard you. I just hate to see, our family not get along, Do you think you can come up and share a little bit about where you feel, even if you may not agree?
See, this is deeper. Listen to what I'm saying. And I'm going to be clear, crystal clear. And listen, the James King follows orders. I've already got the backing of my captain. See, understand what I'm doing is in stance. I follow orders and I play my position. I don't do anything on this stage that is not backed by the captain. The captain is listening. He's got plenty of wisdom. He's got ears. Even when you think Brother Eugene is not listening, he can hear very well. Anybody that was in here in this room at that time who's got eyes to see and ears to hear and is well versed on this information knows that there was not only lies being told, but it was being told with the serpent tongue, and it was being told to go and reinforce the indoctrination that we look to expose every day in 40 acres and a meal. Not only did he roll out the red carpet for this serpent-tongued demon who said that we are nothing more than slave ship riders. This brother calls himself a member of the Nation of Islam. And I believe it. Okay. The same devil that was lying on the stage to the people took it to the chat. Disrespected the Honorable Louis Farrakhan and some of listen, I never have said some of the things about our leaders, even if I felt like some of the things I didn't agree with. I have never went into the chat and disrespected the Nation of Islam, Dr. Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, Assata Shakur, the Black Panther Party. This is a member, Brother Sweet is. He is so prideful that the same devil he was co-signing spoke I can talk and I'm in the chat at the same time. He didn't correct him one time. He doubled down on him and said, let Alexander up. Let him speak his piece. Speak his piece? When he disrespects one of the men that spoke out for our community more than any man has ever spoken out for the indigenous black community here in the Americas. Honorable Louis Farrakhan has done that, and I can recognize that I am not a member. So you explain to me why let a man come up here and defend himself when he wouldn't even defend the minister or the NOI?
I got an answer. Good. This is definitely wrong. I get it. Maybe he has something to say about it. Maybe, it takes two to have a conversation. But if you said that Eugene is supporting you not letting him sit on stage, then...
I didn't say Eugene said don't let him on stage. I said my captain let me know that this is at my discretion. And I got the full backing of my captain. And I'm going to exert that little bit of power I do have, because Sweet is divisive, and he is also a showcaser, and he is also a ChatGPT AI alleged prodigy. See, if you're going to deal with James King, you need to come with more than ChatGPT, because my information goes further than this goddamn Gemini, Alexa, Siri, the Groks. I am a supercomputer. All praise to the Most High. All praise to Allah. See, that's a black man, indigenous, who is righteous, who is willing to stand for something. And I ain't gonna stand for a man that ain't gonna stand up for his own nation. He's not worthy to have a conversation with James King. Let him sit in the chat.
Well, can I make
and cry? Let him sit in the chat and cry like a girl. Like he ought. James King won't be bringing him up. Listen, maybe if the Most High is feeling and sends me the vibe, he said, James, you know what? You're being too hard on the brother. No, that's not. Listen, sister. Listen, sister.
Let me make you coffee, and you're so what you're saying, you're not even hearing me.
Yeah, because you're breaking up. First of all, your phone's damn near in the matrix. I can't really hear what you're saying.
You should have told me.
I should have told you what?
I didn't know that my phone was breaking up. I don't know if it's still breaking up.
Now you're good, Queen.
No, I was saying that maybe this is your, like, I don't know, cause, maybe, I don't know, you said if God is asking you, I don't know what sign you're looking for, but maybe I'm a sign, others are asking for him to come on stage. I even said, let me make you some coffee, but I don't know. I would like to hear from, if you don't mind, I would like to.
Men are dealing with men right now. We understand your purpose of saying that. We heard it from two people, but the two people that spoke were women. So men are dealing with men now.
Well, do you mind if I check in? So, Mr. Erica,
Captain is on stage.
That comment was not for you, Sister Erica. Go ahead.
Can I respond to Erica before you do? Because he did address me. Would you mind? Unless you're going to pick up.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, I'm new to 48 years. I've been around. But Mr. Wilson, I am a woman. You see my gorgeous face. I'm a woman. That's true. But I guess the reason why I spoke up, and if I'm not allowed to speak amongst men, I will never do it again on the stage. But I spoke up because I agree with when he was saying everything. I didn't hear the exchange. I didn't see it all. But at some point, I do not like my black men going back and forth. We have heard from Brother James for a while. We have heard him for a while. And I see that he's agitated, frustrated, whatever, discontented. I know he's not happy and clicking his heels. I know that much. And honestly, You're not my husband. But if I did see my husband and my brother going at it, or my husband and my father-in-law, two great men that I respect, I don't like discord amongst black men. I don't like it. So if I'm out of turn for trying to bring some reconciliation, some understanding to the platform, please send me to the group. But that was my only intention, as a woman that is proud to speak up. Like, hey, let's get some peace. Let's hear from his side. Let's maybe bring a solution to it. Because you didn't say anything. You just let Brother James go on and on as he was getting more agitated in his voice that we were listening to as he was speaking. You didn't say Brother James. Let's hear from him or whatever.
I understand your point, but like I said, once again,
I want to respond to this. Hold on for a minute. It's not going to make it clear, something really clear about 40 acres. Oh, baby, the women got a room. I mean, a voice in this room. Now, I'm not quite sure what the fuck is going on this morning, but definitely have a voice. Okay? So, I ain't gonna put my foot.
Erica, you know that's not what's going on.
So that's my point.
Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead, Sister Erica. You know I love you.
We love you, Sister Erica. They're trying to flip it at the same time.
Because you didn't understand anything I said, Brother James. I mean, Mr. Wilson.
I mean, listen, brothers, let me have the mic. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so sweet. I don't know what happened this morning, but I can tell you, based on my knowledge of Sweet every goddamn day, Sweet is, I think he's an intelligent guy, but I do think he might be missing a few sentences. Yes, a few sentences, because he does not know how to regulate his emotions. Okay, so sister, we have a voice in her love. Unfortunately, and fortunately, because I like it sometimes, it's called the fuss box. So they're gonna fuss. I suggest to everybody that enters this room that, and when you get on the stage with the bullshit, you're gonna get some pushback. Unfortunately, a lot of times it ends up this way, but we're good. We'll be good tomorrow. Don't worry yourself, sister. He'll be back later on today, and we'll be in here talking like it never happened.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, like, the only thing that offended me was when Mr. Wilson said, you're speaking to men. Like, that whole comment right there, I feel like that should not have been.
I'm going to stand on it. I wasn't.
And I'm saying what I said too.
So that's
you said this, and I said
as you should. I'm not trying to argue.
And this is not a woman or man thing. She just said we can speak in this room.
Okay, now you're not listening clearly. Because when Sister Erica came off the mic, I shut the fuck up. So this is why I said I shut. Okay, I didn't say you did. I didn't swear at you. If you took that offensive, I apologize. I said clearly when Sister Erica got on the mic, I shut the fuck up.
You did?
Okay. Here we go again. You got it, sister.
Okay, yeah, let's just
This is what I said.
I don't even know you.
I don't know you either, man. I don't know you either, but this is where
let's just stop the conversation. Let's just stop it. It's not gonna go.
That's fine. That's great.
Brother, with all due respect, let's just stop it. I don't like the
But you're not gonna stop me from speaking what I want to speak.
I'm not
all due respect. Every time somebody says all due respect, it comes with disrespect. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. I don't disrespect anybody, especially black women. What I was saying is what I was saying. Okay. I'm not muting you. What are you talking about? I'm not muting you.
I'm the one that's muting you, because y'all.
Okay, let me shut up.
Y'all, Erica, I am not disrespecting nobody on your stage that I never had. And you know that. I was just only asking for peace. That's all I was doing. Because other people in the chat was asking for the same thing.
Yeah,
that's it. So
get a lay of the room, and you don't understand the people in the room. You're taking this too personal. Mr. Wilson ain't a bad guy, trust me. And trust me, a week from now or two, or staying in this room long enough, you'll understand what's going on this week. But you got to calm down. Don't pick a fight. It's not necessary. At least stay around long enough to know who you should and should not pick a fight with. And if you pick one, have a strong backing behind it, because right now you don't. You got to let people talk.
I don't mind going ahead and let them talk, and then I'll let them. Go ahead.
I'm done with it, man. I respect black women too much. So if I offend black women in here, I apologize. I'm thinking of a man to do that. But I'm here for the 40 acres in the mill. I'm here for my people. I'm here for all black women. I'm married to a black woman. I have black children. I came from a black woman. I honor all black women at all times. And if something gets funky and gets crazy, I'll be the first one to decide. So you definitely don't want to pick a fight with somebody who's going to ride or die with you. So if I offended you, I'm deeply sorry, but sometimes we have to read the room. That's all I have to say. I ran right there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Wilson. Like I told you, it's not about picking a fight. I don't do those. I don't pick a fight with nobody. And, I am a job.
Just okay. We understand you. I think, listen, sister, I don't know what happened now.
You told me to be quiet when he spoke. I did, and I'm just trying to respond to him.
No, that's it. Oh, God. All right, go ahead, sister. We're going to move on because I know it ain't clicking. Go ahead.
It's okay. Whatever you do, like I said, I'm not picking a fight with nobody. You wasn't here. I was here. I watched several people in the chat say certain things, and even other people on the stage. The only place where he had me lost is where he said women can't speak on and picking a fight. I didn't come to him aggressive. I didn't come to my booth. I didn't do any of that.
He didn't say
That's all I'm saying.
He didn't say women can't speak amongst men. He said men are talking, which means that why interject yourself in a conversation that men
Erica, it won't happen again. Don't worry, Erica, it won't happen again. Don't worry. Read your face. It won't happen again. I will never say nothing else on this stage among men. Unless it's red and soda bowl and that's it.
Sister, you're Leo, aren't you? What's your sign?
Pisces.
Okay, alright.
Me, you should have told me before. I don't remember. That's what I said. I don't get into it when nobody on y'all stage. Like, what is it?
No, you're okay. Okay, sweet. This is your female. Okay, now. Oh, God. Okay, I got it. I see what's happening. All right, y'all. I don't know what topic y'all on before y'all got into the argument. However, it'll be a good time to move back, James. I mean, was you building? Because I know you be having a lot of shit coming out of that brain. What you was doing? Building?
Hey, the floor is open. Americans on high alert. I want to
I want to talk about the flowers of the moon again, because you see when Leonardo DiCaprio gets spanked by Robert De Niro, the floor is the black and white checkered floor. Did you clock that?
Yes, I did. I caught the Masonic. The Masonic point of it, and also.
Send it to your back channel.
Hey, thank you, Queen. And also, I got some frames out of gangs in New York where I caught the checkerboard floor. I also have, I'm going to go back in it. I'm going to screenshot all of it. I've got the pictures of, they actually in New York, when they called themselves the natives, if you remember the movie, you've got the Freemason guys. Those are the older white men that are the politicians in New York, right? Inside of this home where they were having their Freemason meeting, they had a picture of the indigenous tribes all over the walls. They were dark, just like me, just like sister, just like I'm talking about, these are melanated were in here earlier, oh God, oh my Lord, I'm not even gonna go back to it. I'm just gonna give you just a tiny little summary. We had a visitor that came in and told us that we were nothing more than slave ship riders and mutts, and we couldn't trace our history any further than Kunta Kinte. I've been called Kunte. I'm Kunta now, okay? And he also told us, Erica, how he is a Native American and his family has a museum in California. And they also are attached to a casino. Now, Erica, we've exposed these $5 Indians many of times. As a matter of fact, that PTR you got up right now, Erica, looks exactly like the young man that was in here earlier, spewing this nonsense. So, I just had to read him his rights and let him know that our history goes so far back. And in the Holy Land, he didn't know what I was talking about, so I had to say the Americas. And, he kept on with this narrative that, we're just slave ship riders, his people taught him pretty much that, that's our history and that's it. We're nobodies. And Brother Sweet co-signed him because the brother said his tribe was from California. So, when Sweet hears about California, he's just got the co-signer. Well, it went a little bit left because he got removed from the stage. I didn't remove the brother, my captain did, okay? And when he got in the chat, he got to speaking disrespectfully about Louis Farrakhan and Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam and just Muslims in general, just to paint a picture, right? Now, Sweet is a devout member of the NOI. You would think that Brother Sweet would have corrected him when he disrespected these men, but he didn't. He looked to disrespect me and begged for us to let the pasty face, who called us nothing but Kunta Kinte slave ship riders, back on the stage so he could give his talking point. Now, my problem with this was the fact that, I'm not a member of the nation, but there's no way I'm letting an outsider come in and just absolutely not just disrespect the indigenous, disrespect the same denomination religion that this brother calls himself a member of. I'm moving past it. It's over. I just gave you an overview of it. It's small things to a giant. Brother Sweet is, he's got a lot of good information when it comes to the NOI and ChatGPT. If you need to know something about AI, go ask Brother Sweet. Nobody can type it in faster. Most of his monologues are given from ChatGPT. He's not an original speaker. The floor is open. All praise to the Most.
So basically, then we were talking about the Killers of the Flower Moon when I came into the room. And because I really liked the film, I was talking about it, and I was just saying some things that I noticed about it. Do you get what I mean, Erica? Have you seen it before? Erica?
Those back off, y'all been talking like hell. Hey, girl.
No, it's all been kicking off.
I know. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Last night I had to come off the app when you lot were talking about beans and toast and this. And I just thought, we don't eat that. Well, actually,
Let's rise and follow. Let's rise.
Obviously, I eat beans and toast and eggs and stuff like that. But the way you're making it sound like the British version or the UK version, Black people in Britain aren't eating beans on toast like that. We season our food. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, I did not eat beans and toast. I was talking about the bangers and mash, which I really like. Okay, and then
Do you know, can I just say there's another one as well, other than bangers and mash, called toad in the hole, right? And they put the sauce inside a Yorkshire pudding and put gravy on it. Has anyone ever heard of that?
Yeah, it's this place in my city called the British Pub, and I go there. And they serve this thing, take the egg, the hard-boiled egg, wrap it in bacon, put the batter on it, and fry it.
That sounds so interesting. I've never seen that here in the UK ever.
I never did that, so why? No, I do that.
That sounds really interesting though.
Yeah, they got pretty a lot of y'all food there, but I was like, but I never had that though. The egg and the bacon, and I don't do the bacon. But mama said we do. Which rides girl? Beans and toast too.
Yeah, baked beans. I think once I went to New York to get some beans with my breakfast and that, and when the beans came, it was nothing like the UK. I thought, oh my God, what is this? In the end, I just had to have, like cheese on toast. Like, I think it's called, what do you call that cheese on toast thing?
Toast. Girl, what you talking about?
No, it's what's that? You know when you have the two breads stuck together and the cheese is like in the middle.
Grilled cheese, but it's nothing worse than. Anyway, I'm looking my.
Yeah, grilled cheese. I had that in the end because that was the only thing that I could associate with something that I could understand. Because even like your grits and that, I had to ask my mum like, where would the grits be incorporated? And she was like, it's cornmeal porridge. But we have that for breakfast, sweet.
No, that's different.
You made yours too?
Yeah, I like my cornmeal porridge sweet. My granddad used to make that for me all the time.
All kinds of ways. It's not with sugar, but I love the savory too with the shrimps and the yummy.
I think that's a different. I think porridge and grits is different though. Porridge, it's a different texture, and I think that's for me because I don't know. I can't eat no fucking sugar and damn grits, man. Y'all.
Yeah, they tripping.
Porridge is like warming up, like it got these
grits with butter and salt.
No.
That's cream of wheat. That's cream of wheat. We get that sugar and all. Sugar and the grits. That's cream of wheat.
Grits is crazy.
It's all the same thing. Because cream of wheat is grounded up fine grits. Y'all still.
Michelle, you putting sugar in your grits?
I get it all types of ways.
Yeah. You're from the South, so.
I'm in South Carolina. Yeah.
Yeah, Southern girl.
The food culture is crazy though. Like I never knew of anything called barbecue food till I came to America. Like we've never eaten barbecue food in my country. Like anything that's sweet, that's supposed to be spicy or salty, we've never eaten that before. So the food culture is so different here.
Don't get mad. Some people put sugar on it. Just look and I say, Lord.
That's disgusting. Like I've heard of people eating spaghetti with sugar.
You seen them put sugar and spaghetti?
Yeah, Erica. Like,
Michelle, you do that shit?
Hell no.
If you put some,
I put jalapenos in my spaghetti pasta boy. It'll make it spicy. I love it.
No, I need to know about these jalapenos right there. I ain't gonna hurt you. I need to know about this.
I'm from Alabama, but you can't mess up the spaghetti by putting no jalapeno. You gotta bake the spaghetti now. That's what we do. But But you can't put no idea on there.
See, the thing is, for me, I don't like the soft and the spaghetti mixed together in a pot and you give it. I need it separate. I need the noodles and then you put the sauce on top.
If you mama video come in there right quick though, for real.
I mean, that's on occasion. That's on occasion. I just do that.
That's right though. I mean, your tongue, you
tastes spicy. It just tastes.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, all I could have did was probably put some red peppers in there to make it
spicy like balls. No, I was playing. I was scared.
You can't come over to our country, smallest.
I ain't never heard about the voice like that. I love your voice.
You like my voice? I was funny for real. But I'm like, you started that rookie woo. You got me right. For real. I wish somebody fuck with wood. They better fuck with you.
I know that's right. Not you either, girl. I want like a dog.
What you have? Is that something? They're having a movement out there. They're having a movement.
I'm gonna act up in this motherfucking room.
Get down. Oh man, y'all is why I wake up to a little something. Y'all get spicy this morning. Y'all fussing like hell up in here.
I don't know that.
They took the first box to the next level, didn't they?
Who took the next level this morning? Who said that? Who said took the next level?
That's Nadia. That's Nadia.
Oh, hey baby.
Hey girl, it's Nadia from the apartments.
Oh.
It's Nadia with the baked beans and toast and ketchup.
This is the thing. I would never eat ketchup and baked beans at the same time. That doesn't make sense. There's one.
British breakfast is crazy.
No, it's not. It's not.
I don't understand right now, you guys conquer lots of country and got that spice. What did you do with that spice?
They put it into Tesco's and made it £15 a pot. That's what they've done with it. Do you know how much they've made our spices now here? They put all the products.
You guys literally use it to learn how to season your food better, though.
Yeah, but I season my food. Are you crazy?
I'm not talking about you. You black bum.
White people aren't seasoning their food. They have salt and pepper and that's it.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Give me here, that's fair.
Salt and pepper. Yeah.
That's fair.
And maybe Worcestershire sauce.
That's fair. Michelle, that's fair. Because over here is the same thing.
I know. Worcestershire. I only put that in. I don't put that in anything else.
I used to the marinade or something like that. Marinade.
Yeah, you got to put that out just right.
I've seen it a few times on recipes and I thought, what is that about?
Now, I ain't gonna lie. I like something that I call, it's called, what is the thing called? Egg roll in a bowl. Cabbage, you take the coleslaw bag from the store and you put the ground beef in it and broth and a little bit of soy, ginger, and some garlic. It's called egg roll in a bowl. It's like a soup. You lose a lot of weight eating that, I'm telling you. Very easy.
Michelle, you don't need to lose weight.
How you know?
She acting like she don't know it right quick.
Well, I'm telling you, I try to maintain my weight lifestyle. That's what I'm trying to do. I go to the gym 5-6 days out of the week. I'm just trying to maintain my body. Let me tell you, I spent a lot of time not working out after I had my kids. I would never do that again.
That's why you look like that, because you fine for real. I mean, I don't like ladies that much.
Yes, you do. You sound like you like ladies a little bit.
Who?
You.
I mean, I'm just saying though, right quick.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Right quick.
Michelle, you fine. I mean, I'm a little bite, but I ain't gonna do all like that. I told you. I'm like a yogi type. Y'all know yogi, right? You can hear the emphasis in her voice. You fine as shit. I ain't gonna lie to you, but you stay there like, damn. Like she get ready to eat up Michelle. I see the titties sitting out like this and all this shit. Then she go with the titties thing.
Hey, somebody tell me real quick, what they doing? They pop Jasmine Crockett security? What is Jasmine Crockett security doing in a standoff? What? They talk about, man, somebody put it in the chat. They just said Jasmine Crockett, member of security detail, killed during police standoff. What Jasmine Crockett? She moving dope now? What's going on?
I gotta go through a research.
They said that nigga was accused from the law. He was wanted and shit. How the fuck he become a security being fucking with the job? Hold on, you said they saying that man is a wanted felon? He a wanted felon.
That means she didn't do a background check on him. He could have been anybody.
Wanted fugitive killed by Dallas SWAT officers worked security for Representative Jasmine Crockett.
What?
Hey, Jasmine going out bad. They done took her position. She probably moving dope now. Oh, Lord.
She ain't moving dope, James. Oh, Lord, shit.
But why did he stand up peacefully, though, instead of dying? That's crazy. Just go peacefully. They said he was posing as an officer. So she might do a background check on this man. He could have been any and everybody. He could have been a spy, James.
Ain't no telling who he was, but I know this. Ain't no former member of the kind of position she held supposed to have security detail that would have the SWAT. Do you know what you gotta be in trouble for to have the SWAT team come to your fucking house or to be looking for you? Not the local police, not the sheriff's department, the SWAT team. Do y'all know when the SWAT team comes, they have deemed you a threat to that city's national security. They bring the SWAT team to kill you. I don't care. Listen, if you know how the police might say, put your hands up. That's not what the SWAT team's gonna do. If the SWAT team show up and your ass ain't on the ground, they gonna lay you down.
His name is Mike King.
Yeah, this shit crazy.
James, is it your cousin?
Y'all ain't trying to get me clipped. Oh, that ain't James King. People don't do that.
Oh, you ain't going nowhere here.
No.
You ain't going nowhere, man.
Wow, and he had police cars, he had stolen military tags, was putting all the cops in jobs, impersonating. This nigga was off the fucking heat right. This is crazy.
I mean, now she knew now. You can't say that lady ain't know now, I am. Did she know? You think she knew?
If she didn't know that, she would know that either way. It's stupid because if she did know that the nigga that she got as a security was faking being a police officer, why the fuck should I even hire you to be in my goddamn Congress? You can't even manage your own damn security team.
Who
vetted this person?
Y'all almost like, what?
Who vetted this person? Or was he vetted at all?
You know that was her brother, sister, cousin. Stop playing.
Shit, I'm just saying.
You know, when these situations come out, that might even have been Jasmine's side nigga. I'm telling you, ain't no way.
That you right on that damn side, nigga.
say the incident occurred Wednesday evening with the suspect not identified at the time. Officers from the police fugitive task force tracked the individual to the 1900 block of Medical District Drive during a surveillance operation, according to Chief Daniel Camus. When they tried to approach him, the suspect barricaded himself inside his vehicle. Dallas police, including their fugitive team, tracked King to a location amid an active warrant for impersonating a law enforcement officer. When King barricaded himself inside his vehicle, SWAT intervened. Officers deployed tear gas to force him out. Upon emerging, he allegedly pointed a gun at them, leading the officer involved shooting. No officers or bystanders were injured.
Here I am. They said this brother was driving a replica police car.
With stolen plates.
This nigga made his own police car, put lights on it. Ain't no telling. I'm dead. And listen, it said he was running a security company that helped the police officers. So this man, I ain't no telling what he was doing. He might even have been kicking doors of drug dealers, because you know that's what they do in the city, right? I'm from near Chicago. Listen, I'm telling you, they do this shit. That they'll have people impersonating cops, and they'll go to a drug spot and put everybody on the ground and not take nobody to jail, take all the cocaine, take all the money, and by the time everything is done, you didn't have to call the police because you owe somebody money. They don't believe you about the police raiding you because there's no police report. They just left y'all there. Man, they no telling I am what he was involved in.
They got a new film like that with Jason Bourne from Bourne Identity. He's Matt Damon in it. I don't know why I'm calling him Jason Bourne. Anyway, with Jason Bourne, whatever his name is, and Ben Affleck. You know they love to play police officers, and they're really the CIA and FBI. But they've got a new movie called RIP, and they go in and make out that they're doing this raid legally, but it's not legal. But you need to see the film, it's really good. It's really excellent, guys.
So it's called RIP, R.I.P.
R.I.P., yeah, it's excellent.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, James, I did the same thing like lying on your resume.
Look,
To a different effect. I mean, so similar.
yeah, I mean, listen, if you lie on your resume and you get a position like a police officer or we'll say a sheriff's department or a correctional officer, or even if you lie your way into the FBI, listen, you will be treated almost like a terrorist because you're going to get access to shit that a civilian is not supposed to have access to. Listen, when I told y'all, I heard somebody say it sounded like you was watching Training Day. Listen, in the cities, in the big cities, this kind of shit happens all the time. I'm telling you, that people impersonate cops. It's been many of women that have been attacked by men impersonating cops, and they end up sexually assaulted, and they come to find out this guy wasn't even a police officer. They don't know where he got the fucking uniform from. They don't, I don't know how this shit works. How would they even, first of all,
James, they go to these police supply stores and buy the lights, all that shit. Really, you can look at like
that's what I was gonna say.
Supply store.
Get that stuff?
Yes, they got one here in Jackson. This city man, it look just like a damn police officer. I'm like, damn, bro.
Should be illegal, yo. I'm gonna stand on this point. I'm gonna land on this. There should be no way civilians should be allowed to purchase red and blue lights, to get police uniforms. I'll even go this far. Y'all remember that case in Minnesota a few months back, right? Where the brothers dressed up as UPS people, knocked on these people's door, waited for the son to come out and walk the dog, walked him back in the house, shot the mama, shot the stepdaddy, and shot the 19-year-old boy. They did a triple homicide, killed them all in front of the kids, and they all had UPS outfits on. This is a crazy world we're living in when you can get access to government property. I mean, I know UPS, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't UPS connected to some form of the government, or don't they deliver government property? How do you get a UPS?
They don't have a government contract. They all do FedEx.
But I mean, think about it. If a UPS driver comes to your door, they got a brown truck out there, you ain't thinking about nothing. You like, hey, what I order? Who ordered something in my house? You're not thinking about the person.
Shit, I do. I don't know. I haven't been to no shit and move around.
They didn't even have a truck. They pulled up in a Subaru or a Pontiac.
Oh, I ain't never seen that done.
Yeah, check it. The case in Minnesota, I think it was 3 men. The 3 men were from Chicago, and they had, I guess, met this guy through drug dealing. He was working for the cartel. Now, I believe what they said had happened, the guy had fell back on payments, and the cartel was looking for him, so I guess they was like, shit, we're going to go ahead and try to rob him quick. But yeah, it was a crazy situation. I watched the camera footage. They killed all the people, the mama, the stepdaddy, and the son in front of those babies. They were just toddlers. That's why I'm saying this is dangerous times. If somebody come to your door, listen, and we got guns all over this place. Listen to me. When people come to this door, if we don't know, if you ain't family, because see, family got the door code. You can just come on in. If you're knocking on the door and you coming unannounced, you ain't getting in here. And if you get anywhere near a door, that handle get to jiggling. I'm telling shells is coming through the door. I don't trust people. No, they did that, and it was a doorbell cam right there. Y'all don't be fooled by these doorbell cams. People do not care about that motherfucking doorbell cam. They committed crime and was looking right at the doorbell cam. Right at it.
Right at that motherfucker too.
That's scary, girls.
They posted it on Instagram. I saw that. I was very driven.
Can I ask a quick question?
What's up, man?
James, where did James get that authoritative voice? That shit is like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like,
You probably got it from the Most High.
yeah, I think you might have, because it's like, it just speaks to your soul, goddamn. It's like, I mean, I can hear
He
everything.
reincarnated Martin Luther King.
Yo, you know.
I said no now.
I was told I called it,
And not to blow James' head up, but I was told that's considered, when you hear someone talking like that, that's called an anointed voice. And God uses those people with that anointed voice because he needs that voice to lead people.
oh yeah, that's okay.
Y'all pumping James a big time.
I love you, Pookie. Don't do that.
I'm blowing kisses to you, baby, right now.
Cut it out.
Yeah, everybody shit. She got that same voice, but she don't know. She just don't know how to get up.
Okay, James got it.
You got it too. I know.
Wait, Erica,
to the mountaintop.
Back to the mountaintop right quick.
Erica, did y'all hear about this? It said Iran linked hackers tied to cyber attack on medical equipment company Stryker. And my one of the hospitals I worked at, we used to use Stryker. Did y'all hear about that?
Oh, the medical company?
Yeah, like the medical equipment, because we use that company. Yeah, it's Stryker.
Okay. Dang.
That's scary.
I don't know what type
It says shutting down technology operations across its global offices. So I don't even know. I mean, are we gonna get our orders from them this week?
I don't know, but it sounds good for my employer.
I can go out of hospitals now too, because they had University of Central Mississippi, the largest hospital in the state in Jackson.
Oh, they
And they shut shit.
They do that.
It was last week, and week before they were shut down for 2 weeks. And I was like, hey, no, really? I mean, all this
So does this mean we're not gonna get like what we usually get from them? Like, what does this mean?
I mean, they took that hacked, but they should have some type of contingency plan in place. But I will tell you that for years now, they've been targeting a lot of organizations in the South, and the reason why is because they know that their cybersecurity is not shored up. I mean, other companies do too, but these companies in the South, I mean, they just don't have the pulse they need on their cybersecurity. So it's easy. I mean, I worked at a college, HBCU, they hacked it. They did on ransomware. And when I say they ransomed all of their files on my plan, they had to pay that money. These schools have insurance in place for that. But that's a big problem because the government comes in when they have to tap into this insurance for issues like this. So I don't know. It's a big problem in the South.
Erica, they got everybody information in the hospital. They got your insurance, your social security number, your address. They got everything, to mess up your stuff. But you was talking about HBCUs. Remember they used to, your ID, like your ID card, you should have your social security number on there.
Yeah.
Always used to say that was a problem. And a lot of people got hacked back in the day. From your social security number. That was your ID when you signed in, or took a test, or got your financial aid. They would have your social security number on a sheet outside the controller's office. And stuff like that. I was like, this gonna be bad pretty soon.
I'm over here scrolling this good old Instagram. I didn't know it was another school shooting at this university out here. Did y'all know anything about it? And the ROTC student stabbed the shooter and was able to do the shooter and kill him.
Hell no, I hear it.
In the old university.
They killed that man. Them students killed him.
I see that.
I'm not looking at.
That is crazy. And the way the news is questioning who I guess it's the mayor or something like that, but I mean, I don't know, it's kind of self-explanatory. The mayor came up in there and his name was it Mohammed Baylard? Weird going on here. It's almost like it's a ramp up, or they just doing more media coverage on all the stuff that's happening out here.
It seems as though it's a form of desensitizing to get people to normalize when a civil war comes. I'm sorry, that's just what I get from that.
See how that's a thing too.
Become a dog or something, so you at least, get all alarmed and get your gun or something. They probably kill the dog, but grab your gun.
Get the story
Yeah,
where the dog looked at the stranger for something to eat.
I had an uncle that killed his dog that ran off when somebody broke in his house, and the dog was sitting there with his tail wagging, and him broke in his house. He killed the dog. He killed his dog. I said, damn, what? He said, and I stole all my shit, and I beat this damn dog, and then I stole my shit, and he ain't limping or nothing. I said, damn.
Hey, I am James. Y'all just getting up, but last night we were talking about white phosphorus. Do y'all know anything about that? Did y'all talk about that yet this morning? Israel was dropping chemical shit on. Israel was dropping that on top of Iran.
When was they doing that?
About 4 or 5 days ago. It's in the news. They got it all in the news over there. Here you go, white phosphorus in Iran. I looked it up. Israel fires white phosphorus. I think it's a bomb. Yeah, it's striking it. It's like little bombs. A deadly weapon that burns flesh and metal, James. Hey.
Yeah, it's like it's super toxic to humans.
It is. It's very toxic. It said it burns flesh. Well, if it hits you, you're done. It's like acid, you know? It's called white phosphorus.
Oh, yeah.
And then I found out, I did more research on Trump giving Bibi the key to the White House. Y'all, he did that in 20 motherfucking 20. That's the crazy part. He gave, y'all ain't even hear me. You talking about you dead, Shane, but no, I'm thinking this shit just happened. No, that motherfucker gave Bibi the key to the White House back in 2020. Huh?
During COVID, huh?
Yeah, like right before he left office. Yes, sir. Did y'all, nobody knew that. I think if people would have known that he gave Bibi the key to the White House, I don't think people would have voted for him.
Really? I think you actually can just walk in the White House. That's just a symbol, right? Yeah.
I'm sure it is, but it's a symbol. It's a symbol.
He welcome.
You
He welcome. Yeah, he our friend.
I tell you what, they didn't give him.
They didn't give Elon a key, right? I'm not saying you can walk right into the White House. It's the privilege of having. It's the recognition of having the key to the White House. You have the White House loyalty. That's what it means, right? When you give your girl the key to your house, they know that means you That's the key to your house. That means you trust him when you're not there.
Now, Elon brought his ass child up in there. He was dapper too. Had a little suit on and everything.
After they was done with it, they whooped his ass and sent him up.
He ain't got no home training.
None.
Hey, D-Lock, we don't talk about African American kids like that. Elon Musk, little boy that was in the White House. No, but D-Lock, we don't talk about African American kids.
Oh my God, Pedro. That is true, though. That is an African American. Yes.
African American, yeah.
That is a fact.
That was born in Africa, so what makes him African American?
His parents are African.
They're from South Africa.
Yeah, but he wasn't there born there. He would be whatever place he was born in, right?
American.
Because my sister on her birth certificate, it says she's Turkish.
Yeah, but listen, he's literally African American. He comes from two African parents, and he was born in America. His father.
No, that baby mama ain't from no fucking Africa.
He got a baby mama. He got more than one from Africa.
He got more than one baby mama. Pedro. He just like, I'm just playing, let me stop.
That little question. Elon is a super nigga. Elon is African American. His son is African American.
Hey, Joe.
What's up, man?
Hey, Pedro.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
They talking about these African Americans. Elon Musk and his children are more African American than anybody in this room.
You said me. Hello.
Than everybody.
Shut up. I just like this some nigga white.
He's from Africa, South Africa.
Yeah, his parents African.
Yeah, so the son was probably conceived in South Africa, but born, I don't know how that worked.
Man,
that little boy, okay, so that little boy is born, he is not African American, he's just an American because he was born in America.
Oh, but
conceived in
Africa. I'm looking it up, hey.
Listen.
So his mother is Canadian.
Gotcha. And that's America. The United States is just a country. Canada is part of America as well. So both of his parents, one is African, one is American. That child is African American. He's more African American than it is. If they label us as African American, and ain't none of y'all been to Africa. Y'all parents ain't from Africa. Most of y'all grandparents ain't from Africa. Those kids are African American. That's a fact. Like people is African American. Y'all, hey man, all right. He gonna have the reparations. Y'all gonna be mad at him when people like Elon Stewart to get them reparations. Y'all gonna be mad. Like what the fuck? Yeah, I told y'all what type of.
On his little sport coat, his little trench coat, and all that. I said, this little dude. I said, he bad as hell. And I did ask them questions. Let me ask them questions to the president. My dad said he runs this.
Yeah.
He runs. I said.
I just looked it up. He's considered an American with South African and Canadian heritage. So on his birth certificate, he would be white.
African American.
No, he would be white.
All right, y'all keep fighting against it. So
That's right.
So what makes him
white?
Hold on, what?
The white boy. Stop.
I just think listen.
He's a white boy.
He's darker than me. That said they white. Okay.
It's like Erica's PTR. He's
white.
He's a white boy.
Michelle, what makes you African American? If somebody that literally has parents from Africa in America.
His parents is not from Africa. His mama is Canadian. Stop saying that.
And that's America. His daddy is African.
No, that's Canada.
That's the only continent of the world.
But when they fill out the application, they say they're Canadian. Pedro, stop.
No, he don't say he's Canadian.
I'm not talking to you no more because you just want to be right, and it's okay.
Listen, Michelle, we not American. We are United States citizens. We just say that crazy ass shit. We not American. We are United States. I know that the truth hurts us sometimes, but them people is African American. I gotta get that boy his civil rights, man.
You have to give him that right quick.
Well, if y'all keep flying under that banner, he is definitely more African American than y'all. Elon Musk is richest African American in the country.
Hey, Pedro.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that movie called The Mummy? You remember the Mummy movie?
Yes, I do.
So do you remember like one of the helpers, the scientists that went in there, and you remember how he was Jewish and he started praying when the mummy ran up on him, and he held up his star, he started praying, and the mummy gave him gold for him to be his slave. You remember that shit?
Yes, ma'am.
He was a Jew. That man was Jewish. He was speaking in all tongues, and that mummy was like, I was like, wait a minute, why is that, Pedro? This is a mummy in Egypt, but fancies a Jewish slave. That is crazy.
I got a theory on that, but I don't think.
There you go, Pedro, say it.
I don't think they from Africa. I don't think Egypt and anything. I think that stuff is in America. So.
For real?
Definitely.
I was watching some videos like that last night. That boy was saying it.
Yeah, I don't believe the Egyptian story that comes from Africa. I don't believe it. And that's why they hate the darker skinned people in their groups, like the Arabs. They got fucking native, original, aboriginal Arabs that's dark as hell. You can't find Osama bin Laden in history as him just being that person. Whatever that
Well, why do
looks like, it looks like
Americans always deny being black? Because they're basically partial.
That's what they all do. The Cubans do it. Everybody does it.
Even my child can show it too. But I had a manager that was Italian. He was cool with us and shit, but he get mad as hell when we say we getting divorced.
If you look up their grandmothers, if you go back further enough, you start seeing dark ones. They used to call Italian Guineas. They used to call them.
Yeah, they black. It's black Italians.
What you say?
I said, why? Why they was doing that?
Because they don't fuck with niggas.
Oh.
They don't fuck with niggas. Pedro, there's 7 million white people under the tribal nations of America. Stop. Yes, but those 7 million white people under the tribal nations, you know they're not actually indigenous people. People ain't indigenous to America. Come on, how can they be?
My DNA thinks I'm indigenous. It said that, and I was like, for real? So I don't know. I'm gonna dig into it though, right quick.
Hey, y'all knew the first lady in the second first lady, I don't know what you would call it, the vice first lady or vice lady. You know they all have coins that they give out to people.
What kind of coins, Claire?
They got like official coins. Like even the president, they have coins. And if you get one, some of them
Like
be worth 1,000, some of them be worth like 50 to 400 bucks. They have like their own coin printed up.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, JD Vance's wife just gave one to a waitress for a tip the other day. People were like, why the hell did she could have just gave him $10? I'm like, people don't realize that coin. I think the vice president's wife coin is worth like 50 to like 400 bucks. It's like somewhere in there.
Oh, damn. How you know for real?
You told them. No, you could just.
No, I'm trolling.
I had a class at home school. I know they say you didn't have it, but I had like this banking class in school where they used to show us different things and shit.
Oh, okay. No, I wasn't trolling for real.
Oh, that's a good school, no?
Huh?
That's a good school. That's a good school. Yeah, banking and school.
No, it was a part of a part by a bank. I forget, it was like a little green pyramid. I don't know the name of the bank. Let me see if I can pull it up.
A green pyramid.
Yeah, that is nosy. I be one to ask questions.
It was a green pyramid.
Did y'all know y'all can have 2 different DNAs in your body at the same time?
Yeah.
Like for your parent, for your mom and dad or something else.
No, this guy, he got a bone marrow transplant, and after testing him for over 4 years, they discovered his blood, liver, cheeks, and semen carried his donor's DNA. That is hilarious.
I don't know, something happened to me.
That makes sense, though. That makes sense.
They call it a chimera.
A chimera.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Chimera. Ooh, who said that?
Me.
I heard that.
Oh, okay, Evan.
Is that where Florida?
That comes like from the Bible, though, right? It's a story about was it clarifying chimera?
Really?
Is that where it's like a human mixed with something else? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off from the
Yeah, he had a bone marrow transplant.
A chimera is pretty much like a genetic hybrid. It's like a species that carries multiple splices of other species or gene types within it.
So what else in this world is the chimera?
Everything.
Well, the closest example are
pigs eat. They would not eat pork every.
Listen. I was talking our ass off with the vegetables. Listen here, I'm gonna tell you something about the
Pedro, do you know?
Yeah, you ain't gonna make me look at my ribs different. You're not gonna look at my ribs different.
Yeah, I don't even eat pork, but one, like, I dibble and dab here and there, but I don't like pork at all. My kids don't eat. But one thing I'm gonna say about pork is y'all probably we need to get back to eating pork, because them was some of the greatest niggas in history that's one. I'm talking about them niggas that done did some shit unmatched. Think about the open heart surgery, nigga from the South. Them niggas, boy, hey, all right, y'all can throw everything you want to that Turner. Come on now, Marcus.
That was eating that bacon now.
Hey, come on, man. It's no strong nigga that ate that pork now.
Did you see Dr. Umar in this interview?
Did the damn school open up? I don't want to hear about a goddamn thing for that man. 2 weeks ago on a Tuesday, that school's supposed to be open.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about that nigga James is dying fucking. You gotta listen to this guy. Yeah, something is wrong. Listen to us.
But talk about Umar, they strong. Yeah. His followers are some of the strongest people I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
That's a strong community, man.
Like, somebody on the deathbed or his mom caregiver said something. I am is.
Yeah, that was last year. That was last year when she did that interview with Tasha K. That woman dragged the hell out of that man. Talking about he got his mama living like a hoarder in that house and everything. And he used all her money from her Social Security and blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. I'm gonna look it up. I am. I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna pull that interview up. Huh?
Dude named Looms was on LOON.
Looms? Okay, I got it. In the meantime, what the fuck? Why was the San Francisco mayor wrestling some man? He got attacked, y'all, yesterday. I don't know why he did it. Yeah, he was wrestling some man in the middle of this damn street. And you know how they got the street cams? They got their cars all over the street cam. It's a black man too.
On the next episode of America.
Where is it on YouTube? I want to see.
Nah, I just put it in Google because I seen it on Instagram. So I like to check some of the shit real, like what the hell am I looking at? And I just typed San Francisco mayor attack and it popped up on Google with the video.
That wasn't the mayor, that was his security fight, and they said the security actually attacked the homeless dude. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Oh Lord.
Not the homeless dude like wait though.
How'd they jump in the homeless now? What are they doing?
In their defense, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, the homeless fights.
Yeah, they get out of that fight, man.
What I'm looking at right now is that's what it was charged. They charged the homeless dude with attacking the mayor, but they saying now they got the video and everything. It looks like the mayor's security just attacked the homeless boy.
Nah, they do it smooth.
He ain't finna be homeless no more. He finna get paid.
I know that.
Nah, he's gonna get that shit right back. He's gonna shoot that shit up.
Erica, are you still there? Mm-hmm. Did you hear what I am when they said this morning that Desmond Crockett's security guard was killed?
No. Why? But you know, Jasmine, did you see I think I sent that interview to you last night where she was talking about the Democratic Party and the damn Republican. She said they got to give the Democrats something. But she was basically calling the Democrats out. I'm like, God damn. She said she said the country is falling apart. Let me go find that audio, but I thought that was kind of interesting to be coming out of some of the stuff. Anyway.
Don't be crying now, Jasmine. But girl, while her security guard was a fugitive, he been out here impersonating police officers.
What kind of fugitive?
A wanted one. He was impersonating police officers. He had his own security guard company, fake everything, fake security guard, fake.
disguise that he was an all-duty police officer himself. SWAT team would get him. SWAT team would get him. He barricaded himself inside his car. They threw tear gas when he got out the car. They said he had a gun.
They killed him?
Man, they should.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Y'all did it.
The whole thing, you know, they probably.
Oh, no. That ending off.
Listen,
The ending is off.
they probably ain't crazy. You know, they done pulled the Target boycott and half of them mad at Jamal Brown.
Paper, because what they said, I need to go back to that.
No, but see, the thing about it too, Eric, is he had been, according to the story that we read, he had been a wanted fugitive for some time. It's not like this shit just happened. Like he was, that's not even his name. He was already operating under an alias because he was wanted by the fucking law.
Do you think wait. Do you think they put this information out, right, and then fabricate these make-up stories to build a whole persona of someone, and they're actually lying? Because we see movies like this. That's what it sounds like. It sounds made up. That's made up. Military plate. I mean, this is doing some high level. What's that thing with Kevin Spacey and Samuel Jackson, the negotiator?
So why are we framing Jasmine Crockett security guard then?
To paint a picture, to paint another media narrative.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, we just said that was her side nigga, didn't we? Oh, yeah.
That's a joke,
They have we just wanted that was her side nigga. Brought him in, got him a job, this, that, the other.
Listen, wasn't Jasmine in on the Target boycott?
I don't know.
Who that?
I don't know. Shoot. I remember it, but I don't think so. It was another black lady. The same lady that had something to do with the Essence Festival.
Yeah, her and I think Jasmine got in on it too.
They did? Okay. Well, I don't know Pedro, but all we know is she did a background check on him, and she probably should have. So I don't know. That could have been her dude. She ain't married.
Yeah, but she man, listen, they all crooked. Anyway, so the other nigga, my son, let's go for real. You know, they having a little inside war with the Democrats, with the black ones. Jamal Bryant, he's leading the other side. I guess he done got a check from Target. He done ended the spiritual boycott. Y'all look this shit up, man. Jamal Bryant. No, I don't know where they're going. They say they're gonna focus on another business, but as far as the Christian community, or the faith-based community, they moving on from the boycott to Target. Now, my son and the other, what's the other lady name, man? Not Angela Rye. The other one from New York, she a pimp too. She be pimping black people all the time too. She tell you when you get mad. Damn, I forget her name.
Tamika Myron.
Tamika Myron, yes. But there you go, right there. So they mad.
They sent me that video.
They mad at her. Jasmine Crockett, all them boys, they mad at brother Touch a Child. That's what I'm calling him. Brother Touch a Child. That's his name. We calling him all bishop and stuff. His name is Brother Pastor Touch Along. He done ended the damn boycott, and they hired him like a Democratic little situation. They got a lot of war. They probably trying to take Jasmine Crockett out of there. I wouldn't be surprised if they start, people start throwing out of the weird.
Yeah, take her out of weird. She didn't have a career right there. She's nobody.
She don't have no job, bro. She got a team out of the job.
So get her out of weird.
Her voice, they trying to get her out of there like as a light.
She's not needed, and understand she knows a lot. She's not needed at this point. Just like her boyfriend or whoever is not needed. He may be collateral damage. He may know stuff. Security guards know shit. They stand around when you're talking and having meetings. So they get you out of there because you may spill your meeting.
Yes. And she's a representative. I remember all that. She was a representative, bro.
But she's not,
Jasmine Crockett is not somebody that has done anything of substance. To me, she's a mascot for the Democratic Party. Like, she's not somebody they would try to kill because she doesn't do it. What does she do but run around talking shit about Trump?
It don't matter when it comes to the face of black Democrats and black women on that side of that pole. Jasmine Crockett and Tamika Malin, they push that needle. She's the DEI.
Hey, listen. Come on, man. You gotta agree. She didn't sat up there in these congressional hearings and she didn't call out these white men, whether you believe it or not. Trump is not the only one. She was calling, what's the head of the FBI? What's the head of the FBI name, Pedro?
I forget his name.
Boy, she ran past Patel his rights.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is it's still about the Trump administration. Outside the Trump administration, tell me one thing of substance Jasmine Crockett has done to warrant her being murdered.
Because she's a voice. Listen,
that shit's stupid, dog. You just be making shit up.
I don't know about her being murdered.
That's what I'm talking about, Jay. That's what Pedro was talking about. That's what I'm saying. We jump to these conclusions out of nothing. No, she a wait for black women to try to get out of here. Like, what the fuck?
All I'm saying is Jasmine Crockett was one of the biggest endorsements for the Target boycott. She definitely had to push behind the DEI initiative. Now, all of a sudden, one of the prominent Democrat pastors come out here, Jamal Bryant, say, hey, y'all, we gonna back up. Now, damn girl bodyguard gets clipped. All I'm saying is I wouldn't put it past them to clip Jasmine Crockett. She is a mouthpiece that can push in the next election. If you don't think Jasmine Crockett can push a needle on that Democrat side, you crazy. She got
elected. She just lost. She just got washed in her own election, but she won't push the Democrat. Yo, y'all be saying some of the weirdest shit I've ever heard.
If I was on the other side and I need to get some people out of there, it would definitely be Tamika Mallory, it would definitely be Jasmine Crockett, it would definitely be what's the black dude name? Goddamn. What's the dude? Black guy.
Talk about Hakeem Jeffries.
And King, I gotta get them out of the way. I'm just saying, if we was playing Tetris, I'm gonna get them out of the way. They're the biggest mouthpiece. Tamika Mallory, this like her, Jasmine Crockett, they get on stage and obliterate. Listen, I don't agree with nothing that Jasmine Crockett be saying. But when she put them words together on that camera, oh my, and can't nobody stop her. Listen, I don't agree with none of that.
I ain't gonna lie, Pedro. She be reading them white men. She read them white men they rights. I ain't gonna lie.
Bro, when she's talking to them, it's like she's a fucking master of words talking to children. Like, bro, when you see her in them fucking rooms, it's like, God damn, I wish she was a Republican. If she was on my side, man, why wish some of these Republican women can talk like that? She gets to the point.
Hey, Pedro, you see how AOC was pissed off that Pete Hegseth gave all those soldiers that stay up in and shit?
Yeah.
You see her complaining about that shit?
Hey, how much they say the Pentagon is spending on all this shit?
It was a lot of money, Pedro. That was a lot of money. Millions of dollars.
Man.
Hey, expensive. That's all I can say. It's not expensive. It's expensive to eat good. But they was they was looking like, yep, we about to go to war, and they ate it all up. And I'm just looking at it like, well, damn. It just makes me feel like y'all eat your last meal.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Big Brother. Hello, how y'all doing? Just checking in. Where's my prodigy at? Where's my top dog? King James, you here? King James here? No. What's up, Mr. Wilson? What's up, Erica, Flawless, Little Brother, Mocha, Evans, Nadia, Pedro, what's good with you? Nobody wants to talk to me this morning. What is it, man?
What's going on? How you doing, man?
Man, we over here going over the news. Your girlfriend, Eugene, her bodyguard got shot up yesterday. You want to know why?
Who, which
one? To get that nigga out the way. You know
he said that was a sign, but it might have been me.
Which one? But I got a lot of
Winnie Pooh. You talking about Winnie Pooh? Winnie Pooh.
They all like me. So y'all talking about Jasmine?
Yeah, you know which one Winnie Pooh is, don't you?
What happened with that?
I am. Tell him I am, because he said it way much better.
Some dude that was part of a security detail or a security guard was killed by SWAT yesterday. He was a fugitive from the law, impersonating a police officer, riding around in fake police cars with military plates on it, setting up corporate companies where all the police officers and all that shit. SWAT came to get him and had to lay him down.
Oh man, so she's picking. I keep telling her, man, she might as well just set up for the FYI. That's me. You know, she haven't listened yet, but she be come calling me after a while.
Well, y'all probably should get on her ass and make sure she hire y'all from now on. I think that right there, Pedro, that might change it up for her, Pedro.
Yeah, that would. But
let me say something right quick. I wanted to talk to King James and give him his flowers because I gotta move around a little bit. But wanted to say good morning to everybody in the audience as well. Good morning, everyone. King James, are you here? No, yeah. All right. Well, let me say this. You know, I'll get up in the mornings, guys. Sometimes I'll check on the room. The room is still going. It was like 4 o'clock this morning. I got up, you know, made my prayer, things of that nature. Then I go back to bed and I check on the room open. So King James was running it last night. I think it was just me, Erica, Flawless.
Till 4 o'clock in the morning, baby. That was crazy.
I think it was just us. But anyway, King James was moderating the room. When it's like that, Erica, Michelle, little brother, whoever stays up like that at night, and they're running the room, they got a moderator badge, they're controlling the room. If me, Flawless, Erica, little brother is asleep, and Mr. Wilson or King James is up, and they got that moderator badge, they're running the room. Okay? However they decide to run it, they can. I ended up putting crisis down myself. He thought it was King James. Remus was in the goo. Crisis was in the goo, and a big more of the people, and they were mad. I guess at the things King James was saying, but me and Shay was loving it. You know what I'm saying? We were loving what King James was putting down. And he was real funny with it too, you know. Crisis and Remus didn't feel so happy about it. But the thing is that if King James is up, he's keeping his room going, and me, Erica, Flawless, and Michelle is asleep. Then he has the power that Erica, Michelle, Flawless, and my main moderators have. He is that main moderator at that time. He's gonna run that room the way he wants to run it. I'm not wrong with the things he was saying. As a matter of fact, I agree with it. And I just kind of want to express that to him and to you guys as well. And once again, if we are up, if we're asleep, and it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and someone like King James, or someone outside of my main moderators, y'all know who my main moderators are, little brother, Erica, Flawless, and Bill. Those guys got the green bean, they got the power, they run the room when it's like that. So if you guys are not happy with, you know, the way they're running it, hell, it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, family. If they putting in that work to keep this room open and people are there, shit, let them have the room, let them run it. They got enough people to listen to them and to be in there, and they are the ones staying up when you're behind asleep. You getting your good rest. They putting in the work, so why not let them have the authority to run the room the way they want express that to him, everyone else. And not to be so redundant, but if it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and they putting in that damn work, they got my support.
Yes, sir. And I know Brother Eugene just said to the rest of you oldest members of the group down there, but Pedro is over all you Negroes that ain't got a beat. Yeah, when I come off this mic, you at ease. At ease. Get behind these things. Ain't nobody came to see you oldest.
You stupid.
Ain't nobody came to see you. Ain't no damn quartet. Hey, what's up, man? Good morning.
You had to put them down, James. What happened?
Hey, your crisis ain't gonna stop. Ain't gonna stop.
Hey, listen, I had a long, what they wasn't expecting was that I woke up in the middle of the night and I was sharp as I was, like I am in the morning. See, I sometimes I gotta practice, right? And intellectual debates, I love doing it. This is what I love doing. If y'all haven't noticed, I do love doing this, right? But some of the stuff that Brother Sweet and Crisis, who loves to interrupt me in the middle of my builds to ask the dumbest questions on planet Earth. There was some co-signing earlier today that I just wasn't feeling. And I had Brother Sheik in here, plenty of wisdom. He's an elder, avid supporter of the Black Panthers and the NOI. I really respect it. So I had to, make sure that I was on point. Because if the elder would have let me know, like, hey, James, you this a little bit too much. No, I felt like I didn't do enough.